Good morning, everybody. Good morning. I saw my own preview, so I think everything's working. Today we're going to be doing tutorial polish. Adam is going to be making the tutorial experience in Botland better. Much better. This involves making things not really easier, I guess. Kind of, though. Hey, Hideo. Hey, noob. Making tasks as obvious as possible. Trimming unnecessary content, etc. It'll be a good day. Botland is online here. Cool. So, and you know what? I'll get rid of the view changes here. We haven't had any changes in a while. And when I say Botland's online, I mean I need to upload it. So let's go start that process. I don't think this will take too long. Start up a notepad file. It says kill AWS instances at the top. There are some things I wanted to talk about. This I can't talk about just yet. So I'll wait a little bit on that. This is something that I've pasted in before. That I want to paste in more throughout the day. And then this is something that I've been thinking about for the last week. Hey Jay, hey Echo. I've been thinking about doing a stream tomorrow for music stuff, where I would just explore, can I come up with a good tune for Botland? Now, there are a couple of parts of that. One is coming up with a good tune, the other one is figuring out what the instrumentation would be. I'm pretty bad at that second one, but I can come up with a decent enough tune, I think. Hey Nuffly, hey Spen. Oh, whoa, Echo has given that much money. Oh man. Yeah. It doesn't register with me sometimes because for a while there wasn't a badge above 100, I think, and then they added it finally. So yeah, how's everybody doing? Because I'm feeling pretty good. I think today is going to be good, which is why I wrote that in the today command. And don't forget, it is also the longest day of the year. We get the most sunlight today. And then it's all downhill from there till December 21st. So enjoy the next couple of months where the days are still long. And then we're plunged into for me, the grayness for like 6 months. Hey Puka. So we are going to do this, clear AWS. This is a pretty straightforward process. At least when it works, it's pretty straightforward. Hang on a second. Okay, my wife needs her iPad. Let's go find it. I found it. And what? Headphones. Oh god. Alright, see ya. I specifically asked her before she left this room. I said, you're inevitably going to walk in here to get anything that you need. Hey Josal, have you thought about adding this? So I have something called Code Mirror in the game right now. And this is pretty much the same thing. Like, it gives you shortcuts, so you can hit Control D to delete lines, or Control... No, you can't do that. Anyway, yeah, it gives you some shortcuts, so just like this. I think if I need something different from what I've got, I could always do that. But if I were to load up... Well, actually, let me make sure this process is working correctly. Yeah. So we go to localhost, which probably won't even work. Okay, let's try this. Tutorial. Yeah, I'll show you what it is that I've got in the game right now. Yeah, so this code editor, it's got syntax highlighting. It has the ability to add keyboard shortcuts. I just haven't really done that yet. So if I want to comment something, I don't think control slash, yeah, that doesn't do anything. But I could make it do that. I did make it so the control enter saves your code. That's kind of nice. Although no one will know that that's the case. So yeah, it's got all these different features. And most importantly for Botland, besides syntax highlighting, was the ability to point out exactly where your errors are. So if you say something like console.log hello, that's not possible in Botland. So it'll actually red underline it and put something in the gutter over here. So for anything I switch to, I'm going to need that functionality again, which they mostly provide it. It's just that I need to switch to however they do it. Okay, so this finished. And now we do set number of game server clusters to 1. There we go. Cool. I think we're pretty much good to start. By the way, how has this straw poll been going? Yeah, I think this is as much as I need to see. This is a curve going from a few people at the start of it, a few people at the end of it, and a bunch of people in the maybe camp. So that's totally fine. I probably don't need to link that anymore. Good to see it's still in active development. CodeMirror? I haven't been looking at the development of this stuff. And in fact, I don't know if I would need too many updates to these. But yeah, 9 hours ago, a month ago, that's really good. Funding status. I'm tempted to click this. Let's see. Oh, whoa. Why is this an uncertain phase? This is a pretty good amount of money. What's Prosmirror? This person's working on Turn? Huh. Oh, I see. Okay. Wow. Hey, Pandas. Yeah, I started 7 minutes ago. Huh. Person's making some good money, I'd say. Yeah, so we'll talk about this in a bit. Let's get to work for now, and then I'll go back to that stuff, hopefully. So yeah, go through the entire upgrade defense tutorial, polish the tutorial. I'm going to just write a note in here somewhere, maybe here. Go back to the top of this entire document and handle the non-bot land stuff. Oh, nice, Hideo. Yeah, good job converting all those files for your job. That was probably not very fun. Hey, Duskington and Tyron Des, welcome back. So did you guys talk about the stream at any point yesterday with each other? Actually, that's a pretty self-serving question. You don't have to answer that. But yeah, today is going to be pretty similar to yesterday, and that we're just going through the tutorial, doing more stuff. Alright, here we go. Yeah, that's good. I'll close out of this for now. And yeah, this too. All we need to do is find a user who has not completed the last tutorial. Something about JavaScript pain and suffering. And nice, Pandas. That's a good start to your JavaScript tutorial progress. Alright, so user 2 and user 3 are both candidates for this. We just have to be careful that we don't get to the end of this just yet. So we log in as user 2. Okay, so what we're going to do a test of it first is, can we derail the tutorial at all? Anytime we have just an overlay, that's not really possible. So we're just looking for when we get to a done button. So it says using experience points we gave you can now upgrade. Tap the upgrade button. So we can't click anything else here, right? Yeah, so upgrade. By upgrading, you've just increased the size, blah, blah, blah. We don't care about reading this text. That's something we'll do later. For right now, what we care about is when can you get off the tracks. So this is the first time. Drag your chip into the arena now. So first of all, if you try dragging, oh, that actually works. Okay, well, I've got to redo that. Yeah, I gotta redo that. The reason why is because that's one of those places where you can get off the rails, and I avoided that in the way that I just did this right now. But there's no reason that a user would have to avoid that. So if I click done right here, then yeah, we have been freed. The chains are gone. We can do whatever we want. So if we were to test this, I think that's fine. Testing this is fine. I don't care how many times you go into this dialog. So that's okay. Main menu should be impossible. Oh, whoa, it's already impossible. How did I do that? Hey, Wouter. Wouter, I looked at that Google Doc you sent me, or the Excel sheet basically. I don't think I really understood what I was looking at. But you had told me about what it represented, so I guess I got the gist of it. I want to play when the stream isn't live because when the stream is live. Are you talking about Botland, Pandas? And hey, Sean. It's going well. How are you doing, Sean? I see you drop in here every once in a while, but we never connect. This is the time we spill our hearts to each other. Okay, so back. What is this called? It's the main menu button. Oh, exit to main menu. Yeah, there it is. So if it's enabled, if you're in the tutorial, these are the only times it's allowed. Yeah, I gotta add another step at the end of all of this that lets you go back. Yeah. Ah, I see. Pandas. No, yeah, I think I got the, like I said, the gist of it. Trying out coding game. Oh yeah, HD was doing that for a while, I think, right? I haven't tried that out. And I wonder what people who use it would say the benefits are. Because ostensibly it helps you with coding and whatever else, but does it really? Like, what are you learning from it? But as long as it's fun, I think that's probably the main reason people are using it. And it still makes you code. And probably just get your hands on code you wouldn't have seen before. So I guess I'm answering my own question. But that's all speculation. Got 30 to 32 out of 48. Oh, nice. Nice, nice, nice. Hey, Spurtman. Okay, so we'll have to do this at the end. Make sure the exit to main menu button works at the end. Which, for this particular tutorial, we have saved upgraded defense. At that point, you're allowed to do anything. So we just put another OR in here. This is upgrade defense. There. So I think that should be fine. Let's take a look at what else. You shouldn't be able to click these buttons. Good. 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 What else? Oh yeah, you shouldn't be able to click the save button just yet. Actually, it doesn't matter if you can click it or not because you can't save. But if you'd play 7 bots, you would be able to, right? Nothing's stopping you from doing that. Uh-oh. Yeah, that's not good. Prevent you from hitting the save button if you don't have a chip placed. The game automatically stops you from saving if you don't have the maximum number of bots. Puka. I don't believe it. Well, even if that was the case, you can always convert by yourself. Because you should have pi, and if you don't have pi, you at least have a reasonable approximation of 3.14. So at this point, I've just borked this account. I don't think there's anything we can do. Hey, good idea, Co. How's it going? Yeah, that's too bad. I think that's the only thing we have left to fix, though. So exit to main menu, we're no longer in the tutorial, so anything's gonna work. Yeah, I just have to do this part. Oh, didn't know what was wrong. Okay. What do we have here? Save defense. Is save button enabled? Ready to save defense. Okay, let's do this then. If tutorial ID equals tutorial constants dot IDs dot upgrade defense. If tutorial step. No, wait, we don't care about the step here. All we care about is that have you placed a chip? Yeah. So how do we check that? There's some stat for this. It's on the defense structures, which is on the blueprint selector, which should be here. Num chips placed. Here it is. So I could have sworn there's a test to see, there it is. Updated num chips placed. Yeah, so then all we need to do is say this. If this equals 1, well, I'll just say greater than 0. I don't think you'll ever have to place 2, but whatever. We'll just make sure you place at least 1. Then we return true. Otherwise, we do this stuff. So now we could consolidate these things, but I'm not going to do that. Not yet, at least. 27 divided by 5. I mean, it would have to work out to 3.14, so maybe like 22 divided by 7. What is that? Yeah, that's reasonable. Alright, I gotta undo this. Update users, set computer level equals 0, experience equals 300, where ID equals 2. And then that you haven't completed the basic tutorial, has completed basic tutorial equals 0. And finally, delete from tutorial missions, where user ID equals 2 and tutorial ID equals 2. Actually, you can do the math in your head for that. Whenever you're dividing by 7, you'll notice the 142857 there. This just repeats forever. So 100 divided by 7, for example, well, I'm going to just type this in the calculator so I don't need to waste a bunch of time doing this. Or even 10 divided by 7, 142857, 142857. So that is something that, and I mean, even if you were doing that manually in your head and you didn't remember that, it's still pretty easy to do. I think the point is, don't make math seem like magic. Make math seem like math, and that way you'll know that it's doable. Hey, Bad Hombres. And yeah, you're right. That's the less often known one for if you have Doritos dust on your face. Not that fast he did it? What? Yeah, it would be. And pandas, that's what I'm saying. It's like if you ask me, hey, what's 1/9? I could tell you it's 11 point, or it's 0.1111111. And the reason why is because there are certain mnemonics you might have in your head for this stuff. So dividing by 9 for something is always going to be that same first digit repeated. So 2 divided by 9 is going to be 0.222222, and you can see that here. And if you're dividing by 11, it's going to be this times a multiple of 9. So this is 0.09090909, and you can check that out here. And 2 divided by 11 will be 0.18181818. You can check that out here. So it's totally possible someone would just do that in their head. Hey, Magnetic Pine, how's the trip? This is not let's see Adam do mental math. I am still trying to program here. I'm just saying you shouldn't be in awe at someone doing math because then it'll make it less likely for you to do it too. Alright, so for now we have this. So if I click done and we try to hit save, yeah. It should actually pop up a different message though, saying you need to place a chip before you can do this. Yeah. How is your cousin who looks like me? How come I've never learned this in school? It's pretty helpful for programming. I find that You should be able to divide 100 by most numbers pretty quickly so that you can get percentages. So if you're like, hey, there's a 1/8 chance of something happening, what are the odds of that happening? You should know what it's equal to without having to look this up. Or at least with programming and cards and everything else, it's pretty helpful. And powers of 2 and everything. One of the things, okay, so this stuck out to me. A computer science teacher told me this a long time ago, but memorize certain powers of 2. So 2 to the 10th is 1024. It's good to just memorize that. Yes, you could figure it out yourself and say, okay, 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64, and go on, so on and so forth. But you might as well just memorize this. And this has a lot of importance in computer science. And by knowing this, you can approximate, so 2 to the 10th times 2 to the 10th is going to be this times this, which is about 1,000,000, which is also pretty helpful. You don't need to know the exact number, but that way you can do some quicker math in your head. He still looks like you. Okay. He fled from nowhere. And hey, I'm Perry. Bad hombres, you can't even give me a bit. I have the minimum set to 25. Or should I say 1 times 25? Okay, so what we need to do is find where this function is and copy this down to here and then say that you need to place a chip. So this is going to be something else. So this is try upgrading export const upgrade defense save with no chip. You please place a chip before trying to save your defense. Should I tell you why in this dialogue? Why I want you to place a chip? Hey, Soul Sorcerers. And cool, show away. Trying to get this. What is this? New. To be a thing on the actual version, but don't know how to get it to work. As if statements can't be used in append. So if statements can't be used in append, but if statements can be used before append. So you could just say if is new, then append new text, whatever. This is not real code, but you don't need an if statement in the append. Unless you're not able to use JavaScript somehow. In which case, probably something completely different you're going to be doing there. You can set a minimum bit limit. How come I don't see that on my dash? You should see it spend. Maybe you can only see it if you're a partner. I'm not sure. But I have it set to 25. I found that if you set it too low, people can just spam your channel and trigger whatever notifications you have. Okay, let's try it out. Fake code, you know it. Edit defense, click upgrade. Cool. So if we try saving without having a chip, it'll give us a special error message now. Tutorial error, please place a chip before trying to save your defense. Okay, so if we try going to the main menu, dash and is disabled. If we hit clear all, I mean really, yeah, it says finish placing the rest of your bots, and when you're done, save your defense. By doing so, you'll finally be attackable by other players. So yeah, we say done here. You need to place 7 bots before you can save your defense. So we'll remove this chip and we'll place 7 bots. I know I just kind of tested this, but let's try one more time. Yeah, please place a chip before saving. So at this point, the only way you can get to the save is if you had all of the bots and a chip. As soon as you've done that, you can skip the rest of the tutorial, and at that point, you could always remove this chip and then save again. There's nothing stopping you from doing that because now you're outside of the confines of the tutorial. At that point, you're just shooting yourself in the foot, by the way. There's no reason not to have a chip here. It's providing a buff, a pretty reasonable buff actually, to all of your bots. Is this any help? Yeah. So this is what I'm talking about. You might do something like this. You clearly, you have JavaScript here, and you have an if statement up here. So if is new equals true, then you want to do a certain thing. You could just say something like, var new tag equals nothing. And when this is true, you say new tag equals new. And then in here, you could just always add in the new tag. I'm just going to put this somewhere. You see what I'm talking about at least. And there. Now, when it's not new, this will just be an empty string, so nothing will happen. And when it is new, you'll get the new tag there. Alternatively, what you could do, and I don't suggest doing this, is you could have put different list item.appends based on whether this is new or not. So this could always have the new here, and this could just have nothing. But then you have to maintain two of these relatively long lines. So yeah, I would do it the way where you have a common one. Alright, so prevent you from hitting the save button if you don't have troops. So that was it. There's no other way to derail this as far as I can tell. You can't edit blueprints. You can't do a whole lot of stuff actually. We'll need to go through everything one more time afterward. Okay. Will you put water on your head for 25 bits? I already did that this morning. Alright, let's see. Yeah, this is fine. Cool. So, prevent derailing upgrade defense tutorial. This is just like the last commits. That's really all I'm going to write. I don't think there's too much more to say. That doesn't answer the question. I guess that answers the question of would I, not will I. The answer is no to will I. Let's go to play.bot.land and click attack. And just make sure this is working. So cucumber owl. Can we even beat cucumber owl? I haven't had much luck at that. Where's my cheese bot? Here it is. I don't think this works though. As in, I don't think it works to beat specifically cucumber owl. Well, at least we killed the regen chip first. That's pretty nice. And by killing the regen chip, all this damage is just permanent damage now. Yeah, never mind. I guess this does work. And now we go in with the cleanup crew. Boop, boop, boop. Yeah, cucumber owl. Hey, website development. Life's going well. Backstory, a kid I work with. Wanted a fan, so I got a piece of paper. What? Go, Mr. I can't read what this says. Bird? I don't get it. And hey, Ingvar, how does the rating system work? It's using Glicko. And there's a little bit more information about this on the not frequently asked questions list. But yeah, to sum up Glicko, yeah, actually, that command does a pretty good job at it. Let me find this particular thing. Hey, Tim. Haven't seen you in a while. How's it going? It's a fan. Kids have trouble when you say it's like a bird, but not. Okay. I'm just going to smile and nod. Have you used Bash on Windows yet? And if so, what's your opinion? I have used it, but I haven't tried switching to it. So it's basically the same way that I tried using Hyper. I tested this out, but I haven't tried living with it for a week or so to see what are the frustrations, what are the benefits that I get out of it. And it's the same thing with Bash on Windows. I loaded it up, I used it, but I can't really say whether I like it or not. Oh, you did find his pen. Okay, good. Okay, hang on just a minute. Okay, sorry about that. Nice hyper effects. I wish my terminal was sparkly. I definitely think. Oh yeah, did we not? I didn't make the bed this morning. The effects on here, I'd love to have this all the time. So whenever I type any text, we've got those particle effects coming out. And I also like the colored border here. It changes between, I think, orange and pink. Yeah. I really like that stuff. It makes typing into a terminal flashy. Did you say why monadic bind? I'll answer that question with a command. That's why. Aor for you. Alright, so pausing an attack while it's playing out goes to the next step of the tutorial. We need a way to differentiate between pausing and actually completing this. Let's copy this up to here. You need JavaScript for that? I know where this code takes place. If we go to component did update, at the bottom of it we'll find this done with replay. This is not actually done with replay. It is currently playing. Hey, token guard. Okay, we'll need to do some investigation here. So, can I attack another player? Unknown error, you've not completed the basic tutorial. What? Oh, I deleted it. Yeah, right, whatever. What do I do then? Why use Chrome instead of Edge? I'm just used to it. I don't see a big enough reason to switch. And yep, another Chrome instance. Another Electron app. That's pretty good. So the Atom 1 account is done with this. The Atom 2 account is not. I guess I'll just go finish this up. This makes the most sense so that I can actually test this. Then later we'll need to run this back again. Alright, so we can save this now. You did it, you made it through the tutorial. Thanks for trying out Botland. Great, so now we can attack another player. And what I want to do is I want to see what happens exactly in Redux. What is it? The replay reducer? The in-game reducer? Replay state. So we have that. 85 filter. How was your nap? Well, your sleep, I should say, not your nap. What was on yesterday? I missed the streams. I was a bit too tired. Yeah, the heat. I've been working on the tutorial. Yesterday was mostly about preventing you from derailing the tutorial. So when the tutorial says, hey, go do this, and it's like, click this button, we need to stop you from saying, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to click the main menu button or something. So that's what I did most of yesterday. Today, what we're going to be doing is just making the tutorial smoother. As many things as we can do to make it smoother. If we need to buy sandpaper, we're going to go do that. Because at the end of this week, what I want to do is I want to start showing this to people in real life who haven't seen Botland yet. And I want to start judging them harshly on how they use the application. So we will find that out. Feeling kind of off? It was okay. I85 filter, you should take another vacation then. Alright, 0 for you. And hey, Drotten. Okay, yeah, let's take a look. Replay here. So we'll pin this. And what do we have right now? Is in replay mode is false. Has played, is playing out, is currently playing. So what if we hit commence and then pause? So is in replay mode is false. Has played phase. Is playing, is currently playing is false. But the replay percent complete, oh, you guys can't see this, sorry. Replay percent complete is not 100. Maybe that's the issue. That outside thing with the Super HD graphics. Is this all we have to go off of here? Because that's not a whole lot. Is there anything else? In-game. Why is it so hard for me to find things here? There's join game. Where's in-game? Here it is. Okay, is in-game is true. No, there's nothing here about replaying, which is good because it shouldn't be there. So yeah, the only things we have to go off of are in this. There's no way to skip to the end. Yeah, but the storyline is terrible. I've never heard that before. I think the only way to check if we paused is to see the replay percent complete. Oh wow, 85 filter. Yeah, it's a big undertaking. The game is very pay to win. I hear speedrunners don't. Actually, I probably shouldn't go there. Okay, the issue is that I won't know if you canceled out of the replay. Because what I care about here is that when you attack someone, that the attack actually finishes. Oh, I could just check that you're in the next phase. I never thought about that. Yeah, that would probably work. So where's in-game reducer? We care either that you... A better way of doing this is to see if you got to the end of the game or to phase 2. The tutorial lasted for 18 years. Where is the phase number? Here it is. Current phase number is 0. So what we need to do is we need to test attacking and winning in a single phase. Because I don't know if that's ever going to be 1. Okay, so let's hit the play button here. And we'll let this play out. So now phase number goes to 1. Okay, that makes sense, obviously. Alright, so we forfeit the game. And then we go log in as Adam. We make our defense easily beatable in 1 phase. So all we do is we take off the hardware of this bot. Done. Save. And then we go back onto Adam 2 and attack that. This time guaranteed to win in 1 phase. And we see what happens. So we go to state and in-game reducer. And then we hit the commence button. This is going to take some time. Okay, match results. What phase are we in though? Current phase number 0. But we know that the game is over. Sure, fine. Do I have a match results reducer? I do. There's nothing that says whether the game is complete. Is in game. Yeah, there's no game is finished. Oh well, that's fine. Hey, Blu-ray King. There's no blueberry emote, but there's blue book. Blue book crocodile, because I didn't feel like tab completing all the way to crown. That's your name, Blueberry King. It's Ben, I'm not going to type that in public chat. Alright, let's take a look. So done with replay. This is not correct. Nor should I ever base things on this. This is an attack. Placed one bot. Then set the next tutorial step. And in defense, it's that you finish testing. In this case, we actually... There's no way to do this. When you're testing your defense, I want to know that the test completed. There's no way to pause the replay, so I guess we can base it on is currently, where is this get called from? Is currently replaying. That's devious. Blueberry King, you should keep checking to see if you can change it, because someone might relinquish that name eventually. In fact, I guess you could just go to twitch.tv/blueberryking and take a look there. Hey Gundog, say big boy. Did I type that right? Yeah, Blueberry King is available. You could claim that name if you want, Blueberry King. I don't know if your name was intentionally that, or if there was just a collision. So what we need to do here is if... Do we have anything for phase? No, we don't. Yeah, so if free props... in-game state. There's a couple of parts of this. There's current phase number, which we have to check. But we also need to check .props .in-game state .this, or if free props. There's this whole is game finished thing. The match result changed. That's all we really care about. Yeah, that the match result changed. Okay. Phase finished playing. There. Perfect. And now we just move this code over to here. Wherever it is. Done with replay. Yeah. Could have been someone that was banned. If so, they won't put it back into the pool to be claimed. Wait, really? I didn't know that. Huh. Yeah, I don't know if I'd want to switch if I were you either, Blueberry King. Because I've always thought, should I get rid of all the numbers at the end of my name? I think people in this stream, there's a percentage of them who can say what those numbers are without looking. But I don't think most people would ever bother remembering them. And that kind of hurts you when let's say there are two people talking to each other and they're like, oh yeah, have you heard of this streamer? His name is Adam something something something. And then how would you find me? In fact, if you search for Twitch Adam, what do you find? Probably a bunch of other people who have Adam in their name. Am I even anywhere on this? Nope. Not on the first two pages at least. Not on the third page. And not on the fourth page. Well, too bad. And yeah, sure, Spen. So phase finish playing, we want to do the same stuff. The only difference is that we don't need this here any longer. So we don't need tutorial step. Note. Actually, we kind of do. And tutorial ID and tutorial step. 13,531. Oh, Adney, welcome back. We're at a half year now. Yeah, howdy. I don't think welcome snack is a thing yet. Wow, it would take time for me to code it. I used to play Minecraft on a Something Awful server, and there were some people who called me Adam 13,531. So, again, Pandas, I don't know what you're talking about here, but I can hover over this and see what this link refers to, and I know it's my video, but I don't know what you're talking about with can you get the website from this video. Also, yes, that sound of psh is on my side, and will go away in about 10 minutes. So the step IDs for this is entered test mode. Then we'll see that you're in finished testing. It is coding script site for Botland. Pandas, I know what my video is. What I'm wondering is, what is your question? Oh, I just did this wrong. No, wait, no, that one was correct. It's phase finish playing. That's where we want to do this. So if you're in attack and you have placed one bot, oh, if you won, then match result change will get hit and we'll handle switching the tutorial again. I don't think that's necessary anymore. Can you some way download that site or use it? I still don't know what you're talking about, Pandas. Do you plan on keeping the art style, or have you thought about switching it up sometime? Yeah, I plan on keeping the art style. Part of this is that Botland is funded out of pocket, and the art that I've gotten so far, I mean, art costs were pretty significant for spending out of pocket. So these things that you see here, yeah, these are going to be the graphics in the game. And I think that'll work with some people, and other people will be like, why should I play this when I've got these like 4K Minecraft games that I can play? And yeah, that's fair, but I don't have the money to get better art, and I like the art style that there is now. You're using a site in that video that you can just open up snippets and learn the code for it. Pandas, that's the prototype version of Botland. There is no site that you can go to for that. He wants to download the internet. I've got the whole internet on a few floppy disks. So then this part about match result changed, we actually don't care about this. Finished. Played first phase. Oh, I see. Yeah, so we don't care about this. We just cared that you played a phase. No, this advancing a phase by winning will trigger match result changed. Not this. I think he means Blockly. I don't know if he means Blockly, but either way, there's Blockly. And see you, Monetic Bind. Have a good day at work. Thanks for the help. Mockup version and coded version. Yeah, so the only thing you're missing is this large white border around everything. Because, yeah, the mockup... Or no, wait, the mockup is this one, right? Yeah, so you need a smaller whiteboard. Good job, dude. Good job. And hey, Hemisperium. Zip this. Haven't used those in forever. I have some with old code on them, but I don't have a zip disk reader, so I have no way of recovering that code right now. Oh, thanks, Monetic Vine. Okay, let's try this out. Today is going to be a lot of this, by the way, where I'm like hardly paying attention to the code. I kind of wanted to just take it easy, get some progress done. Yesterday, I think I was mostly focused. Today, I'm feeling a little bit tired. I don't know what's been going on lately with my sleep. Alright, so what we need to test is that the tutorial works again from scratch. And we got to try pausing the attack phase of it. So let's go try this out. We register for a new account, Adam 6. Welcome to Botland. Is there any way to donate besides bits? No, there isn't. Oh, I'm not looking for a zip disk reader. But if I wanted to recover that code, that'd be the only way I could do it. I don't even remember what that code is. I think I made like number munchers in Visual Basic. No, noob, that's how you learn though. You come across these problems, someone suggests a solution where you're like, oh, why didn't I think of that? And then there, now you know it for next time. UVB. How many of you have played Number Munchers? Alright, what if we press leave here? You're not allowed to. If we cancel though, it counts as you finishing this, which I'm fine with that. So now we leave, and now we go to save. Now that dialogue stays up in the background. That's part of the polish we'll have to finish eventually. Recognize this. This is your defense. Okay, missiles. Oh, yeah. I wanted to write this down. There's something before I forget. Wait. Where is this? Hideo had said something a while ago. Suggested coloring required hardware. Yeah, so what I want to test out having a ping pong animation where it highlights or focuses on that particular element, that particular hardware or tier. I think that would look really good. No, Blueberry King, that's... Oh, yeah, never mind. I misread your message to be the opposite of what you typed. EJ. Someone changed the mechanism. Water just came pouring out. I don't know how to gel my hair like that. I played Number Munchers all the time in school. Number Munchers was great. For those who don't know what Number Munchers is, Number Munchers was a game where it would say something like, yeah, multiples of 2, and you would have to go eat the numbers that were multiples of 2 without getting eaten yourself. And then they would get to much more complex things, although I don't think they ever really got that hard. But yeah, multiples of 15. Prime numbers. So it's a pretty simple game. It was fun though. What do you think about Elon Musk? Is he fake? Hey, Lightbee. And I don't know enough to know whether he's fake. The only thing, my only real opinion on Elon Musk from what I've seen of him is that he's not a good public speaker. And I think in his position he should get better at it. And that's it. That's all. I don't know too much about his businesses. I don't know too much about him. I saw him in a movie. There was a movie called Why Him, and he had a cameo in it. So that's about all I have to say. But why do you ask? And hey, Brookhazen. Prime suspect. You're right. I'm watching you fake Hideo. Okay, so we finished configuring this bot, and then when we try attacking, we're going to pause. And we hope that it works. Alright, here goes. We hit the pause button. Now what? Do these things still fail? Good. Although this actually shouldn't happen no matter what. I didn't even think about that. There's a different bug here. When an attack is paused and a blueprint is selected, you're able to edit it or create a new one. I don't think I've ever done that. Like swing or wobble. Which is pretty easy to find in CSS. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, but with color. but yeah, maybe Pulse is better. All right, yeah, I'll write this down. Thanks, Hideo. I want to play ball now in the stream as well. Okay, Pandas, I'm about to ban you. I am. You've been sidetracking the stream too much. So this is a warning. If you continue to copy paste messages or say things that are otherwise not of value, then that's it. But you've pasted that message 3 times now. People have responded to it. I've responded to it. I don't want to deal with that anymore. Okay, so the color thing that I'd written here. Hideo suggests this. Yeah, and I'll have to test that out. So, alright, if we hit the play button now, also this shouldn't be possible. Yeah, so we hit the play button now. Well, Pandas, even if I hadn't, I mean, it was the same thing yesterday with the JavaScript tutorial stuff. You kept mentioning this thing about switch and buttons, and I kept saying, I don't know what you're talking about or what relevance it is. And then today with that message, and there was something else today too. Oh, the whole downloading the website thing with that YouTube video. Like, I think that's it. I'm losing my patience with that stuff. So yeah, there's your warning. If I don't respond to a message, probably don't retype it. Alright, so when we finish this, it should know that there's a match result. Yeah, cool, okay. So that's working. So then I think that's all. Yeah. Free iPod guy. Thanks for the follow. I don't expect there to be any linting problems. Yeah. Because I changed relatively minor stuff here. Because the user canceled or because the replay ended. There's actually one more thing to write here. Let me find this. Done with replay. Canceled or because the replay actually ended naturally. This is different. This is like changed is playing replay. Paused or canceled or finished replay. Yeah. Unfortunately, there's no way for me to know. It took a long time for Streamlabs to report that. See, EJ, I think this is good. You ended up learning about nuclear reactors, apparently. I still think you should have given a speech on why you're being oppressed in the class. And you're not allowed to give a speech on what you want to give a speech on. Okay, so fix bug around pausing during the tutorial. Pausing the attack playing out would previously move on to the next step in the tutorial. Now it has no impact. It better have no impact. Yeah, now it has no impact on the tutorial. In veteran NDS, thank you too for the follow. Is the data structure of JSON okay? This stuff is highlighted. Interesting, because that's technically not part of JSON. Yeah, I think it's fine. I mean, data structure wise, this is okay. The way you formatted it is slightly different from how I do it. In fact, I do it just based on what my editor has. So mine would look like this. That doesn't work. Why doesn't that work? What does it say? Extra data, line 1, column 14. Oh, because this whole thing needs to be in its own object. And then what's the problem here? Huh. I can't see it. Because of this. Oh, this needs... Nope. I don't know. Yeah, I would format it a bit differently though. Maybe that's what you're asking about, Noob, in which case I can show you some JSON that I have. I think it looks pretty neat like this. Very nice. One question, using Babel for ES6 features on client. Would you think that using TypeScript would prevent some bugs with typings, or do you think it would have just slowed down your programming? Nice, I think it would have helped, yes. And so the next question might be, well, why haven't you switched to it by now if you think it would have helped? And yeah, it's just, I don't know how much it would take me for it to help. I think if you start with it, though, it's probably a pretty good idea. Missing curly brace on 16, is that what was the problem? Yeah, I messed up then. But yeah, in general, Noob, you can probably find some like online JSON editor even. This. Yeah. So this does a pretty good job of making sure your JSON is valid. And if it's not, it'll tell you. Yeah, expected comma instead of 3. So Noob, JSON is really just, JSON's description boils down to these characters and almost nothing else. The rest of it is just what you choose to put in it. So if you want to name something items and then have an array of stuff, great. If you want to name something underscore, 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 whatever, and then have an object of stuff, awesome. As far as JSON's concerned, both of these are valid. It's just what makes the most sense for your application. And how do you want to store things as objects or arrays? Now it would take a lot of time. Yeah, and I could do it piece by piece. And I think charisma and likability are two different things. So I don't think appearance changes charisma, but I think it could change likability. But I could see how you might think those things are hand in hand, and I wouldn't argue with that. I think it's just a definition thing. Okay, so then this is working, and I checked it in. Yep. So next, try breaking the tutorial. I think we did all this stuff. When customizing hardware, you're able to click all sorts of things on the screen, prevent all that. Actually, no, you can probably sell items. But I did this. Try clicking the back button if it exists in the tutorial after having clicked edit to show your hardware inventory. What is the back button? Oh, I got rid of that. I split the steps. What's that hissing? It's a pressure cooker. So, alright, something that people have definitely made the association of is Monday is mower day. But yeah, Wednesday is pressure cooker day. I work in the basement of a factory. I split the steps up so that this is no longer required. Make it so that you're allowed to close the Intro.js tooltip by clicking in the arena only for the step where you have to place bots. So this isn't really a thing anymore. The addition of a dot button made it so that this is part of the polish below. Try using the blueprint inspector to remove or edit them. Yeah, this should be impossible. Let's try it out. So we click edit, upgrade, good, 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 good. Actually, nothing stops you from dragging this even earlier, does it? Yeah, although if you do that, then fine. So the thing you shouldn't be allowed to do is click edit here. Yeah, good, cool. Adam, on the tutorial on testing the defense, after the first test, we're asked to leave and save. But when I try another setup of test and go on, I'm having pop-ups about AI and all that stuff. Yeah, this is pretty specific. Let's see if we can figure out what's causing this. First, let's just see if we can reproduce it. And we'll try to figure out the cause. Because every once in a while, a bug sounds easy enough to just look at the code directly. But for this, we'll do it this way. So lasers, melee, shield. Good, good. So we place bots, and then we hit the test button. And what Among Tranquility said is, after the first test, we're asked to leave. But when I try another setup, so how do you even do that? So we test once. Yes, let's speed this up. How do you test again? How did they even do this? So we're asked to leave, but they tested it again. I don't know how they did that. So we hit leave. Yeah, that's weird. Oh, you know what? No, this is because they're playing on played.bot.land. Oh, yeah, so it's of course possible. Okay, this is not an issue anymore. This is not an issue anymore. It was only possible on the old version on play.bot.land. Yeah. Your bots don't reflect. Reflect only has a chance to reflect. So, nah, I can't really show this that easily. If you ever click hardware in the store, or really anywhere in the game that you can click it, so where's reflect here? It says chance to reflect is 50%, 65%, 75%. And same thing when you're configuring a bot. If you click reflect, where's reflect? There we go. You see that same table. So if your bots aren't reflecting, then it's just that you're not lucky enough. Yeah, I still want to do this, but I'll save it for a little bit later. So far we haven't made any changes here. Hey Mario. So Pandas, the other thing is that reflect only works on lasers and missiles. Also, it needs to be activated by calling reflect. So trying to reflect artillery is impossible. Trying to reflect melee won't work. So that could be the real problem then. So anytime a done button does show up, we should let you click the overlay to close the tutorial. Yeah, I think this is a nice feature to add. It's just a little bit tough to do, because it's probably going to involve modifying intro.js. Well, let's go take a look though. So we go to intro.js, and there is an argument here. What is it called? Overlay. So Pandas, when this sort of stuff happens, you should try to give me as much information as possible. So you mentioned that you have reflect level 3, but what are you trying to reflect? Have you activated it? Can you just send a picture? Because yeah, a picture would be great here. Exit on overlay, click. So we override this. Yeah, but we want this to be the case when the done button is showing. So what we could do is add in a brand new option. And Perry, the dog should reflect against cats and lizards. Token Guard, what browser are you on? And Spen, you're totally capable of doing this. You can go to this website, Rubber Duck Debugging. You ready? Where is it? There. Talk to a duck. Wait, what? Cyberduck. Don't know what the problem is. Okay, never mind. Just get a picture of a rubber duck and start talking to that. Because Cyberduck is the worst. So there's already an option called exit on overlay click. I don't know why you'd ever want to disable. Oh, that would make sense. Yeah, maybe we should add in another option then. Maybe we add another option like exit on overlay click when done is present. When skip is present. Yeah, I like that. I like that. We're gonna do that. True. So exit on overlay click will let you close the introduction whenever you click on the overlay, regardless of whether you should be able to. So it's relatively absolute. This option will let you close the introduction by clicking on the overlay. Forgot how to turn the tutorial on. So you type this Gundogs into the console. Remember though that you're going to be playing the old version of the tutorial. The old version of the tutorial lets you skip things and generally break the flow of it. I am currently fixing things up, and hopefully on Friday you'll be able to go through the new one. So for right now, try to stick to exactly what it says. If you don't stick to it, then yeah, you're gonna be able to go off course. Adam talks to Cyberduck. Trying to reflect defensive on test, and they have missile. Yeah, so you activate, reflect, and then maybe you're just not seeing it happen. Let me take a look. Or maybe you're confused about what missiles are. It could be that too. Let's try it out. So when we test with defensive, they have... No, they don't have missiles. Yeah, that's artillery that you're seeing. Missiles are purple. Artillery is orange. So what you're seeing is these are artillery shells. And they're not reflectable. So yeah, that's working fine. But thanks for describing that, Pandis, because yeah, otherwise it would have taken me a long time to figure out what you're talking about. How could a duck sabotage my spray bottle? That's a great question. Meaning this is just a convenience feature as opposed to different functionality. Great. So now we just go put this over here. If exit on overlay click, or if self.options dot exit when this is present and the button is present. So self dot is skip button visible. Except we can't call it that way. We have to call it this way. Cool, that should work. Can I request a song? You can make all the requests you want. I won't play the song. What is this? Fun house. Alright, your request has been noted. I don't know if N. Perry just chose to say the same thing I said, or if there's so little delay because UK is number one. So we have to go into node modules, botland, intro.js, copy paste. Okay, let's try it out. I can't resist not playing it. That is correct. I think what you mean to say is that I can't resist playing it. So we just need to make any new user. Adam6 is actually fine. So anytime we see a done button, we should now be able to click the overlay. Oh wait, no we can't, because I never specified that thing. What am I drinking? Is it Soylent? Yeah. Anytime you see something in a shaker bottle, it's probably going to be Soylent. Clorox. See, the thing is, I need to have the rights to that classical music. So the only music like that I'd have the rights to are things you see on this channel. So we could play this on stream. We could play this on stream, but we can't play other things on stream. All right, there's a done button, so clicking here should work. Yes, nice. I like it. Yeah, this is a nice little convenience thing, although it's you might not know what you're doing now if you were just clicking through. So I'm not positive that I like it. Because see this, since there's a done button there, clicking over anywhere in the overlay will cause it to close. Because you could have just clicked the done button. I'm not sure if this is best, but I think I like it. And Perry, what if whatever country you're in ends up being number one? Royalty-free classical music. Oh yeah, there's royalty-free stuff out there. There are 3 components to why I don't stream music. One is that I have a hard time focusing on chat plus code plus music. 2 is I don't usually have the license for it. And 3 is my audience may not appreciate what I listen to. I've heard that joke before. Yeah, there are channels where you can do stuff like that. I would still get distracted. Oh yeah, we need to go update this now. Oh, whoops, I need to go do something else. And on top of this. I don't even know why we're doing this, but I'm gonna copy paste this. Okay, we gotta go publish this. Modules intro.js, so we can publish. We need to go do this. 100 divided by 7. Oh god, what's it equal to? 14.2857, 142857. There's no way he did that in his head. Let's push Aroni. Yep, looks good. Looks good. Add option. What's the name of the option? This allows you to click the overlay to close intro.js only when the skip button is present, meaning you would have been able to close it via that button anyway. No, I saw the pun link. Like I said, I've heard that pun before. I just haven't seen it with the image macro. busy running over a blanket right now. Hang on a second. All right. There. And we update this to 0.24. Allow clicking tutorial overlay. When the skip button is present, you can now click intro.js's overlay to close the tutorial steps. Cool. Cool. Lower CPU life during the tutorial. This stuff's kind of done. Murder. This guy doesn't like blankets. What's the matter with him? Okay, that's done. Now for this comically large water bottle. So lowering the CPU life during the tutorial, I wonder how hard it would be to do that. Here's the CPU life multiplier. We can go find out when this is used. Oh, that's pretty simple. This is in shared code though. So what we could do, how would we do this? We could override create CPU on the client to have a different life value when in the tutorial. You need to make sure it's only client code. Only got up to 32 today. Let's all spam Wowie. Wait, is that Wowie? Oh, it's my dog. That's the Wowie dog. Is this worth doing? That's what I wonder about. And would it even work? Hey, Pawn. How's it going? Hey, did you assemble that furniture yesterday? Hey, Ski Dog. Because, Pawn, I was trying to talk to you while you were doing it. But I don't know if you were watching at all. So we don't have a create CPU override. .args. Override. Overrides the parent just to set lower life during the tutorial. Which is when entirely on the client side returns an entity, this CPU. Oh, and you didn't watch while you were cooking? Now you have to watch the VOD from yesterday and see when I was calling out to you. I wasn't casting for some reason. Anyway, there wasn't anything really big you missed. But I said something after about an hour. I was like, I wonder if Pawn's assembling his furniture. And if he is, he's probably scrambling to find a way to chat with me now to tell me that he is. And then you didn't respond, and I said something like, I wonder if he got crushed by the furniture he was making. Oh, cool, Gun Dogs. That's really good to hear. Because, yeah, people used to try playing it, and they're just like, I don't know what I'm doing here. Well, how did HelloFresh go for you, at least? So we need to call into the parent here, and we get a CPU back. Let me check to see if we're in the tutorial at all. Okay. Do we have the tutorial state? Yep. Yeah, and the tutorial's only going to get better and better. Well, then after today, I think it will just kind of stabilize it. This is longer than expected and use like every dish in my kitchen. Yeah, you'll probably end up getting more efficient at that. What are you guys doing? So visit tutorial and attack. So what are the times when you attack the CPU? I guess all we care about is this. Let's see, when you defend, when you attack. So create defense and for attack. So create defense. So we're purposely not going to change this for anything else. Also, the CPU entity would exist in 2 places, wouldn't it? I don't care about the step here. No, we only adjust the life for the first 2 tutorials, since not for upgrade defense. That way a user knows how much life their CPU has. So how do we do this? Because we're going to have a couple of these things. Send entity to player. What does this do? We serialize the entire thing. Okay, well, there is a way to do this. It's just not fun. I thought you were talking about your wife, and I'm like, what a random thing to tell me. But you're talking about the pressure cooker. So health component dot max life. There's no way to change the max life, is there? Nope. Health component dot max life equals constants dot default. What's it called? Default bot max life, or just divide by the CPU life multiplier. Then there's more to this than that. Health component dot life equals health component dot max life. And we need to do the same thing for the local CPU entity. Entity util. And we need to get our local one. I'll just put a breakpoint here because this is a little bit ridiculous. So local CPU entity equals, how do we get an entity? Get entity from real ID, yeah. And then we do exactly the same thing right over here. We could just make a set max life. Math.min, this dot life, this dot max life. Oh, except for we can't, well, we can't easily do this. We'd have to do it like this. Health component dot max life divided by, and then this is slightly simpler than local health component dot set max life. Okay. Let's try it out. At least it'll be easy to test, because instead of having 12,000 life, it'll have 2,000. So we just connect, and we connected as the wrong person. In perhaps the only way we could fail, we just failed. So let's try this again. Username already taken. When did I do that? Oh, must have been this morning. Here we go. So new max life should be 2,000. We set it there. Then we get the CPU real ID 0. And the local one should not be equal to the remote one. Local CPU entity equals CPU entity. True. Yeah, that makes no sense. How could it be the same? We route create entity. And then that means... Oh, because it's done in the superclass. Wait, then this is impossible. What? How does any of this ever work? Deserialize and then add. How does this work? Oh, interesting. Because of... Oh, wow. Okay. Cool. Should be the case when we're running locally. Yeah, magic. So then we can get rid of this stuff. We just need to do this. Delete, 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 delete. Yeah, nice. So then we don't really need a set max life function. Although this will work. So now we try it out. Where did everyone go? I don't know. It all just disappeared. Okay. Hey, desoxyephedrine and banana. How goes it? Are you ready for this? We're going to try to make it so that our bots, our CPU takes damage, because we want to know how much damage it'll take. So let's put this right over here. Good. So we go into test. We're going to test with defensive, which has reflect. Oh, darn it. It also doesn't have a close range weapon. Oh, this won't work. This was a big mistake. There's only one thing I wanted to test and I failed. No, that didn't work. Guess we're going to save it anyway. And now in the attack, missiles, reflect, shield. And now this won't take so long, hopefully. Well, we're going to lose there, because melee beats missiles. Shouldn't have done that. All I want to see is how much life does this thing really have. But apparently it's going to take forever. So if the missiles do a significant amount of damage, and this has 2,000 life correctly. Yeah, that's wrong. That's got to be wrong, right? Yeah, it has to be. Which means I messed up. Hey, IDD. Huh. Oh, maybe when you're attacking this is different. No, you finish your first attack. No, now I gotta do this again. Actually, we could bypass that. Adam 8. Where is Adam 8? Hey, Codebreaker. And alright, so I don't even see user 8 here. Oh, because I never did this again. There we go. Oh, that works perfectly. So as soon as we press this button, the red one, it'll break in, and we'll be able to see exactly what's going on here. Health component. It's currently at 12,000. So CPU entity and this dot get entity by real ID 0. Are these the same? They are. I don't get it. So why would this life change not matter? Yeah, why would this not matter? It might get created again, but even then it should work. Alright, let's pause this and let's see what is the life of this thing. It's apparently more than 2,000. Hey, you safe? There may well be a bug that I found. Let's take a look. Whoop. Hey, Dazed Head. How's it going? Okay, so I don't see a bug here. There are a couple things. So one, 2 rows show up only when you're the defender. And 2, the only blueprints that show while in test are your attack blueprints. And this is the important part. So basically, you edit your defense and see defense blueprints. You click test and see attack blueprints. And it just so happens that yours look very similar. But they're not the same. You can see that this Quetzal bot has the Quetzal torso. This one has the default torso. Yeah. I think it's probably going to be confusing for a lot of people, Token Guard. But thanks for telling me about that. Because, yeah, if I hear this feedback enough, then even if it's not a bug, it's something that I need to clarify. Yeah, it's exactly what Pawn said. Still confusing, although not a bug. Yeah, and that's the kind of thing that might be alleviated by having a tutorial around that particular thing. Like, there could be an advanced tutorial, so you don't have to do it. But if you're ever like, hey, how do I test my defense using custom blueprints? It'd be like, oh, hey, here's how that works. But just FYI, you can't customize them unless you've already had them. So yeah. Okay, what we were going to test here is just this. Debug main.simulationserver.arena.entities 0. This should be the CPU. It is. And how much life does it have? This should be 2,000, but I'm guessing it's 12,000. Yeah, I don't know how that happened. What? Where does create CPU get called? I think I know what the issue is. I think somehow we're calling... We have a shared reference to something, not a client reference to something. Yeah, so we need to put a breakpoint in the super function here. Inspect element, change to 200. Or add a header to blueprint section just declaring if they're attack or defense. Thought they were done about my help. Yeah, that could work, Ski Dog. I'd like to avoid that for now. I'll see if other people end up being confused about this too. It's definitely possible. Hey, Pickle. Okay, so here goes another try. So this breaks into this one and then the parent one, and then we're done. Yeah, good. But then something goes wrong when we test this. And I'm guessing we're just going to see it break into the parent one. So we hit create. That's fine. All that's fine. Then finally we do this, and as soon as we hit commence, it's going to break into just the parent one. Yeah, so what's calling this? Setup arena and phase simulator. Uh-oh. Oh, I don't feel like doing this. This is shared code. Where do we even get a phase simulator from? This is too bad. Yeah, there's no way. Oh, yeah. It's gonna be really tough. Okay, so that doesn't work because Phase Simulator creates a shared arena, not a client arena. So I think solution number one is make another version of this class that does things the right way. Have Phase Simulator create a client arena. I could pass in the class that it's supposed to create. I could inherit from the class and override a create arena function. Probably 1B is a little bit better here. That way it's an explicit dependency. Otherwise I had to pass in, how does this get created? New arena. There would be nothing stopping me from doing this. If we just say new this dot arena class. Actually, yes, there probably is something stopping me from doing that. Let's try something out. Let's say we do this. Class person, constructor name, console.log, constructed name. So we say var Adam equals new person Adam, and it should just say constructed Adam. Yes, it did. Okay, great. So then what I want to do is I want to say something like const person class equals person, var Adam equals new person class. So actually get rid of this and move this down here. That does work. So now what if we did it this way? Dot arena class equals person. Yeah, that fails. Can we put this in parentheses or something? No. Oh no, we're just not making a test. Oh no, this does work. Cannot call a class as a function. There we go. Huh. That works fine. Alright. Well, it's worth testing. So yeah, that means we can do this. Which means in the constructor, we just get that as params. We say arena class. And then we don't have arena be pulled from here. And we just use this. And then pass that in every time we make a new phase simulator. I don't think this is great, but I want to try it. Yeah, we don't have an arena here. I don't necessarily like this. And then the only other place we construct this is over here. So we do the same thing. Okay, so with any luck, this will work. What's going on with the build here? It succeeded, but it didn't give any message about it. The only thing we're testing is to see whether this thing has 2,000 life for real, because previously it had 12,000, and 12,000 takes too long to watch just missiles pelting it. So this time we'll know. Cannot read property, publish, and undefined. Oh man. Alright, where else do we use arena in here? Oh, I know what we did. Oh, darn it. This will need more parameters here. Okay, so I don't know if this was a good idea. The client arena needs a pub sub as a parameter. So we would need to change more details about construction. There's one other thing we could do. There's at least one other thing. We could say pass in a, hey Risey. Welcome. Did I miss a host or something? Pass in a param that indicates that we want to use lower CPU life values. Got to make sure we don't exploit this on the server though. I don't know how it would be. It would just always provide false. Yeah, this is a pretty good solution. Let's go undo everything I just did. Because none of it's gonna work. Let's see, we get the health of that. Yeah. So we'd have to change all of those things. All of that. That too. That's fine. And then this stuff, of course, too. Is it worth copying any of this off? Yeah, there's probably one part I should copy, and it's this. So everything in this set of lines. That didn't really copy correctly. Whatever. I'll just use the mouse like a sublime pleb. And now we undo all of this. It's gone. It's really gone. Same thing here. Undo that and that. Undo that. Great. So now here's what our change file list looks like. 2 lines here, 5 lines there. So now we go into Phase Simulator and we take in a specific argument for use. This is just so dangerous. If there's any way for this to accidentally get set to true, then someone could exploit it so that they have a really easy time beating other players. But I don't think there would be a way for them to set it to true. You better hope not. So use tutorial is in tutorial. We're going to default that to false. We're going to do it this way. This dot is in tutorial equals get, no, let's, if this is true, then it means we'll use lower life values when creating entities. Actually, there's a bunch of stuff we might do. We might use different damage values. Then it means we can try to change the outcome of the match based on the tutorial that they're in. For now, we could just pass this in. I don't see why. Oh yeah, that's why. Then when we make a new arena, we pass this in as part of the arena params. Yeah, I haven't fixed the ranking system. That's just an HTTP and HTTPS thing. And then in the arena, we save this off. Get params is in tutorial false. And then if this is true, when we create the CPU, we just give it a different life value. Life divided by then there's one last part of this, and that's new phase simulator. On the client, we have to know whether you're in the tutorial, and when you attack your own defense, we'll pass that in. So is in tutorial. All right. So let's go get those properties. So is in tutorial equals, oh wait, we can't do this. We can't name it this. Activate easy mode is in tutorial and tutorial ID equals great. Time to test. This takes quite a long time for that. There we go. So I'm going to lose this phase. That's totally fine. And then in the next phase, we are going to do a lot more damage to the CPU at a time because it's only got 2,000 life. So each missile should do more than 10% of its life worth of damage. And here goes. Nice. Okay, that worked. Now we need to make sure that that isn't the case when we're playing against a real player. So we go over to the game server and rerun this entire cluster. And then attack from Atom 2 to Atom 1. So we press attack. Wait, whoops. Press attack. You will be attacking Atom. So this should have 12,000 life now. Let's check it out. Which means it should take more than 10 hits for it to die. Yeah, perfect. Okay, good. Always says the match is unranked. Why? Gundogs Do you know how many games you've played today? Because the way that Botland works... Oh, wow. There were 98 games played today. Anyway, there are 34 unique players being tracked. So that number's important. 34 players being tracked, and you are one of them. So that means that there are 33 other players being tracked, because you can't attack yourself. When you've attacked all 33 of these players, then that's it. You won't have any more ranked matches for the rest of the day. And the reason why is because if player X attacks player Y and wins, it doesn't really matter if you win or you lose, you shouldn't be able to beat them again within that same day, because whatever strategy you used the first time would work the second time, because Botland's an automated game. So if they were ranked matches still, then you just keep cruising through all the ranks. So eventually this shouldn't be a problem, because this number, 34, there should be way more players playing Botland. If there aren't more players playing, then it means the game isn't popular enough for it to support itself. And if there are more players playing, it means this won't be a problem. I wonder if I have that as a not frequently asked question. Not like you should have gone and checked this or something. I'm just wondering if I have this here. What are unranked matches? Why am I only entered into unranked matches? Yeah, so I don't know if this gives you any more information. Botland, if you've been in a player's defense, you'll likely be able to beat it again. Yeah. Yeah, that's the issue. So what happens when you've exhausted that pool of valid players is it just starts picking random people, I think. I don't even know if it goes through any well, this person's kind of close, but you've already beaten them. I think it just picks randomly. But that's cool, Gun Dogs. Hey, nice. And there are people attacking me. We can see what they did. So here's fire. They have acceleration missiles, shield, and thrusters. Artillery, reflect, and shield. Man, I think this is great to watch this stuff, because it's neat seeing what other strategies people will try. And I'm assuming these are new players to the game. Melee, stunning lasers, and reflect. Oh wow, that actually did pretty well. And stunning lasers need to be buffed eventually. But now my bots are all going to regenerate their life. This is doing surprisingly well. But it's phase 3. 3 more bots. Oh, you're fire. Okay. Yeah, I only lived with 3 bots left. Huh. Cool. Wait, no, I was looking at Mitch Harry's that time. Okay, yeah, never mind. Yeah, these were your bots. Yeah, so acceleration missiles, the way that these work is as you stay still and fire, they'll shoot faster and faster. So I can show you how this will look in here. Let's go buy acceleration missiles. Here they are, purchase. And then we'll go attack, and you'll be able to see how these work in the best case scenario. So we put acceleration missiles, and we're gonna say, we're just not even gonna customize anything. So we'll have these stand still, and you'll be able to watch. I'll put it in slow motion here. So they fire missiles, and now they won't be able to act for an extra turn entirely. So it looks like they're just frozen there. Now they fire their missiles again, and it goes faster, and then even faster, and then it gets to the point where they're faster than normal missiles. So now that they've fired 3, I think they're at the point where they're faster, and now they'll start firing pretty quickly. So you'll see them fire before the other bots get a chance to move. So if I put this in normal speed, you can see they're shooting missiles pretty rapidly. If I were to, let me put this down as comparison here. So let's go buy some cosmetic pieces just to differentiate these. Yeah, there. Okay, so the ones with this head have acceleration missiles. The ones with the regular head have regular missiles. And you can see the difference in firing rates. So remember, this one starts slower and gets faster. And now it's shooting way faster than the other one. But if you were to move, it would reset the cooldown back to the longer time. Can you make it so they'll always stand still by using the script? But I'm not sure. Yeah, you could do that using the script. So, and that's actually pretty simple to do. Take a look at this. So the acceleration one, I could simply create new script, go into snippets, click offense, and choose fire missiles. And there. Now they'll fire missiles and they'll never move. And if you want movement code afterward, you could add it, but you probably want some extra thing to maybe wait a couple of turns before moving. So you could do something like this. Yeah, this is going to be a little bit more advanced, but so you can make an init function. And like I said, this gets a little bit tougher, but create a variable, we'll say like move wait or wait timer. So we'll set the wait time to 0, or we'll set the wait time to 3. Actually, I guess we don't need to do that. Yeah, we don't need it. You can get rid of this. We can just do this here. So every time you fire your missiles, we're going to wait an extra 3 turns before moving. And then down here we can say set wait timer to wait timer -1. And then we put an if statement. If wait timer equals 0, then we'll move around. So here's the script that might work pretty well. I'm going to try this out. I don't actually know for sure. But here's the theory behind it. When we fire our missiles, we're going to wait 3 turns before doing anything else. And so the only time we do something is when we have the wait timer hit 0. Oh, whoops, or less than 0. Less than or equal to 0. That's what I meant. Yeah, there we go. So let's hit create, and then let's try that. So we're going to put these down. They should, for the first bunch of turns, have things to shoot, so they won't try moving. So we'll speed this up a little bit. And then once they've killed that chip, that's when they're going to wait 3 turns. So you should see them pause for 3 turns. And now move again. And now they'll move randomly. When they finally find the CPU, they'll start pelting that with missiles. Of course, I didn't have to make them move randomly. I could have made them just seek out the CPU. Create a variable to track the amount of missiles fired, and after an arbitrary threshold, just move your bots. Yeah, the thing is, if you were to move while you're firing missiles, then you'll reset that cooldown. So that's why I think having this delay period could be nice. But remember, by having that delay period, like this code isn't going to try to avoid fire. But yeah, this didn't take very long to make. I think this is what's nice about Botland. You can customize things pretty quickly. And yeah, that's acceleration missiles for you. Now this bot is not great yet. What we would probably do, oh, this is not actually correct. We need to do it this way. Yeah, what we should probably do is add in some more hardware here. So something like regeneration. This is just passive, so it makes sense for us to get it. It just regenerates life every turn. And if we had it, we would probably add something like armor, but I don't have armor. So let's just add in thrusters here. And we'll put this bot down. And they're not even taking any damage. They move faster. They fire a bunch of missiles. So yeah. Also, one other thing I wanted to look into. Yeah, so the last feature I wanted to tell you the new players about is if you click edit on this main page, you can change your avatar. Your avatar is what shows up in other people's logs. So if you want a cool looking one like what Ski Dog has here, you can just click this button. Although you need to have cosmetic pieces and those cost money. So I guess you can't totally do it. But yeah, you can change your colors here too. Your colors affect you even in regular games. Cool. I think it's cool. You have 2 of the scorpion parts and then the, what is that, the steamroller head? Not real money, no. But they cost in-game money, but it's really hard to get in-game money right now. You can only get so much every day. Yeah, you can change your colors. I think it costs 1 bot coin to do that. So wait, if Ski Dog changes his colors, we will be able to see it right here. It'll update on our screens too, although it'll take some time to do that. So we can just zoom in on this. He was orange and purple. You've hated your color since day one? Aw, man. I didn't know that. Yeah, the colors that people start with are just colors that kind of work. They're not supposed to be great. So like red and blue is what Mitch Harry got, and Fire got this sort of brownish and green. I have the best colors anyway. Yeah. Hideo's bot is this. Pink and possibly blue. Looks like the blue isn't really represented anywhere, so that might be built in. Alright, where's Ski Dog's spot here? Oh, nice, he changed it. Haha. Purple and green. Yeah. And we got that updated automatically on ours. Although it probably had some delay. That's fine. It's not like everyone's going to be telling you, hey, I just updated my colors. Go check your battle log. So now if we replay this, he's still going to have his old colors in the replay. Because when he attacked me, he had these colors. But any new attacks, we would see his new colors. Play sounds. Let's add some drama to this replay. Nice. Watching Ski Dog get wrecked. Play sounds off. Nice. Okay, so defaulting to false should make this fine. Yeah, it'll be nice once the game has music. We might work on that tomorrow. Might try to compose something. But I think it's going to be a pretty long process. So it might just turn into random improv. We'll see. So yeah, that's pretty good. Set max life, I don't mind that, and that's working too. So we use set max life, don't we? No, we don't. So then this function is totally pointless. Yeah, we don't need this. We can revert this component. But everything else should be fine. Hey yo. You watch Adam muted as well. Lowers CPU life during tutorial. Yeah, my defense is actually pretty decent. If you go to the rankings for the game, I am number 4. So I'm not even the best defender. My skill level is 1577, and the best person apparently has 1721. But yeah, it's not too bad. So the theory behind my defense, as you guys have probably already all seen, but these bots in front have missiles, artillery, and reflect, and they'll mostly just stand around. They'll try swapping vertical positions on the arena every once in a while, and then these bots in the back have a bunch of different hardware. They'll try repairing the ones in front, and they'll teleport to enemies and try meleeing them to death. So it works out pretty well. But it has a specific weakness that once people figure it out, they win almost every time. So yeah, these bots will just stand around, and they start repairing the ones in front. Well, I'm going to lose, but I'm getting overwhelmed here. And then these will teleport to an enemy, and start attacking. Oh wait, maybe I won't lose. Yeah, these don't have a close range weapon. Huh, well that's lucky. I think teleport is one of the coolest things. How many people played daily? Not many. Today, for example, we've had a total of 117 games, which has been the highest it's been in a while. But in general, there's like 3 or 4 people playing on a given day. And part of the reason for that is because we've been in alpha for so long that there isn't the lifeblood of new players. There's not a whole lot of progress that those people can make because the game's been out for 5 months. But yeah, there's a lot more to it than that, I feel. People get to wherever they wanted to get to in the game and they're like, okay, cool. Yeah, if there were more defenders, I might play, but for now there aren't. So Gundog said I did better the second time. Let's skip to phase 3. Artillery reflection shield. So Gundogs, if you were to take out my chips first, you would probably have thousands of hit points less to have to cut through on my defense. So in phase 1, if you were to put some bots over by the chips, I don't do anything to defend them. So you'd be able to kill them and then just not have to worry about regeneration. Whereas because you didn't kill them, this bot, for example, starts with 970 life. By the time you get to it, it's already healed like 10 times or something. I remember like it was 1 month ago. Yeah, it's really amazing how much things have changed since that time. If we were to look at a random VOD from then, so I'll mute this, Twitch development VODs. Let's see, this would be 5 months ago. So if I'm streaming for 16 days a month, that put us at about 80 days ago. So let's look at 270 area repairs in. Yeah, let's see what the game looked like back then. Okay, so we had a logo. There's the Botland logo. This screen looks pretty different. Apparently I was talking about logo stuff for this. And I don't think we actually got to the point where I was playing the game, did we? What we got there here. Even Adam watches Adam mute. Yeah. So the game looked pretty different. There weren't pictures in these. The arena was probably very different. Yeah, no avatars were in the game. These had stretched images. I hadn't fixed that bug yet. There was placement stats here. There wasn't the UI on the bottom. So there's no way to go through the replay as you're doing it. Yeah, you just saw 21% on the screen. There were no weapon graphics. This bug was in the game where these were offset. Chips apparently didn't exist, or there weren't sockets. No, there were. Never mind. Both of those existed. Yeah, so there have been a lot of changes since then. There'll still be more changes. CPUs took too long to destroy during the tutorial. What's nice about this is that if you're going to lose or you're going to win, doesn't matter which one, at least it'll be faster because the CPU has 1/6 the amount of life that it had. Yeah, so let's commit that. After saving your defense, you get a modal that pops up saying it was saved. So make sure it was successful. I'm pretty sure we did this part already because there's save defense and now I have this part here. Yeah, if it was successful, that's how we do this stuff. Okay, so this is done. Alright, then make sure we're highlighting or dismissing that. Oh, I see. Make sure we're highlighting the modal with intro.js or just dismissing it. Hey, Donger Day. So I wonder what we should do here. Because yeah, the tutorial has you save your defense. And when you do that, you get this thing pop up, say, success. You successfully saved. And that's nice, but in the tutorial, that'll just be on the screen. I remember Botland when it was real time. Yeah. Yeah, there have been a lot of changes since those days. I think one of the things that's interesting about a real-time Botland is that it's not as easy to code all of that as it is to code a more turn-based kind of game. So it would have led to some interesting ideas, but I don't think it would have been as fun. So what do we do about this modal dialog? What do we do? Well, there are a couple things we could do. So solution number one is just highlight it and tell the user to click OK. This sounds bad because of how obvious it is. Solution number two is just never show the modal if we're in the tutorial. Solution number three is automatically dismiss the modal on some event, e.g. changing pages, going to the next tutorial step. Is there anything else we can do? Never show it, or of course we show it, and if we're going to show it, we either make you dismiss it, which would have to be part of the tutorial, or we automatically dismiss it. Yeah, I think those are really the only solutions we've got. AVTMR. I think solution number two is probably best. Yeah. The modal doesn't show you anything worthwhile anyway. Is that the best idea though? And how do we even do this? Successfully saved right here. Oh yeah, we just check if you're in the tutorial, we just don't show this. Oh yeah, that would work. And thanks, Calmaris. Let's see if I'm the first person to type this command. Yes, I am. I used to get that question all the time, many times a day. Now it's more like once every day or two. I think that has to do with there are fewer new viewers in the stream. Yeah, so we could just check to see if you're in the tutorial and not show that. Are there any other modals that even show up? I don't think so. Yeah, we could just put a blocker on this. So const state equals this dot store dot get state. Then we change this. We could do it this way. In game state. I don't remember. I think it's this way. Hey, Machini. Wait a second. Yeah, you've been here for a while, but I don't ever see you type anything. How many words can you type per minute? I've got a command for everything, Calmaris. A command for everything. Oh, wow, I did this here too. Well, this was pointless. Hey, Mr. Poo Poo Head. Just had to log into a machine at work while at home. Is that SSH? Oh, nice. There's no VPN. So here's where we'll test this. If tutorial reducer dot is in tutorial. Do it this way. Don't show a success modal while you're in the tutorial. We do want the error modals to show up. Test what happens when you save during the tutorial with an error. Does the modal work? What does the tutorial say? Okay, so time to test this. we're going to go through the whole tutorial and make sure we never get any weird modals. So we register for a new account, Adam9. Welcome to Botland. This doesn't count. This is a browser modal. We can't do anything about that. So all we're going to do is just really, really speed through the steps and make sure a modal never shows up that we can't dismiss. Because something like this, we can dismiss. That's you trying to do stuff you're not supposed to be doing. So I'm fine with that. But we should never get to a point where something else pops up. Cool. Actually, I kind of did like it in the background. I don't know. You couldn't click it, but you'd know that you'd saved it successfully. That was kind of nice. Yeah, token guard. I think this is one of the issues with Botland right now is there's no way to speed up your progress as a defender. And yeah, column raise, it probably would have been something like that. And token guard, there are some ideas. Hideo had suggested something like fake attackers. So let's say you save your defense, an AI player could attack you. And if you win, it counts as a real win for you. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that. This is a very player-driven game. But if you're not getting attacked, what do you do? What can you do? So I'm not sure what I'll do. Okay, so now the modal doesn't show up and I'm not sure if I like it. I tested this out and it worked. I don't know if I like it. Okay, let's ask you guys what you think. So when you save your defense in Botland, you see a modal success where you can only click the OK button. When in the tutorial, what should happen with this modal, with this dialog? It shouldn't show up at all. Or it should show up but be dismissed when you end the tutorial. Yeah, so I'm specifically asking between these two. If you had to pick between one of these, which one would you pick? I know there could be other answers, so just, I mean, imagine if you wanted ice cream and you came over to my place and I only had two kinds, I'm like, well, there's vanilla or chocolate. I'm not going to go to the store and buy another one. So what kind of ice cream do you want? The it shouldn't show up at all ice cream, or the it should show up and be dismissed when you end the tutorial ice cream? What about an option for it should show up and the tutorial would make you close it? That I don't think is good. In fact, I wrote this here. Solution number 1, highlight it and tell the user to click OK. And I wrote this sounds bad because of how obvious it is. Like, you click save and a thing pops up saying success, and the tutorial would have to switch to that and be like, dismiss this dialogue. I don't like that as a step. So it not showing up at all is like relatively smooth. It showing up but being dismissed is consistent, at least, with what will eventually happen. So you get used to seeing that success dialogue. So I'm leaning toward this orange option here. And I guess chat is too, but not by a really large margin or anything. But yeah, I might test that out. Well, thanks for voting. So we'll test it this way. So changing pages, going to the next tutorial step. I think going to the next tutorial step could do it. So here's what we need to do then. We need to get rid of this. And then, let's see. Saved first defense. So at the point that you get this, you will see a dialog pop up that you won't be able to click. And then when you go back to the main menu, it would close it. That's what we always want to have happen. Something like that. So yeah, it could be going back to the main page. This .store.dispatch modal actions .set modal. Not exactly that. Set modal is showing. False. Yeah. So hide a modal that may have been showing on the last page. Hey Ramy, how you doing? Okay, let's try it again. This time what we're gonna do, delete from tutorial missions where user ID. Yeah, everyone's complaining about the heat. It's not too bad here, temperature wise, not yet at least. By first going to the store, I was stuck trying to find my money, as it is a $, but the actual money has the card and not the $. Yeah, that was just a placeholder. This is going to be changed. Because, yeah, there's no obvious, like, here's your money. But we're not going to use the $sign eventually either. So neither of these icons is correct. But that's fair, Gundogs. Oh, nice, Ramy. How was it? Okay, let's see if this works. I'm sick of going through these steps. I should make a function that just does this for me. So we place our bots. We enter test mode. We're done with test mode. So here's what's happening now. You click save. It shows you the dialog, but then going back to the main menu makes that go away. So I like that, definitely. I think that's pretty good. And that's what you guys voted on here. So if you have any thoughts on that, feel free to tell me in chat. Probably best live show you've been to. Oh, nice. So we're going to try the same thing over here. Missiles, reflect, shield, create. Commence. Great. To finish off the match, excuse me. So congratulations, you finished your first attack. There's no reward for attacking your own defense. We're going to give you some experience points anyway. There's just one more topic to cover in the tutorial. You've created a defense and you've tried attacking. Now we upgrade. So click this, click upgrade. By upgrading, you get a bunch of benefits. We talk about the benefits. We make you drag the chip into the arena. And then finish placing bots. So right now it says, yeah, you need to place 7 bots. You'll be like, oh, I'll just click the OK button. And now you can, because by clicking the overlay, it'll hide the tutorial, and then you can click the OK button. So I'm fine with that. And then you'll place the rest of your bots. And you need to know to save this now. So if you try going to the main menu, it won't let you do that. So you hit save. A dialog pops up that you can't click just yet. But if you were to skip this or click outside of here, you would be able to click it. So yeah, I think I'm okay with that. I think this stuff works pretty well now. Okay, nice. So we'll go get rid of all the other changes I made there. Well, only to some of this, like this, for example. No, let's just go fix that whole function. Although technically this is all part of a different commit anyway. So I don't care about this stuff. What I care about is, I don't care about this entire function actually. Let's just not even bother. So this will just be it. Okay. So hide modal during tutorial. Previously, saving your defense in the create defense tutorial would pop up a modal dialog saying that you successfully saved, but you wouldn't be able to dismiss it until partway through the attack tutorial. Now it will get dismissed. When will it get dismissed? As soon as you go back to the news page. Cool. That's done. Test what happens when you save with an error. Does the modal work? What does the tutorial say? You know what that means. Time for a new account. Adam 10. So what we're going to do is we're going to just kill the game server, and now there's no way to save it. But this doesn't know there's no way to save it. So we're going to get to the point where we're about to save, and then it's going to fail, and I don't know what happens. So that's what we're testing right now. I am quite the trained monkey right now. I'm clicking buttons before they're even highlighted. So we click the save button. What happens? That's not good. That's it. You're now ready to move on to attacking. No, you're not. Error could not save your defense. No error was returned. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. This shouldn't hit the then here. Why would it do that? Dance monkey. Oh, because there's a catch here. We need to throw this error even to the caller. I don't like that. Oh, I don't like it. I don't think this is a good idea. Because whatever else calls this, keycode.x, this is going to be thrown and it'll do nothing. Yeah, what does this mean? Just have the server have 100% uptime. Oh, of course. Of course. You know, why stop at 100%? Let's have 300% uptime. We'll start the server for 5 minutes and turn it off, and it'll stay on for another 10 minutes. Solar powered virtual servers. Yeah, it's just going to cause things to fail. In which case, I guess what we do is we say .catch, and we don't handle anything here. No need for extra error handling. Is this called anywhere else? I imagine it's just in the UI. It's export defense when it's in the UI though. And then it's called from just in-game, I believe. In-game, yeah. So we just search for props.route.export defense, and this is the only place. So we have a .then, but we don't have a .catch. So .catch, no need for extra error handling. Okay, that should fix this bug. Goes back in time to make for lost uptime. That is pretty trippy when you think about it. Because how could it, if it went back in time, then there wouldn't have been uptime. So why would it have needed to go back in time? Rami, I want you to write a 120-word essay on the repercussions of this. Alright, good. You have a blueprint. Replace the blueprint. Oh, I'm sick of this. So now we hit save. This is going to fail. And you can't click that button. Oh boy. What do I do? I guess you could just click this again, but it can't ever say anything else because there's already a modal dialog there. Maybe we detect this and we shift into a different step. Okay, but I don't know. So problem, if you try saving your defense and there's an error, then there's no way to recover from that error. Actually, that's not entirely true. If I turn on the game server right now and then hit save again, the tutorial will know to make progress. This will still say error in the background, but if I hit save right here, oh wait, no, this did change. How did that change? What? Weird. Yeah, we need to detect that it's an error. Unless you try saving again. So solution, detect an error, and just say to either wait or press save again. I think that's it. So we'll go into a very special step. Error saving first defense. We're in super contingency planning now. Okay, let's find that modal, which I can't even do because of that overlay. Goodness. So we delete the overlay, and now we find the modal, and the modal has where is this OK button? Should be in that overlay. Yeah, it's this thing. React modal content. This doesn't have a class that I gave it. And I don't want this for the whole overlay. I want it for just this thing. Hey, FO. Well, time to find out. What do we have in render? Oh, this isn't too bad. We have custom styles. We need to give this a custom class. I wonder if we can do that. What is React modal? React-modal. Is this still being updated? It is. So can you put more classes on this thing? Using CSS classes. You can pass class name. If you do this, then none of the default styles will apply and you'll have full control. I don't know if I want to do that. I want the defaults to apply. I guess it wouldn't be so bad to do. Or I could put this in its own div that just has a class for this. Let's try that. Hey, Among Tranquility, welcome back. By the way, Among Tranquility, I was tackling some of the feedback from yesterday that you gave me. Or was it here? You said in the tutorial, when you test your defense, after the first test, press to leave. So this isn't possible anymore. So it shouldn't be an issue. Well, let me say this. It won't be possible when I upload a new version, but I haven't done that yet. New avatar. You change your colors again? Because what was the intermediate set of colors you had? But yeah, looks pretty good. 120 word paper. I've already wasted a great deal of 120 words by just typing this intro. My motivation to start this paper was Adam talking about uptime or something. I don't even know anymore. Alright, Remy. There's 120 points. You'll have to do the multiplication yourself. This is great stuff. So we'll give this a class. Oh, we could have done things this way. So class name equals, we'll just say modal dialog content. Hopefully this isn't used by anything else. And then in here we can try accessing that. And we'll just say testeroni here. So if this works, awesome. If not, we got to go back to the drawing board. Now we need to enter into this step. This is done from in-game. So there is a need for extra error handling, and it's going to be this. So if we're in create defense, then set error saving first defense. Now we need a way to get out of this step though. Oh man. I guess. This is gonna be annoying. Don't ever do more than necessary. Yep, not gonna bother checking the word count on that. So we need a way to get out of this thing too. Make sure you can get out of the error dialog. Hey, Sir Monster. That's like looking in the corner of your screen. What do you mean? Not sure I know what you're talking about there. And in upgrade defense, you need to save it as well. So we'll need some kind of error for that too. Make sure you can't derail the tutorial at that point. Oh, I don't have a word though. Alright, let's try it out, I think we're ready for this. So we need this thing to do, I'll say window.alert did not add this, x. So we go stop the game server, then we make a new account. What are these breakpoints still doing here? I don't want to keep doing this. I've gone through this tutorial more than any one person should ever have to go through any tutorial. Great. Almost done. It really doesn't take too long. It's just annoying to click all these things. So now we hit the save button. This is where we'll get an error message. And now it should point out the error message. It did not. I think it's over here somewhere. Intro.js helper layer. Yeah, this is just in the wrong spot. So if we try to shift this onto the screen, we get a very tiny dialog. Does it have any content in it or no? No, there's nothing in it. Okay, let's try something else. Let's delete this, and let's see if this got the right class that it should have. Class. Nah. This is not gonna work, huh? Modal dialog content. It exists, but there's nothing in the div. Yeah. Yeah, so I gotta do this the way that they wanted me to do this. So we can't do things this way. We need to pass in class names. That means we need to pass in the class names that they want us to use. If you prefer not to use inline styles, you can pass class name and overlay class name. If you do this, then none of the defaults will apply. Okay, so what are those by default, I wonder? Class name. We should probably search for this in here. Portal is React modal portal and React modal body open. Oh man, come on. Hoping this would be really simple. I guess I'll need to look at this for styling. Content after open. That's not specified here. I don't know what does specify it. They must have some CSS in here though somewhere. And maybe we could just take a look at that. So, where would this be? Dist. Where's the CSS? It has to be coming from somewhere. Strange. I don't even get CSS from here. Default styling is there then? So, alright, let's just try passing this in. Class name, if you want to override this. So there's class name and there's overlay class name. We just want a class name for this. So I'm just going to class name equals React modal content. Something like that. Let me try that there. Rami, were these all sweet pies or were any of them savory? When you're totally on your own and you've got some money, you could make that every day if you want. Pie for breakfast, pie for it's not good. Yeah, so that class that I added is wrong. Because I'm overriding what they had. Oh, that's too bad. Sarcastic great jobs coming my way. So the issue I don't get here is that props.className never seems to be used. Yeah, it's not. And yet there is class names. Oh, these props probably get passed to somewhere else, and then they're used there. This .render portal. That's one place. What else do we have? Props. This modal portal default styles props. Yeah, so we gotta go look at more modal portal. And then we'll see a class name in here that should get used. Yeah, here we go. Type of additional. So build class names. Passes in overlay class name, which is from this .props. And there's also darn it. Where does this go? Here, class name. Where's that used? Build class name. Yeah, here it is. And it's which and then additional. Content and additional. So additional is going to be set to a string. That's where I'll have to change this. So we would need to make an object, but then we'll only have base after open and before close. Do you still do the occasional music stream? If so, may I request a song? I was thinking of doing one tomorrow, but the focus for all of those streams is usually pretty determined beforehand. So for example, every once in a while it'll be like I'll practice a particular piece, or I'll just do improv. So for tomorrow, if I'm going to stream, it's gonna be try to get some music for Botland. Oh, Amy, what kind of pie was it? Cherry, apple, banana cream. So yeah, I'm still not sure the best way I could do this. Oh, you know what we could do? We could just put a div inside this thing. I didn't think of that. Oh, that would make things way easier. Well, kind of. It won't select everything. But if we put a div here that has this class name, and then we close it here. Let's try that. Whipped cream pie. How did you have enough pie to last for 3 meals, though? For presumably more than one person. That's quite a feat. Oh, it didn't work. It kind of looked like it might have worked, but it didn't work. And even this was positioned wrong. Give this a listen later. Okay. Oh man, maybe. Protect websites using rate-based rules. This is going to be really helpful later. Thanks, EJ. To rate-based rules on AWS. Yeah, I was going to say 120 people. I wasn't sure if this was like, it wouldn't have made sense. Just released. Yeah, nice. Yeah, so I'm still kind of struggling with this. I wonder if we can get a different dialogue to show up. Yeah, that still shows up in the right spot. So then maybe it's the tutorial that's getting this to happen. What happens if we try registering, we type the wrong password? Oh, I see. It's getting positioned on the wrong part of the page and then it's getting repositioned. But without this div, it's probably fine. No, the same thing happens. What is positioning it correctly later? It's probably some like next tick kind of thing happening. Well, there is one other thing we can do. For this very particular thing that we've got here, we could do a set timeout of a small amount of time, like 100 milliseconds, and then try this out. This is really, really bad. So if we ever, yeah, we gotta try to derail this as soon as possible. So here, that looks fine. Now we configure this correctly. We gotta make sure the next one looks fine. Sick of having to do this. Whoops. Ah, here it is, moment of truth. So we hit save. Okay, weird. Yeah, very weird. Oh, that dialogue takes longer to show up. Oh wow, Wowter. I don't know if I have that sort of thing for any song. All right, we're getting there. Oh, it still doesn't do it for some reason. We have that div. Oh, you know why? Is because I think this is the health fixed parent thing that's going on. Yeah, I don't think we can highlight this. But we don't really need to highlight it. We can just put this somewhere. We could just say does not exist. And then we don't need to set timeout here. We just need to know that this happened. And that's it. There's one other song by the same band that gets the same thing going. Yeah, I'll try to listen to that later, definitely. I mean, the one you linked, not this other song that I don't know the name of even. But I'll try to listen to it later. Let's try this again. So at this point, all I've done differently is that modal dialog will pop up, and instead of highlighting it, we're going to just say, uh-oh, looks like something went wrong, and then give you a way to fix it. Hey, Surfing Ninjas. Hey, G240. What do you use for React drag and drop? I think I use a library called React DND. No, wait, no, I don't. I use Interact.js, which I'm not super happy with. But it got the job done for now. Okay, this is as good as we can get here. The problem is we just need to position this a little bit differently. So maybe we say bottom. I don't know if this even works though. Yeah, Ski Dog, that's what it's like when you're at the top. And if I recall correctly, you're actually one of the top dogs, right? Yeah. 1342.88. Wow. I'm slightly higher. This cheater Cucumber Owl is at the first highest position. Hey Boboken and hey Mika. Haven't seen you in a while, Boboken. 10,000 piece puzzle. How do people enjoy this puzzle with you? So here's what we'll say. Uh-oh. There's an error that you definitely had nothing to do with. Looks like there's an unexpected problem. So what are we going to tell you to do? You can try saving again in a little bit, or refresh the page and yeah, there we go. Then we need to give this a done button. How do we even do that? There's some way you manifest this. I don't remember how. Show done button. That way you're allowed to skip through this. Among tranquility. 6 month sub dropped off. Got a new debit card and forgot to swap details. Oh, I see. And hey, official Rossi. If you don't want you here, go home. I like it. Well, if you're not bored of seeing this, then great, because you're probably going to see it a bunch more times by the time I'm done with this. This is what happens when you're testing the polish of the tutorial, is you just go through a bunch of these steps a million times. What I'm going to do next time, though, is cut out some of these steps, because this is really tedious. I didn't expect it to take this long. So now we hit save, and it says, uh-oh, looks like there's an unexpected problem. You should try saving again in a little bit. Sorry for the inconvenience. So at this point, you can derail yourself again. You could go back into test mode. No, that's prevented. That's prevented. That's prevented. So no, it turns out most of these things were prevented correctly. But if you try saving again, what happens there? Yeah, you're not allowed to. So we got to make it so that you're allowed to. I thought those emotes are for subs only. Those are global Twitch emotes, Mr. Destructoid. In fact, it's based on... Isn't there an online magazine called Destructoid? Yeah. Yeah, this is their icon. And that's where this comes from. By the way, this is probably the time I should start plugging some more of the social media websites, but Twitter and Discord. There's also a Reddit link, and I guess Facebook. I don't know if I have a command for that. Might as well add it. FB does work now. You know, Wouter, someday, 10 years down the line, you're going to look back and see that deal with it. You're going to be like, what was I doing? Those were the dark ages of my life. So you will be in error saving first defense. And this will be enabled if you are in this step or you're in this other step. I'm not saying you made it or not. I'm saying this will just simply be a marker in time for you. I said I'd cut out these steps, so I'm going to cut out these steps. So I was going to do it. So many of these. Yeah, let's try that now. Who the meat master that made that was. What if I misremembered a Spurt, man? How mad would you be? Alright, this is much faster. Much faster. Now we hit save. And it should fail on us. Yeah. Uh-oh, looks like there's an unexpected problem. There's an unexpected problem? I should say there was an unexpected problem. Now save your defense. So at this point you'll be like, well, I don't know what to do, but it just told you, I guess, hit save again. And at that point, you're just gonna have to keep trying to press save. So when it finally works, because the server will be online hopefully. Excuse me. Okay, when it finally works, then there. Yeah, that's it. You're now ready to move on. That's pretty good. Wow, too. Good job. Great, so now we need to do the same thing with the next part. So make sure you can get out of the error dialog, make sure you can't derail the tutorial at that point, and make sure this works for upgrade defense. So let's go into upgrade defense. Actually, there could be a problem attacking as well that I never thought of. Oh, I don't like having to deal with all the server. No, wait, no, there can't be a problem with attacking. Yeah, actually, there could be. The account server might not be online. But then how would you have even started playing? I don't think I'm going to deal with those kinds of problems. Because if you manage to make it to this point, the account server was online. I don't need to do that level of polish, I think. So we'll just speed through this. Because this is not the tutorial we even care about. I really like the missions. I finished my ranked games, but it's still a reason to keep playing because of the missions. Oh, cool. Yeah, I mean, that was part of the goal of them, definitely. I wonder if I should make them harder to do. And yeah, I was at that point a long time ago, EJ. Nice. That actually is way better. It doesn't take forever for that thing to die. You finish your first attack. Cool. So now we're going to kill the server again and try upgrading our defense, which will not work. So let's go through these steps. Yeah, la dee da dee da. Oh, you could actually get an error as of here. What does that say? Did not add this. Oh yeah, that's right. Oh man. Yeah, you're not supposed to even be allowed to click that though. If you've placed a chip, oh man. Yeah, it's gonna try to save it, but it won't work because there's no server online. That doesn't make any sense. And nothing shows up beneath this? Oh yeah, there it is. You need to place 7 bots. Oh, that's fine. I didn't contact the server. So error upgrading first defense. And we just need to write that somewhere. Just paste this here. Great. So we do the same thing. Uh-oh, looks like there's an error, blah, blah, blah. Shy Quinn. Welcome back. 5 months. Thanks for resubbing. Yeah, I never really see you type anything, but happy lurking. Can't type welcome baby for 5 months, EJ. You can't do it. You're gonna make me add a placeholder command until I get the real command in, just to... I shouldn't even do that. Fine, just keep trying to use welcome snack. I just make it delete all of your points. So you should try saving in a little bit. Sorry for the inconvenience. Yeah, the rest of this stuff all looks fine. So we try using this in here. This could be the same thing. Error saving first defense, error upgrading defense. Cool, and then you're allowed to save if you are in that step as well. Yeah, let's try it. I think it's easier to just ban it. That is true. Missions only show 3 completed, so once I finish all 4, I get rid of the first one I completed. Yeah, that was on purpose. I don't know if we're even going to show you completed missions eventually. But yeah, it was on purpose that we only show you the last 3. That's my face when I do anything, because that's just my face. So we hit save. Please place a chip before trying to save your defense. Okay, now we hit save. Looks like there was an unexpected problem. This isn't unexpected though. This is expected. You need to place 7 bots before you can save your defense. And then that's it. You just don't get the error anymore. Yeah, that's not good. How can I get a screenshot? Oh, the humanity. There's a different error somewhere. I just don't know where it is. This shouldn't even... Oh, here it is. Return promise not reject. Cannot export defense without placing all available bots. And this has its own messages shows, right? I don't know what this used to be. But we could just make a custom message here since this doesn't ever show to the user. Yeah, not bad. Okay, let's do that. Find constants. Where are error messages? Do we not have error messages anywhere? They're probably in the shared constants. They shouldn't be. Oh no, there's a special error message folder. Like this. Where's it used from? No, I don't know where this is, but I know that I added it, so we just have to find it. Seriously, where did I put any of this? Error dot. Let's just find all of these. There it is. Constants.error codes. Where does that exist? Tell me it's in this file and I just missed it. Oh, okay. Oh, there it is. Found it. Cannot save without placing more bots. This is just used on the client to prevent you from saving. Can I post a link to my trash game? Yeah, sure. Okay, and in that case, all we need to do now is return the right error message. And then in-game, we check that message. You can just put the link in public chat, that's fine. Constants, do we? No, we do. So what's the problem with that? Constants dot... Oh, it's error codes dot whatever. That should work. So the error message is this, then just don't do anything special. This is just a client-side error message that they can handle on their own. These are custom messages. Hey Nicholas, how's it going? Let's try it out. So it says to place a chip. We do that and we try saving. That shouldn't happen. Why is that happening? I gotta prevent this. But I gotta figure out what's going wrong here in the first place. We should see as soon as we press the save button. So if this doesn't get the error that I expected, error at main trigger export defense. Oh, stop reject new error. That's weird. Apparently, trigger export defense, yeah. Yeah. Oh, undefined. Whoops. Let's try it out. Save. Is this correct now? Nice. Yeah, so we just return. So all you get is this normal error message, which you should fix because you know how to fix this. It says you need to play 7 bots. So you go and figure out how to play 7 bots. And then you try saving, and now you're going to get a server error. Yeah, uh-oh, looks like there's an unexpected problem. You should try saving again in a little bit. Sorry for the inconvenience. Cannot save your defense to the account server. So this is when there is no game server online. And at that point, the only thing you can do is try saving again in the future. You might get the same error, but at this, there's nothing else you can do. This is a server-side problem. But I'm pretty happy with this now. I think this looks good. So we need to go and comment all these things. Oh, I see Nicholas. Yep. Nothing stops you from pressing the X key, I think. I don't really care about that though. I don't know how that would accidentally happen. Because you'd accidentally hit the key. Just out of curiosity. I see. That is Nicholas is doing. And I'm glad you got some feedback, Days Head. That's really good. Alright, that's looking good. What does that mean, Nicholas? Also, this shouldn't be here. We didn't end up using this content. And now all of these need to be changed. All of that stuff, at least. This is correct. This is correct. Anything else? So there's saving first defense and there's upgrading first defense. Yeah, those are right. All right, nice. I think this is good. So really, total number of lines changed for this isn't crazy. Because a lot of this is just, yeah, if statements. Handles server side errors in tutorial. Handle errors related to the game server not being online. It's possible that the account server goes offline in between your logging in and your completing the tutorial. Your attempt to complete the tutorial. I don't do anything for those cases. Because I don't know what the odds of that even happening are. You'll just retry it eventually anyway. Looks good. Hey Sita, how you doing? Wow. What else do we have? If the above two libraries weren't good enough, this is old. So this is done. Go back to the top of this entire document and handle the non-byline stuff. Yeah, so I wanted to ask you guys about this. Does anyone have any experience with drawing tablets? I wanted to get a gift for my wife, and she's very likely not watching the stream, although I should have checked that first, because now she'll know the gift idea. Okay, no, she's not in the stream. Okay, good. Yeah, so does anyone know about a good, like, kind of entry-level drawing tablet that I can buy? I'm thinking of, so as far as, like, this is not a professional thing she's trying to do. I'm looking to spend less than $500 on this, of course, because I don't know if she'll like doing something like this, and we also need to buy Photoshop. So Bamboo Wacom. Can you guys give me links to whatever it is you got? And like, are you happy with it? Is there anything you would do differently here? And yeah, because I looked at this stuff, and there are some cheapo ones, and there's some super expensive ones, and I don't know anything about any of this, and I probably won't even use this. But I want her to. Bamboo is a series of Wacom. I think I saw this, but how do you? God, their site. I don't know what. There's Spark, Slate, Folio. Yeah, if you guys don't mind just linking to something, that'd be great. Do you want a screen or a no screen? I don't know. Like, basically, here's the information I can give you. So she's not a professional artist. She's just interested in drawing / coloring / I don't know, like that, I guess. And I guess I'd say she's already got some skill in physical media, but not digital media. So she can she can paint and use pencils and watercolors and all that stuff. And that's all. I don't know if there's anything else that's relevant here. I got the old Bamboo, not the new one. Works great. So yeah, I don't know if screen versus no screen is just what do you recommend? Like, what's better? I'm guessing it's just a difference of this costs more and is always better, and this costs less and isn't necessarily better. So no screen could be fine. I don't think it needs to have a screen. I got this one. Not sure if no screen one would be good for that, since you draw on the desk and look at the monitor. But that could be okay. The ones with screens are expensive. Well, EJ, do you mind linking me to whatever one you were talking about that you have? Or Ski Dog, can you link one to the one that you have? Because how much more expensive are the ones with screens? I'm sorry, normally, for anyone who's just arriving into the stream right now, I'm planning a gift for my wife, and I need to ask for the advice of someone else, and this is the best medium to do it for right now. So I just want to figure out what to get for a drawing tablet. Okay, so this is the one that Ski Dog linked. Because yeah, something like this is probably pretty good. It's $60. And how big is this? About 6 inches by 3.5 inches. And they're pressure sensitive and everything, I'm guessing. So wait, I think that's the same one that, no, it's not the exact same one. So the people who linked things in, you guys would recommend what you linked, right? What Programmer D? Oh. This is the one I have. Wait, so what did you link earlier then? Oh, this is just the old one? Okay. So people seem pretty happy with the Bamboo. Make sure the screen ratio will match the drawing area area ratio or it gets funky. Hey, wooden unicorn. Okay, so I'll write all this stuff down. Thank you guys for that. Yeah, I don't know about the whole make the screen ratio match the drawing area ratio, because I don't know what she's going to be using. Like, she might use my computer, she might use her computer, we might need to buy a different one. I don't know. Yeah, I realize that, Programmer D. Okay, cool. Yeah, and the other thing I wanted to mention here is, so Thursday's stream, I may stream tomorrow. If I do, it'll be a piano, like, improv / composition stream to figure out if I can do the music for Botland. Also, it would probably start later than normal and be way shorter than normal. So I'm not positive if I'm gonna stream tomorrow, but if I do, it won't be code. It'll still be Botland, I guess, kind of. Why'd you type that? This? Because I want to refer to this throughout the day. So if it's, I'm signing off for the day, I want to point this out again. Use a 1610 and a 4.3, and the acceleration for X and Y are drastically different. I wonder if there's any software solution for that, though. But yeah, either way, I won't know exactly what to get there. Okay, cool. So thanks for the feedback, everybody. I think you can set these up as mice versus full screen coordinates. Yeah, I don't know about any of that stuff. I just think it'd be a nice gift to give. So thanks. Maybe she'll end up drawing some Botland art that she can share with you guys. So yeah, this part we're done with now. When you're done with the tutorial, we should set the selected radio button for attacking to be another player, not yourself. Oh, this is actually pretty clever. This is good polish that I should do. Because yeah, the tutorial has you, let me just show you this. When you get to the attack tutorial, it has you click this button. So the next time you go to attack, you have to manually select another player. So here's where, I'm not sure exactly how I feel about this. I feel like this is what you'll want to do next, is attack another player. The problem is, by selecting it for you, you might be like, oh, it didn't save my option from last time. So next time you pick your own defense, and then go back to the last screen, you might be like, okay, it's going to say another player, but it doesn't. It does remember your option. We just might override it for you. Yeah, but, all right, let's go figure this out. So there is attack choice, and that's here. And there's this. So you manually change it. There's got to be a way to. Oh no! Something does change it. Here it is. Component amount. Set attack choice. Yeah. A Tribal Wars game. I don't know what Tribal Wars is, but I haven't played this. I think Spurman's played this. But I don't think we're gonna change the overall game design of this. We're pretty late into it right now. So yeah, where do I set attack choice there? So I need to do the same thing when you get done with the entire tutorial, which is what happens wherever we tell the server that you completed it. Completed tutorial. This, where is this called? None of this matters. It doesn't matter. Saved. Upgraded is right here. Ace. I'm a banana. With the defense part, you can protect your little factory and upgrade it just like a city in Tribal Wars. Yeah, but the upgrading it part implies some persistence. I think that sort of exists in Botland right now, but maybe not how Tribal Wars has the same persistence. I don't know. But I would say, Sir Momster, you should try out the game and see if that's already kind of there. birthdays next week. Do I have this written down? Have I been missing birthdays? I don't have yours on my list. Consider looking into purchasing an iPad stylus and a drawing app for iOS. Might have much better UI. I wanted to get her the dedicated hardware for this, but again, I don't really know. I don't know the difference from an artist perspective. So I wanted to ask some people who aren't professional artists, because I think they'll skew themselves more toward get the expensive stuff. So for people who are just hobbyists, are you happy with what you've got, and what is that you've got? So bound attack choice actions dot set attack choice to self. Is that what this is even called? There's other and there's self. Yeah. But we don't have this here. Now that the tutorial is done, we should set the attack choice option to other so that they can jump right into attacker. And we probably just don't have this. Yeah, we don't. It's really the same thing here. Cool. That's it. So we should test this out. We have this selected as your own defense. So here's what we'll do. We'll go change this. So update users. This is user 2. And we need to delete this. So now user 2 will be able to do that tutorial again. And they should jump right into it. Yeah, good. Perfect. So when we're done with this, it will automatically change that option. In fact, we can make sure it's not that option right now. Where is it? Redux, state. We should see attack choice somewhere. There it is. Yeah, it's currently set to self. So by completing the tutorial, it'll be set to other. We just need to make sure that happens. Good, so save. Oh. It's only if it's successful that it changes other. We need to go start up the game server then. There we go. And now you hit save. And it's successful and it changed to other. Perfect. So now when you're done with all of this and you're like, whatever, I just want to play the game, you click attack and attack again, and it's set to another player. So you're actually attacking a different player. The iPad was resolve that issue since you have a screen. Huh. Yeah. The thing is, part of what I wanted is for her to start learning Photoshop, because I feel like if you're going to do digital artwork, learning some of the tools that are in that is going to be really helpful. I don't know what kind of software exists on an iPad. I mean, there might be a Photoshop version on iPad too, but yeah, I don't know how good it is. So the problem is I want to buy this gift, but I'm generally pretty ignorant when it comes to artwork because the kind of art that I make is like that emoticon. So this is done. Let's close these millions of tabs while that process is running. There. Cool. Set attack choice to other after a tutorial. Well, and that's what's nice about, I think the ones that you guys linked were mostly, as far as drawing tablets go, cheap. I wouldn't say that $60 is cheap, but the drawing tablets can get pretty expensive. So if we get one of those and for whatever reason it's terrible or whatever, then we can return it, and losing 10% or 20% on that isn't so bad. And having a better idea of what would be good. Test what happens when you win against your own defense in a single phase. We should probably have a special message for this. Make sure that to do item is gone. Done with replay. I don't know what this is referring to. I also don't feel like doing this right now. We'll test this toward the end. Test what happens when you win against your own defense in 2 phases. Yeah, fine. Test different phases of winning / losing your own defense. Nope, no, screw that up. There we go. Okay, so Hideo suggested coloring the required hardware for the tutorial so that you don't need to be reminded what you're configuring. Yeah, and then suggested something like animate.css. So if we want, I think just pulse is probably fine. Again, I never suggested that. Wait, what? I suggested animating it. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I see. I should have said Hideo just included this. There, Hideo pointed to this. And since this is just straight up CSS, wait a second, we could find this pulse from 50% to keyframes. Oh, I see. And then animation name. Interesting. How big is Animate CSS? It's actually pretty large. From SO/Google for one animation, yeah. Where's the library though, or the license? Here it is. Okay. So technically, if I copy paste it from this library, I think I still need the license. The point is lost forever. Include license for anime.css. If I copy paste their code. Okay, well, let's try copy pasting their code and let's see how this works. So is at keyframes just CSS? And it apparently is. Oh, cool. We're going to use that then. So we just take this stuff and we go make, well, let's just put this in MISC for now. We'll change this in a bit. Adam13531 shake animation. You can do percentages as well instead of from and to. I was just gonna, I think what they've got on this is actually pretty good. No, wait, I wanted this to loop. Did you check the license? Yeah, I just did. It's the MIT license. Okay, so CSS animate loop. There's animation delay. What is that? Iteration count. Is that really a thing? Animation iteration count. Default value 1. Oh, infinite. Here we go. Okay, cool. So we can just say animation iteration count infinite. Let's try that. The loop is the infinite part of the declaration. It's outside of the frames. Yeah, so it should just go here. So if I pulse something on the main page here, let's say this, the connect button. Yeah. Where is the connect button? Here it is. Button, class name, pulse. Let's try it. I see nothing happening here. It has an animation name. Why do I always eat Cheetos when I wear dark clothes? Hey, have you heard of eating Cheetos with chopsticks? Apparently that's pretty great. Instead of from to 10%, 15%, 100%, animation duration infinite. Yeah, the thing I gotta figure out here is, what does this button do? Where is... They either have... Wait, what am I missing here? jQuery, inject content bundle, content script. Those are for Chrome extensions. I neither see HTML nor do I see JS here. Ah, that's strange. Oh, index, there we go. I don't know why I didn't see that the first time. Yeah, so when they say pulse, there's the option value, and then they just apply that via CSS. Add duration. Oh, I see. So we'll do that in a very, very short amount of time. I don't know what this should be. 0.5 seconds maybe. Let's try that. Yeah, much slower. 2.5 and maybe increase the size of this. 1, I don't know. This is all just, let's eye it up. Yeah, it should be larger than that. Yeah, and I also want a color change on this as well. But yeah, thanks Sir Momster and Hideo for that. So if we want to animate color, we would make a color pulse. Ease in, out, X, infinite, alternate. With a one-liner. Also, adding a timing function can make it look better. Yeah, I'd rather just split up these things. So animation lets you customize all of those at once. CSS animation. But let's specify the individual. Yeah, here they have it changing colors as well. Animation duration. Yeah, they have a background color. Where's the easing? Oh, here we go. Specify the speed of the curve. Timing function. We can say ease in, out. And what's alternate for? Animation direction. So let's try that. Sure, looks good. Let's customize colors as well. Hey HD, thanks for the host. Let me just finish stretching. Okay, yeah. So hey HD's viewers, I am working on tutorial content still. This is like hour number 55 or something of this. And we're just polishing things up. So what I'm doing right now is animating, well, the connect button just to test things out. But I wanted this to change colors as well. By the way, the game is online and playable right here. If you want to run through the old tutorial, you can. You just need to ask me for some code for that. Okay, so color-wise, where do they have this? Yeah, they just changed color here too. Okay, so we'll say color red, and we'll change the color to blue. I just want to see what this looks like. I don't want a red and blue button here. So it goes from red to blue, and then blue to red. Not exactly what I want. Also, let's just make this obnoxiously large for now. I think this is this alternate. Oh, I see. Use WAMP? No, I use Node.js and Hey Bluebon. So HD, how was your stream? And do I have a chair? Yeah, Mike, I have a chair. I'm sitting on it now. You can see here. So I guess alternate is helpful so that it doesn't go right back to red at the very beginning. Oh no, never mind. What am I doing? I want this to ping pong here like that. So this will make this stand out, right? So it goes from red to blue. Yeah, perfect. So now what we want to have this actually work on is over here. We want it to highlight one of these things. So when you're supposed to use lasers, we'll show you lasers. Add a will change, transform, color, etc. property. It's a hint to keep browsers. It's going to be animating. Oh, nice. Will change, transform, and color. Although it's probably going to be a background color, but we'll do that eventually. So we want pulse to be applied to this. If we want it to be applied based on the step that we're in, so add pulse at the right times to it overrides. You do transform, comma, color. Oh, thanks. So detect what's already in the hardware, the blueprint that you're making, and add pulse to the next thing. That'll be interesting. Then we need to do the same thing for the attack tutorial. So then instead of putting this here, well, we could keep it there if we want. But we want to put this on the hardware inv item somewhere. Probably on this entire div. So we would just put this here. What does that look like? And then let's speed this up. We'll go to logging in as Adam2. I thought let's shake everything no matter what. Yeah, that's... Had I thought of that first, I probably would have just done that first. But I thought of this way. Which is slightly better looking. So what should happen is we'll go right back to this page when we refresh now. Yeah, and now when we click this button, ooh-wee, that's something. What happens when you drag this now? wonder if you can set an anchor point. Because right now it's scaling from somewhere. I don't know where. Ship it. We don't really need to modify its scale. And if we do, we can make that very subtle. What we could change this to instead is we'll change background color. And then change these things. And make it scale very, very subtle. 1.05. Transform origin. Okay, yeah. That'd be good. Transform origins. Yes, that. What does it default to? 50%, 50%, 0. Oh, so this is probably the flex changing the position of this. Either way, let's see how this thing looks. Oh, that doesn't exactly work. We want to change the background. Oh, I see what I'm doing now. I was scaling the entire div. I just want this thing. Whoops. Okay. Yeah, center is default. Yeah, so I just need to move where this is. Which is this div. Yeah, CSS classes. So CSS classes, we're going to just, for now, always add in pulse. We're going to need to do this conditionally later, which is going to be plumbing a whole bunch of stuff through React. Well, let's try this out. Yeah, that's awesome. So that's exactly what I want, but with the wrong colors. So we want it to go from whatever its initial thing is. So background color initial to green. Wait a second, what? It's going to, the initial is gray? Also, you can't really tell what's selected now. Use Perl Symfony? I do not use Perl. Every single thing I do is in JavaScript. I think what you're looking for is Engine Hideo. Okay, we could have it be white in the background. I don't know what this used to look like. That's the problem. I don't remember from 2 minutes ago. So let's do this. Yeah, they used to be white. So I don't know why initial was setting it to, oh, maybe it's inherit that I wanted. Hey, simple. Do you eat and sleep JavaScript? Yes. Console.log, yes. Okay, now I would just say it probably shouldn't be full green. It should be somewhere kinda in the middle. Like a mint green. This is Adamart to the rescue here. So we'll get rid of this stuff. So now it won't animate. And we'll just change the background color of it to something where it's a pleasant highlight. Not whatever I have. So let's pick a color. Ooh, crimson. What are your thoughts on Dart? I don't have any thoughts on Dart. I have never used it. We could try this. Just pick Adamart color. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about the scaling because it's pretty minor, but I like this in general. I think this is decent. So now we want to apply it to just a specific thing. Also, technically, the connect button still has that. So you would know what you have to drag onto your bot still. Oh, that doesn't work. What? I can't drag these anymore. I wonder why not. I probably need to take pulse off of this thing. Because what are you dragging exactly? We're cloning the whole thing. So what is considered to be draggable here? Event target. Interact. This is not draggable, which is this, yes. Okay, so maybe we just take the pulse off of it, because I think messing with its transform is what's doing that. In fact, I could verify that by just stopping messing with its transform. So we don't need to do that. Slightly rotate, yeah, that could be good. Yeah, so now even the thing that we're dragging is doing this. I have a feeling that regardless of what we do here, whether we transform its scale or its rotation, that we're going to end up with something like that. And Unnew Dreams, thanks for the follow. CSS animate rotation. What am I doing? There's animate CSS, and we can just go to that, this right here, and we can see what they have. Shake? No, not shake. Swing? Swing is kind of it. Yeah, probably. Probably swing. Yeah, these are light speed. Swing was center center instead of center top. Yeah. Swing with center center. And then we could put a will change transform. Yeah, the issue here though is I think it's going to prevent me from dragging this again, which is fine. I would just need to remove the swing property. So let's try just swing and not pulse. Where is pulse? It's here. We could actually put both on, it doesn't matter. Let's see what that looks like. This looks very weird. I see. It's animating. It's changing its transform back to whatever it was and not just changing its rotate. I wonder if that has to do with this. No, it doesn't have to do with that. Yeah, well, we need to take it off of the thing that you're dragging. It's swinging way too hard. Oh yeah, no, definitely. I agree with that. This whole 15 degrees, 10 degrees, 5 degrees, whatever. Let's try something else here. Instead of this, we'll say item data dot id equals 1. Maybe make it color only. Works during drag and drop better than nothing. Oh, I could turn it off during drag and drop. I don't think there's any reason for even the color to persist. So it's less exaggerated when only one of these things is swinging. So this is saying, hey, take lasers. It's still a little bit too much maybe. And there's a lot that can be done here. But yeah, instead of 15, 5, 10, whatever, we could say that this is 12, 8, 4, 2. And then also change the colors. Because apparently you can't combine both of those. Swing and pulse. Why did I? Oh, I wrote 18. I was wondering why that happened. Oh, that's something. Then we can just put colors on this and I don't know. So you can't combine animations, I guess. What if we say swing, comma, pulse? Does that work? Oh, it does. for color plus border color. So you think this should stay white the whole time? So that I'm just changing the border and then the text? I guess just having the ability, any way that this stands out for right now is probably fine. Does this guy even eat lunch? I had Soylent earlier, so yeah, I should have lunch in a bit. And I haven't gotten up in a while. I feel like I need to stretch. And just snap a bunch of bones in my body. Learn that I can't stretch that much. Yeah. Background color and border color and color. Well. Alright, then let's try all that stuff. Border color goes from black to something, I don't know, green. And then color as well goes from black to white. Then we can try that. And we could turn off swing. What's the yellow bot? Yeah, that's what that means. So here are all the different badges. Whoa. Yeah, I don't think changing the border is going to be necessary. Or maybe not changing the color. I don't know, this is so hard for me to tell. I meant more subtle. And without any transform. Yeah, I realized the no transform part. So I guess I just get rid of this entirely. Swing, because you can't combine things like that. So we just put pulse on here. And that way you can drag it too. I mean, that's not so bad. I still don't think it looks as good as it could. I should just apply every animation that exists. This thing should like fade in and explode and change colors. You'll be like, I want that hardware. Let's put lasers on my bot. So something like that, a little bit faster. I should just not even worry about this. Like I said, it's pretty close. I just treat that as good enough. We can try changing the color too. Let Jason find the proper colors. Yeah. Gotta go fast. EJ, I want to. What? Oh. Portal 2. Okay, I think this is good enough. I think the colors are stupid. I think that I should never be in charge of picking anything aesthetic. Probably just lighten this. It's this div. We want to turn off this animation. There. Now we pick a background color that's a little bit more reasonable. Yeah, whatever. I probably shouldn't put any more time into this. See, the problem is that if Yeah, the problem is I'm spending too much time on this. We're done. That's it. All right, and C Programmer D. There's only one other thing I wanted to test though, and that's that can I have the background color set to inherit? Yeah, have a good day, Programmer D. We will miss you. Yeah, I want it to be set to white though. I think, yeah, whatever. I'll just have it be set to white. Because the issue that I'm running into is if this is selected, it's not obvious that it's selected, whereas these other ones are turning yellow when you select them. But for the sake of the tutorial, it doesn't even tell you to select it. So I guess. Hey, Grill Artist. Okay. Well, that's enough of just picking colors. Now we need to select these at the right times. So we're not going to change their transforms. We're not going to have this swing animation at all. Transform, background color, border color, and color. There's no transform change. All right, yep, that's what it'll look like. Now we need to just tell it to animate at the right times. So at first we want it to be lasers. So something needs to pass all the way from edit blueprint down to the inventory. So hardware inventory. This. We'll say highlight item ID is just 1. And then hardware inventory, we'll take that highlight item ID and pass that down to hardware inv item. And just say something like is highlighted equals item data.id equals the stuff pops after that. And then in hardware inv item, we'll say as long as this prop is true. Get rid of that thing and then change this to is highlighted. Great. So we're going to see exactly the same thing that I just had, but it'll be passed in correctly this time. So yep, lasers is still flashing. And now what we can do is we can change it based on where you are in the tutorial. So where did that just go? And let's close out of these other things. So highlight item ID, we'll say this dot get highlight item ID. And this is going to be based on the tutorial progress. So we'll just copy paste this. If we get to the bottom of this thing, we're just going to say return null because there's no null item. So if you're in the tutorial and you're in create defense and you're in a particular step in create defense, tutorial step, and we need to know what you've configured and what you need to configure. So we need everything here. Everything. So let's write out the most basic case. Hideo is going to be baked into your memory 10 years from now. Someone's going to be like, hey, have you heard of this guy Adam13531? He made this flop of a game called Botland, and you'll be like, lasers level 3, melee level 2. Yeah, I played that game. It'll be great. So this is the desired one. We need the one you've already configured. We need to get the difference between those two. Yeah. So here's the desired hardware slot configuration. We need the one you've already configured as configured, which is here. And then we need to do some checks for whether this is different or not. So how do we get what's missing? Is there a way to diff these two? I'd be pretty impressed if I have a diff function in here. No, I don't. I could just write a diff function. I wrote a diff for inventory, so I technically could convert these to inventories, then diff the two inventories. Yeah, that would work. Inventory.js. Diff Yeah, but then I'd have items. I wouldn't have slots. So I need to convert from items back to hardware, which actually might work. Yeah, actually might work. One is the item ID. Convert to inventory, diff inventories, then figure out which hardware is missing. The other thing I could do is just kind of hard code this and see, does the actual hardware slot configuration contain the first thing from the desired one? If so, this won't be ordered the right way. I could just write a diff function for those. But at some point, I think I'm going to need a hardware template depot here, because these don't know anything about items, do they? Yeah, they're just hardware ID. Then show that item. No matter what, I'm going to need an item template depot here. Do the parts in the tutorial reference real item or are hard coded? They are just hard coded. So, yeah, I say go make this. And they're exposed as hardware strings. So these aren't even item IDs. Oh, like the pop-up? Yeah, the pop-up is also hard coded. Well, there are a couple ways we can get this. One of them is, I guess, the sort of easy way out here, which is just put this in here. Do we ever pass in the item template depot anywhere else? It's something that I could make an action for. Yeah, you know, we could do that. In fact, all this stuff could be there. This dot bound workbench actions dot get highlight item ID. We could just put this entire function right here and then not have anything extra to do and move all of this logic to a place where we'll actually have access to this. In which case there's no point writing even this. Okay, let's try it out. Export some stuff that's in here. All right. So buy item, update buyable items. Get state. It takes in an item template depot. I don't know why. I don't think it should be there. Get item template depot. Where's this called? And why did I do things this way? I don't think this is ever used. No. In fact, I think this can safely be deleted. We'll say throw new error. This function is never used. If you see this somewhere, then that means that assertion is false. And this error should be deleted. We'll try that out in a bit. I'm not too concerned about that right now. What I'm concerned about is trying to figure out the right way to do this. So we want to dispatch something that is synchronous. I don't need the account server for this, but I don't know how I set this up. Something in dispatch handles this. Configure store? Yeah, configure store. That's where this happens. See ya, Buka. Take care. This. Got it. Needs sound manager. So we just search for something like this, and we get request sync. Got it. There. There it is. This is what we need. So now this becomes our function. And the... Well, how did that happen? It's weird. Highlight item ID. So we don't need to pass in anything. We get a request sync that's going to contain an item template depot. Yeah, and that's forced to exist. And then we say needs item template depot. True. I hope that works. Yes. And then dispatch. I don't care about this. Request sync. And that's where the rest of this stuff goes in. There's only one extra bit that's needed, and that's that this will return something. I mean, you get the return value. Hey, Superchunk, welcome back. How's it going? Here we kind of go. I wonder if there's a better way of doing that. Play sound, yeah. It's amazing that any of this entire game works. So we change it to this, needs item template depot, then we return the result. Yeah, cool. Well, we're almost there. So let's say we didn't do any of this. Let's say that instead, we just said return 1. And put a breakpoint here. So this will get called possibly many times. We want to make sure that this is set, and we want to make sure that this actually returns 1. In fact, let's have it highlight a different thing. Let's have it highlight missiles. That way we know this is working. Just did an all-nighter studying. Well, what do you want Twitch for then? I would definitely go to sleep if I were you. Okay, that does exist. And it is highlighting missiles. Wow, I actually know what I'm doing. Good job, Adam. So now we just need the right logic in here. This is going to be a little bit tough, but what are you going to do? So this dot props, this is not this dot props. This is the state. So const state equals get state. Const tutorial reducer. Am I calling things reducers or states in here? Yeah, I'm calling them reducers. So we get this stuff from here. We need tutorial constants. That's pretty minor. And what else? Okay, so actual hardware slot configuration is going to be in the workbench state. And the desired one, this really, really should be a function in this file, and it isn't, because it has no reason to exist here. I'm gonna have to move that. So for now, let's hard code this. So to do make this into a function in this file that can be called. All right, we're getting a step closer. Now we convert these into inventories. Convert to inventory, perfect. So actual inv equals actual dot convert item template depot. And desired equals convert the desired one to an inventory. Hey, Thorax. Then we'll put a breakpoint here. So what we'll see is the actual is going to be nothing. The desired one is going to be lasers, missiles, and whatever the last thing is. Or lasers, melee, and shield. Just 3 things. Except for I forgot to have the debugger open. Why is it not getting hit? Is in tutorial. Oh, I'm not in the tutorial. Oh, whoops. Which means there is no desired hardware configuration. Which means we should probably just get rid of this for right now. Or we, yeah, fine. Let's get rid of this. Hey Corpo, how's it going? Oh, it can't even edit now. I broke something that badly, huh? I would convert to inventory of undefined. Because what, we don't have a hardware slot configuration yet? Why is this getting hit here? Oh, that's why, yeah, because we definitely needed to be in the tutorial. There won't be any Bay hardware. So if actual hardware, just put a breakpoint up here. This is probably null, if I had to guess. No, that exists. What is the desired one null? That's impossible. This is impossible. That can't happen. Create defense tutorial blueprint. Create defense tutorial blueprint. It's telling me it's not able to be imported. The part I don't understand is why. Oh, whoops. Oh, I'm importing from the wrong file. This one too, yeah. Alright, see you, Raimi. Yeah, that's happened to me before too. Finally have some time to get deeper into programming. Yeah, I was gonna say, are you still working at the same job you were at about 6 months ago, Corpo? Got it. So actual inventory and desired inventory. Actual is gonna be nothing. I don't know why there's an item in here. Oh yeah, I put lasers in there. I forgot about that. And desired is gonna be lasers, which is this. Probably melee, which is this. And shield, which is this. Yeah, perfect. Okay, good. Now we diff these two. And we continue to just go crazy here. Actual inv.diff desired inv. Is there anything else needed to diff inventories? No, there isn't. And we'll move this breakpoint down to here. And in the diff, we should see that one of these is going to have melee and shield, because that's what we don't have configured. Yeah, items added. So one of these is melee, yep, and the other one is shield. Nice, okay. This is all going according to plan. The only thing we need to do now is figure out... Actually, we don't need to do anything. We just return... If there's an item there, we return that. So if size diff.added items, is that what it's called? It's items added. Then just return the first one of those. Diff.items added 0. Return item template dot ID. Done. Problem solved. Is empty a thing? I don't know. There is. Oh, since when? Since a long time ago. How did I not ever see this? Is empty. Value equals null if is array-like return length. Yeah, wow. So I probably never use this. And should. Is ago? It was, oh, I see. Okay. Yeah, it's really, really hard as a streamer to figure out when things were for a particular viewer. I thought it was like 6 months ago. Yeah, I wasn't really thinking about that too much. It was remote only. It's kind of awful. But that was when we were working on Node, right? We have a job in the city now. Yeah, what are you working on now, Corpo? Yeah, so this is the only place in my entire code base where I'm using that. So let's go right on the refactor list. Use is empty where applicable. Search for size dot star greater than 0. Or maybe the same thing with length. I'm not going to make that change now because that's not super important. But we'll go back to this, and this should just work. Yeah, this should work. Let's try it out. So we have lasers, so it's going to highlight melee or shield, one of the two. It highlighted neither one. Well, well, well. That is why should is not does. Items add. Oh, these are items, not templates. Oh, whoops. Does item have a get ID function? Yeah, it does. All right, that was pretty simple. And that should fix it. Let's try it out. Yeah, so if I drag this out of here, it'll highlight lasers. Yeah, it's saying put lasers on your bot. Now we put that on and it highlights melee, and then we're done with that and it highlights shield. And then it highlights nothing. Perfect. It's all working, except for this issue. But that's a generic base64 thing. I'll have to fix that later. Hey, LeVay. This is pretty good. Definitely pretty good. So now we can put this stuff back in, and then all of that red will stop being highlighted, except for this one, which we'll just get rid of. Can you make it scroll? Yeah, so I'll show you what the experience is really like. But the answer is no, I probably can't make it scroll, or at least not easily. We need to stop it from auto-logging us in. Atom 2, immediately edit defense is false. So we'll go make a brand new account. We're up to Atom 12. Oh, nice, Corpo. Sounds cool. Okay, so when you get to that point in the tutorial, the point that has vexed Hideo for so long. Hey, Images. Yeah, how was it? You were gone for what, the last 3 weeks? Am I thinking of the wrong person? Okay, well, it's already highlighting lasers. It probably shouldn't do that just yet, but yeah, well, that's pretty minor. I didn't say blame Hideo. Yeah, so EJ, this is what it'll look like. You'll see lasers and you'll be like, okay, clearly I need to drag this. And you'll just be like, I don't know where to put this. And you'll put it here maybe. And it says error, configure with level 3. So what I should do is I should also pulse this thing so that its color is changing. So you know where to put it. But then you'll see melee. And at that point you might be like, okay, I'm done. So you'll try click and create. It won't work. It'll tell you you need shield level 2. If you somehow manage to click past that, it'll still tell you need shield level 2. And if you finally scroll down, you'll see it highlighted in green. I think that's good enough. Like, people have mentioned that they don't want the tutorial completely holding their hand. I think highlighting these things in green is pretty hand-holdy, but I think scrolling down would be like, I shouldn't have to do that. Yeah, so I should highlight those tier numbers too. Hey, Racer. Apparently there are 2 racers. There's Racer NA and Racer DD. Huh. Wonder if they're the same person. 3 weeks is correct. Why'd you remember that? Yeah, I had an American exchange student here. Oh yeah, that's the reason. I forgot that part, but the 3 weeks I remembered. Razor NA is me. I changed my name. Oh, okay. Well, that's less exciting. So yeah, I've got to fix some of this stuff, and then I've also got to pulse the tier number particular piece of hardware. This is probably going to be way more difficult because I need to know that you're dragging a piece of hardware and then figure out the correct tier number of that piece of hardware. But it would really help the user. Maybe Racer. It depends on your question. Yeah, Racer NA to Dunkin' Donuts. Huh, okay. Oh, cool. And I also know. Thanks for following. So this is done. Do the same thing for the attack tutorial. This will involve refactoring, edit, blueprint, the whole get desired tutorial into the workbench actions. You know, this could be in the tutorial though. Maybe it should be. You need a project you think I could develop on stream that is Twitch appropriate? I think you mean Twitch relevant, because I think everything you could develop would be Twitch appropriate, unless it's really far out there. But as far as things that are relevant to Twitch, you could always try to do, so I think a ton of people will make like a chat bot or something on stream. I think that they'll also make a Twitch game that interacts with chat. So I think these are the kinds of things you can do. You can also do something like an overlay. And other than that, it could just be really anything you want it to be. I don't think people are going to watch your stream more or less if it's relevant to Twitch unless the product is finished. So for example, if you're making a game where you can interact with chat, as you're developing it, I don't think people are going to drop in more so than normal. But once it's done, maybe. But I wouldn't try to do something just to aim for viewers in the first place. But this all goes back to that blog post I did, which if you haven't seen this, Racer, you should definitely check it out. I think this is a question you should answer. And if you're happy sharing that, you should share it with chat. Because if your only goal is get viewers, that's not a bad goal, but I don't think development's the way to do it. So involve refactoring this. Yeah, so I think this is something I should do after lunch. Normally I wouldn't wait this long to go get lunch. It's 1:15. Yeah, actually, you know what, Corpo? You know what I was thinking of? Is what if you were making literally a view bot on Twitch? I don't think that can be against their terms of service, right? The terms of service, well, actually, wait, no, I take that back. Making a view bot could be. Streaming the development of it wouldn't be. Except in that you're a streamer anyway. I guess it would technically be against it. All right, well, rambling done. So yeah, it's 1:15 and I've been online for 4.5 hours without food. So we're gonna go rectify that. And then when I get back, we can finish the polished stuff that we have. Let me take a look through the rest of this list while you guys are possibly typing BRB lunch. A lot of these, that's done. Trim the fat, that should be pretty simple. In regards to breaking it, you're supposed to go to attack. If you go to defense mode again, create a bot. Yeah, you won't be able to do this. Personal opinion, shouldn't besides of 2, felt alone. Yeah, do a little more of that. Progress indications, maybe we'll do that. Should we give credit for the tutorial as soon as you, yeah, if you want to highlight this, then we should do the items below. And then consider refactoring. Yeah, so we can get through the majority of this today. What will I eat? I'm not sure. Whatever leftovers we have. And Thunder ZV, thanks for the follow. Yeah, so when I'm done with lunch, I'll be back to finish this. This will get to the point where it's at about 8 hours. But because this is so lopsided, that means that there's only, I guess, really 3 hours left of real streaming. Did you say by using it you're just testing your development? Yeah, no, I don't think you could ever do something like that. What happened here? Oh, I whispered the wrong bot. Man, I don't even know my own commands. So we're gonna set this to 37 minutes. I'll probably be back after 30 minutes, but I'm not positive, so I'll just give myself some more time. So thank you guys for watching so far. If you like what you see, hit the follow button. If you don't like what you see, hit the follow button. That'll show me. I'll just treat them all like you dislike me. I'm just gonna wait for this screen to stop being white, and then we get to go. You can see at the bottom it says waiting for the CDN, which is very silly. Yeah, there we go. Okay, cool. See you guys. I'm back. And I'm gone. No, I'm back. Just need to open this door, get some air in here. Alright, yeah. So we're back to tutorial polish. We need to move some of this stuff out of here. Like has configured desired blueprint. This is just tutorial stuff. So I don't think this should be here. And even this probably shouldn't be here. Let me find this. Hang on, I'm doing something off screen for a sec. Yeah, this, if you go to this yellow box, you can read this text. This is how I expect things will happen eventually, yo. I don't know if I've ever explicitly mentioned this before. I'm not going to call out exactly what all of this is, but yeah, if you read through this, you'll see. At least yo will understand what my relevance, what I think the relevance is here. And yeah, Wooden Unicorn, if that continually happens, you should just mute the stream when I go to lunch. That's the whole reason why yo typed what phase. Because enough people would get scared by me coming back. So I think all of these things should be moved. This. Set tutorial into enable, that's probably going to still be needed. Okay, so let's start moving some of this stuff. So this calls get desired tutorial hardware slot configuration. And what does this need in order to work? Basically nothing. So that's pretty good. We don't need to do anything here. We can just say export a function, which does need access to the state. See, tasks like this that I'm setting out to do right now, I don't think they're very tough. This is the kind of thing where if I have music playing, it's pretty nice. Or I guess if chat is talking to me during that time. So I guess chat, if you have any stories to tell me, now's the time to tell me them. Entertain me. Do it. So this comes from the state. State equals get state tutorial reducer equals state. This equals tutorial reducer. And then we just check this stuff. Yeah, pretty good. Then we move all of the references to this to bound tutorial actions. Great. So now this part's done. The next thing we need to do, we could have this stuff somewhere else as well. That way the UI doesn't have to worry about this. Hey Chris, how you doing? Yeah, today has been a pretty good day so far. And there's about 3 hours left in the stream. I'd say after today, the tutorial is probably ready to be shown off. And then any other little changes that we make will probably not have a huge impact. Prevent navigation due to tutorial. Yeah, this is for practically everything though. Was it a good poem, Ski Dog? Because that sounds like a nice story. Maybe you open the poem up and it's something like JavaScript is terrible. Excellent poetry, but it's a bad message. You see, he didn't use the letter X anywhere in there. That was the constraint. Make sure the HOC is checking to see when the tutorial. It is, so we don't need that here anymore. Where else do we have this? It is configuring tutorial blueprint. Yeah, I suppose this is another one. Here's a solid 7/10 poem. It was just strange. Yeah, it's a nice sentiment though, so yeah, that's not too bad. There are some strange things that happen where they're either scary or just outright mean. So I'd say all in all, that was probably a pretty good Christmas poem for you. Thank you, Zero. Welcome back. You know, there have been, despite me saying how viewer counts have dropped, there have been some new names in stream like Q0, who, I mean, Q0 is also a brand new account, so chances are it could be someone just trolling me in the long run. But yeah, there have been some new names lately. So I'm glad people are still coming back. Okay, so now that this has been moved, we delete that. And we change all references to that to this. I know you're not new. You were a lol beginner, right? I wrote this down. Oh, Shillbot. No, never mind. You were a lol beginner. Yeah, Shillbot. And I'm doing well. Yeah. Yo says, I'm new. What game are you making? I'm making Cookie Clicker. Except instead of cookies, it's pies that you click. I'm gonna take the entire market by storm. As configured desired blueprint. So this is done in a couple of places. And this is not this.props, we can't do that. I knew there was something else to this that I'd forgotten. Got it. And we don't need anything saying anything about the tutorial in here. Oh wow, you had the poem? Merry Christmas wishes. Let's say Hans? Ski dog poem from client. There. Yeah, I'll have to check that out later. So yeah, hardware slot configuration we could include from here. And then I guess we just don't need any of this stuff. We just need workbench state, which is workbench reducer. In fact, the word state shouldn't probably be here, except for in get state. So we delete these things and do this. This changes into that. And we should be pretty much good to go. Alright, cool. Yeah, Pandas. So one of the skills you'll learn as starting out as a coder is debugging, hopefully. And this is one of the things I wrote on here. So I suggest reading through this PDF. But yeah, things to learn as soon as possible. How to search effectively for solutions to your problems. Learning more interactively, debugging, and how to break down your problems. So yeah, for something like this, if you're having some errors, just, yeah, learn how to search a little bit better and you'll probably find the solutions. There's, every once in a while, you're going to come across a really obscure error or something that's so specific about your particular setup, that yeah, you might need to ask a human for it, but typically just asking the internet is good enough. So this should work the same way it just did, except for now, what was it? This was hard coded. Well, we need to change this to let me think about this. There's get tutorial desired hardware slot configuration, and that's from tutorial constants or tutorial actions, which we don't even have. Yeah, and I don't include any other actions from here either. Okay, well, let's include it. Tutorial. And this may end up there anyway, because it's more related to the tutorial than it is to hardware. But yeah, this would change. So it would change to tutorial actions, and we need to dispatch this. How do we do that? Yeah, something like this. Because these are technically action creators, not actions. There. All right, let's try it out. Hopefully I did this right. We connect. So we want to make sure that configuring this bot works correctly. So yeah, it's showing lasers here. So you'd be like, what am I supposed to do with this? And you probably wouldn't even figure that part out. It says drag it from the right to the desired level, but you wouldn't maybe know that. So when you start dragging, I think highlighting this would be really helpful. Contains slot config as a function. Contains equal slots. Where is it getting called from? Array sum contains equal slots. What? This should have an equals function. It does. This is wrong. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. No. Has, yeah, alright, I see. Get tutorial desired hard. This should have been a dispatch. There. Hey, Mitchell. I missed your original message until just now. Let's try this again. So we drag this onto here. Cool. It highlights melee for us, so we know what we need. And then it highlights shield. You configured the blueprint. Great. So the next thing we want to do is make sure that that's working for attack. So select star from tutorial missions. I want to find a player who has not done tutorial 1, but who has done tutorial 0. And the answer is Adam 4. So we shall log in as Adam 4 now. And it says you created your defense. So all we want to do is make sure that it's highlighting the right things. It should highlight missiles, reflect, and yeah, these things. Missiles, reflect, and shield. Okay, cool. That's working. Missiles. We scroll down. Reflect. Perfect. And shield. So if you already had... Oh yeah, you can't remove hardware. Let's try that again then. I wanted to test something else out here. So what if you'd already configured reflect on the bot? It should work. I don't expect there to be a problem here. But if I put reflect level 3, then missiles is still highlighted and it should just jump right to shield. Yeah, perfect. Yeah, and I meant to put that there. Great. Yeah, cool. That's all I needed to do. Should add auto scroll. Yeah, that's what EJ had said too. I think it's a little bit harder to do that. But the thing that I think is probably a little bit better that I'll have to do here eventually is instead of just highlighting this, when you start to drag it, I want to highlight the tier you have to drag it to as well. And I think that's going to be a little bit tough. Yeah, scrolling would be ideal, but I don't feel like doing that. So we're just going to ignore that. And if people end up being confused in the real game, then I could always add that in. So this stuff's done, that's done, that's done. So there's only one thing I think we're missing from here. It was this. Yeah, but that's good enough. Yeah, I don't care about this. Should be easy enough, isn't it? Just hop links when the field is active. So you need to know exactly what you have in the hardware and what you need. And there's nothing stopping you from doing it in a different order. So it's pretty similar to what I had there. Yeah, I would just need to know when that highlight ID changes. Yeah, I guess it wouldn't be too bad. When highlight ID changes, I could just scroll that into view. Still, I'm going to put that off for now. Unreachable code. Yeah, I don't think this function is ever used. Also, I'm really glad we got rid of that thing. This is not UI code, so it didn't make sense to really have this here. Now we moved it to a file where it made sense and just called into that file. As for this, I cannot find a caller for this anywhere in the code base. Yeah, it's just this .props in the salvage UI. So where's salvage UI? Get item template depot. Yeah, it's passed in as a property. Honestly, even that is probably not necessary. Yeah, probably all of this should be done somewhere else. Oh well. And nice, official Rossi. That's really good. So let's delete this entire function. There we go. So I changed a decent amount of things for this. Mitchell, were you the one driving that whole time? Are you done with the tutorial? No, I'm not. There's a lot to it. I should probably comment what this does before I forget. When in a tutorial, we want to highlight a particular item in your inventory so that you can configure blueprints without having to remember what you're configuring. Yeah, cool. So all those bindings, removing text and moving it down, etc. Is that only possible in Sublime? No, there are lots of editors where that's possible. Taking longer than planned? No, it's actually taking shorter than planned. I thought it would take all of June, and I think I could probably be done by the end of Friday. Or let me put it this way. Hang on a second. Okay, so here's what I originally had planned. Tutorial will take all of June. Here's what I'm thinking now. Tutorial will maybe take until Monday. But then in either case, I wasn't planning for like tons of feedback. So let's say I get, I don't know, feedback to change 40% of the tutorial, which I don't know why I would get that feedback. But anyway, this is stuff that wouldn't be too important to fix. So I'm pretty happy with how everything's been going, and the tutorial is so important that it was worth spending a couple of weeks on. If new players have a hard time getting into Botland, then they just won't play. I don't think there's that impetus to be like, I plan on learning a whole new genre of game. Also, I don't think we should call this Pulse necessarily. I also don't think this should be in this file. This is part of the tutorial. Oh, and we have what? Keyframes pulse exists here twice. Whoops. There we go. Get item template depot not found. Oh, this is used. Oh my god. Alright. No wonder. And where is it used besides this? With pregame header. Hey, Miha. Nice, Official Rossi. This is used in one place. Get item template depot. This.props. Yeah, I see. This is unnecessary. This should really be changed. Well, it's a good thing I linted it at least, because yeah, this is still apparently needed. Action/inventory.js exposes a function that can be removed. The only thing using it is with pregame header, which is only used for the pregame header, which only uses this for the salvage UI. Changed it to look a bit more like, where is this thing? And then it has a request sync and returns whatever it is that's necessary. So these shortcuts aren't that crazy. They are, hang on, let me fix this. Control P is how you go to a different file in Sublime. So when you see things flying around, all that's happening is, let's say I wanted to go to salvage UI. I would start typing SALVAG, and I would eventually get to this file. In typing all of that, you see this flying around to a bunch of different things. It's not like I'm actually doing anything in those documents. It's just changing to the preview and then finally changing to what I press enter on. So that's why every once in a while I'll just say, yeah, looks like I'm typing faster than I am. All right, what else am I missing here? Property ordering, I thought so. We just need to make this alphabetical order. Done. Have I written a tutorial before? No, I haven't. Or at least not as fleshed out as this. Every once in a while, something would need an introduction, and I would just write it in a document alongside whatever it is I'm releasing, or make a video or something. But yeah, baking it directly into the application, I think it's really helpful, and I'm glad I did this work. Did I ever finish writing the comment for this? Yeah, okay. That's straightforward enough. Is this learn on the fly, fixing problems as you go? I wouldn't. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of learn on the fly. I spent a couple of days, probably like a day and a half, doing just design and research. And yeah, it's still possible to do that. So the first day was, what, like 4 hours of writing the tutorial document. And then I think I started researching libraries. And then Monday, it continued, well, the second day, I guess. It continued for the day, I think. And then I settled on Intro.js, and I started trying to use Intro.js. And that's when I spent, I think, a couple days building up sort of the foundation for that. So that was Tuesday and Thursday. And then I started using it, and now we're on Wednesday of the next week. So there were some, yeah, I'd say yesterday was classified kind of as polish as well. The fixing problems as I go, I don't think that's due to bad design or something. I think there's a lot of issues in Intro.js that I needed to work with. It could be bad design of Intro.js or of that fix that Pikachu EXE had done. These things are all fine. Except for that, what does that say? Is highlighted. Yeah, I think that's fine. That's definitely good. Cool. Highlight hardware in tutorial. When tasks with configuring a blueprint, users are likely to forget what they were told to configure, and they shouldn't have to rely on error messages to get back on track. To help new players, I've added a pulsing highlight on the next piece of hardware that they should add. Yeah. Hey Maroto. I don't remember you, but apparently you've only been in chat for 40 minutes. So let's see, was this a long time ago? It probably was a long time ago. Okay, but welcome back. Ruined the good lighting. I think this is good lighting, right? Nice and pink in here. So we'll commit this. And this would be amazing if I could do this. It's possible. It's just annoying. So let's try something. We have level select, I believe. Is this what I think it is? Yeah, it is what I think it is. So we would just add a class name for pulse in here. I want it to automatically go to this stuff. Okay, so yeah, we have the ability to make these flash. The thing is, we need to flash just one of these according to which level you're supposed to configure. That's only if these are showing up. Man. Well, I guess we do the whole is highlighted thing again. Let's trace this back to wherever it comes from. Hardware level select. Here, empty hardware slot is what has it. And we need to tell it which one to highlight. Empty hardware slot. This comes from hardware loadout. Which comes from edit blueprint. Yeah, we could just keep passing this down. It's not so bad. We just need to combine these different things. Okay, let's do it. So hardware loadout will say tier number to highlight equals this dot props, or just equals 1. Just say 1. How big is your apartment? I don't think I'm going to answer that question. Let's just say it does not look like this. So now hardware loadout, and we pass in an empty hardware slot. And then empty slot needs that same thing. Why are there 4 of these? Oh, I see. That wouldn't be combinable. So we could say highlight is highlighted. Do we have a number here? Equals 1, I guess. Sure. Excuse me. I did not need to do things this way, right? On level selected is highlighted number of empty slots. Yeah, these are all the same. So we can just do things this way. times. Does times return whatever is iterated over? Invoke returns an array of results, yeah. So times 3 index. So this is where we put this in. Key equals Mitchell, I was going to make a pun on that, one of my titles, and then I'm like, no, I shouldn't do that. I should leave that to Mitchell to do. And you didn't disappoint. So now we can delete this stuff. So now is selected, is highlighted. Stop props dot tier number to highlight equals index plus 1. We could do it this way. Return this. Tier number, and tier number. Okay, then finally we get to this, where we put in is highlighted. And in the case that it's highlighted, we just put this here. So with any luck, here's what will happen. When we drag from here to here, the only thing we'll see highlighted is tier 1. The rest of them will just look how they normally look. So let's try that out. Nice. So is this obvious enough that you're supposed to drag to tier 1? Probably not, right? I don't know about that. Yeah, unless you're colorblind. I mean, even if you're colorblind, it's changing colors. So I don't know if you could do tier 2 and 3 red. So red to me means you wouldn't be able to add this thing. So for example, if we take a look at this has to be tier 2, so you can't add it. So there's no way to put that there. So I wouldn't want to make it red. No, so the thing is, when it comes to functionality, never differentiate things by just color. But this is a hint. If you drag it to the wrong thing, it'll tell you you had to make it level 3. So this is just a way for you to not even have to get to that error message. So now what we need to do is have it highlight the right number at the right time. Sure gonna love doing this. Kind of the same function here. Feels dialogue, man. I still think that's the greatest thing you've ever come up with. Tier number to highlight. So how will this work? We need to get the desired hardware slot configuration, and then the item to highlight. No, that won't really work, will it? An item template depot. Okay, I can kind of picture how this will work. It's going to be a little bit tough to do, though. Yeah, it's going to be a little bit tough, but I can see all the moving pieces. So let's try this out. Item ID to highlight equals there. So if that doesn't exist, then just return null. But if it does exist, then we need to get the desired hardware slot configuration. So we get that here. Then we get the item. Yeah, we get the item. So const item template equals item template depot dot get item template. Hopefully that's the name of the function. You can kind of play on mobile, but not quite yet. It's not great. So here's the item template. Now what we want to do is get the hardware constant from that. Then we want to get the corresponding level from the hardware slot configuration. This actually wasn't so bad. It's just get hardware slot. Unless there's something that automatically gets the level, does it? No. Well, what's this? Get hardware items missing from inventory. Yeah, we don't have a way to do that. Okay, that's fine. Even work by hardware constant. Better. Hey K-Pax. Yeah, it'll be reset when beta starts. It'll probably be reset a little bit before beta starts. What I want to do is, so beta is going to be late August. I want to do kind of a soft launch the week before and make sure nothing goes terribly wrong. Or maybe we do a soft launch 2 weeks before and then another soft launch a week before. And that way we can test launching the game multiple times. I'm not sure, but I'll let you guys know before that stuff happens, so anything you want to save off, you'd be able to save off. We can just change this to hardware ID. Okay, then once we have this slot, we get the tier number. There's get tier information. Get tier number, there it is. All right, yeah, this function's just a bunch of constants, really. Yeah, we don't even need this, which means this doesn't. Yeah, I guess this doesn't even need the dispatch then, huh? No, it does. Yes. What am I talking about? Yeah, of course we do. Yeah. All right, let's try that then. One last thing to do before I can try this. I'm getting a little hasty. We need to do this. This dot bound tutorial actions dot that. All right, let's try it out. This is everything. Oh wait, whoa, no. No. Did I check in the connect button being pulsed green? Oh, whoops. Okay, no, this won't work. Amend last commit. No. We just want to undo the thing that we did. Alright, we'll just make another commit later. I'm not gonna push my changes in it. Actually, yes, I should. Fine. I'll do things the right way instead of the lazy way. Stash save. Blah. And now we go to commit. Amend. Undo. Oh, you can't do that? There we go. You can do that. Okay, good. So then we commit that. This is the proper way of doing things. Then we stash pop. This is the proper way of doing things. Then we don't want to see the changes. And we should be good to go. Okay. Yeah, let's test it out. Connect. Is it going to work? No. Did I not export that? Oh, it doesn't come from the tutorial actions. It's bound workbench actions. And also, I'm not even in the tutorial, so it won't highlight anything. I mean, I guess we're testing the negative case where, yeah, it just doesn't highlight anything. Okay, so now let's go start in the tutorial. Adam 12. Yeah, welcome to Botland. Sure love that message. Are you ready? Nice. So it highlights tier 3. So you just drag the flashing green thing over to the other flashing green thing. Oh, there should be some confirmation that works. Then this should be tier 2. Then this should be tier 2. Nice. Can plebs donate bits in sub-only mode? I don't know. And I guess it's easy enough to test, but I don't really think it's worth it. As far as I understand, even banned users can donate bits. So I think Twitch has the priority set for giving them money. So this looks kind of good. There's just one thing I wanted to do still. And that's that if this is both selected and highlighted, that we rule this out. There. So that way it's really obvious exactly how this works. So let's try it out again. We're just going to speed through this. Yep. Cool. Sorry. When you drag over here, you can see it highlight solid green. That way you can tell what's highlighted and what you're supposed to highlight. I think this is a little bit clearer because otherwise what happens when the browser is really small is it's hard to hit those targets. So this lets you know that it's based on the mouse, which is, I guess, easy enough. But when it's based on your finger, if this is on a tablet, it would be a little bit harder to do. So this is better. Hey, the Mushmouth. I'm doing pretty well today. And check out these sweet indicators we got. Lasers level 3, done. Melee level 2, done. Shield level 2, done. Now let's try the attack side of things. Whoops. Cool. So we're like, oh, we know how to configure a blueprint, but we don't care what we're configuring. So here it tells us missiles level 3, reflect level 3, shield level 1. Now, there are things that people can get into their heads that is wrong, and that it's because the tutorial didn't tell you any differently. So, for example, you might think, oh, I always need 3 different pieces of hardware on here. That's not true, but I don't want the tutorial to spend the time being like, okay, make something with cloaking level 1, landmines level 2, melee level 2, artillery level 1, and lasers level 1. Because what is that teaching you, really? So, yeah, we won't do that. Can you highlight the wrong ones red? I mean, I could. I think I'd rather guide you to the right thing than guide you away from the wrong thing. When dragging hardware for the sake of a tutorial, this can highlight a particular tier number to make it easier to remember what you're supposed to configure. Great. I already looked through this function a bunch of times. The other thing we'll do is this. Yeah, we actually removed lines from here because I cleaned up how this looks. That's nice. That's good, and that's good, yeah. Alright, take care, Official Rossi. Good luck on the exam. Yeah, we're all done here. So, highlight tier numbers to make tutorial easier. Pretty good polish. Okay, so as far as including the license for Animate goes, we will need to do that, but I'm going to put that down here with the rest of the license tasks. So include license since I copy pasted their code. Yeah. So technically we don't have to do this until we upload Botland the next time. And even then, I don't know. I think people in general are pretty lenient. The law might not be lenient sometimes, but in this case, it's like, look, clearly this is on my to-do list. If I upload the game on Friday and I've got this code in and I didn't put the license up until Monday, let's say, I think that's fine. I think if I release the game and claim this was my own, that'd be a bad deal. I don't plan on doing that. It's just, I don't want to have overlooked something. Like, let's say I forgot to do this and someone sues me. I mean, forgetting to do something is not a legal defense. Now, I meant when you hover over them. Right now, hover turns them all green, or maybe not red, maybe gray or something. You're saying in just the tutorial? I can't even do this. Because I think the way it is now... So, okay. Let me bypass all this and just go right to the thing that matters. I'm going to test this on people in real life who are anywhere from gamers to not gamers to they've heard of the game, they haven't even seen the game, and I'm going to see exactly what they do. In fact, I might even record them. I just won't show you guys that stuff. And that way I can always look back on this and be like, okay, you got to this step. You've already done this before. Can you do it again? And I'll see how many people fail at doing this. How many people are like, oh, that's nice. You highlighted this in green for me. And, oh, there's this here. I know I had to put this on tier 3. And if you put this on the wrong one, by the way, if you drag, let's say, reflect onto tier 2, it says tutorial error. Please make reflect level 3. So yeah, should I make them gray? Should I make them red? I don't know. I think it's all based on the feedback from users just using it. They don't even tell me if I see them struggling with this stuff. Like if a bunch of people get stuck here and they're like, okay, what do I do? I'm just going to let them stand there and they might click some things and they might click this and it'll just say, it's disabled. Yeah, but what am I supposed to do? They might drag this. Yep, that's not allowed. Okay. They see a little thing here. They're like, oh, that's what I'm doing. Right. Okay, reflect. Yeah, where's reflect? Lasers, missiles, and then they would see, I could scroll down, and they'd eventually get there. So if they take a long time doing that, I would, make it auto-scroll, I think. Tutorial error is a bit harsh. So there's a specific reason why I did that. It's tutorial error so that this isn't necessarily an error. Just for the sake of the tutorial, it's an error. So yeah, you try to remove hardware, but that's prevented for the sake of the tutorial. So anytime you see that, you're not like, I broke the game. I broke the tutorial. And I think that's pretty good. So trim the fat. First, let's put this at the end, because I think that's a pretty easy task in general. With regards to breaking the tutorial, when you're done with the defense part and supposed to go to the attack, if you go to defense mode again, so I don't think this is possible anymore. I think this is impossible now that Intro.js guides you completely. So personal opinion, you're over-guiding this tutorial, but strangely, besides step 2 and 3 when attacking, I felt alone. Doesn't feel right with the current pace. The day I felt this right when attacking because I wasn't totally done at that point. I didn't plan for contingencies around number of phases. Yeah, I have this written on my list. I'm still not sure if I'm going to do this, so I'm going to cancel this for now. Note, this is being tracked on the list already, but I'm still not sure if I'm going to do it. Johnny Dan wants more progress indications. I suggest adding a number of steps to the text, like at the end, 5/5 with a check mark, and every step have a progress bar. And I wonder how people feel about this in general, because Intro.js has a way to just show steps. In fact, I could just enable this right now, and show step numbers true. Make it like tutorial help instead of error. Yeah, I don't mind making that change eventually. So this says 1. It doesn't tell you how many steps there are. And in this case, there are only 2 steps. So you click attack, and now you're back to step 1 on the next page. Step 2, click, step 1. Yeah, so I don't think I can have step numbers showing up. I need to give them steps more semantically. I'm going to just cancel this for now. I don't think this is worth doing for now. I think what matters most is how engaged users are during the tutorial. So if they feel like it's dragging on, then I probably have more fat to trim from it. For create defense, you should be given credit for the tutorial as soon as you've successfully saved your defense, not when you go back to the main menu. Yeah, that's true. This does need to be done. Let's go do this now. How will we do this? when you successfully save your defense. So completed tutorial mission. I guess that's all we have to do. That you saved your first defense. That was successful. The lights are uneven, please fix. I guess they kind of are, right? It's just... I'm not gonna fix that now. Maybe later. Maybe never. Here, I'll give you a point to become the hush mouth. There. Smooth that over. Hey, why not? Welcome back, and thanks for the bits. Take this gift and shut up. Yep. I'm not trying to hide it. What's up, why not? Where you been? Where did my sub status go? Huh. So we need to make sure you're in the right step when you try to do this. Saved first defense. We need to make sure you're not in this step. Welcome back, me. Thanks for the sub, the mushmouth. See, you just gotta give people points. 2 months though, nice. Nice, nice, nice. Stream crashed. Huh. Strange. So we're gonna mark that you've completed this here. Give you credit for completing the tutorial as soon as you save the defense. Oh, your browser crashed. Yeah, okay, so there's technically a potential issue here. You call export defense, and then at some point in the future, this will return, probably within a couple hundred milliseconds, and then we will give you credit for the tutorial. So there is a possibility that in that short amount of time, you close a tab, your browser crashes, and your defense is saved, but you didn't get tutorial progress. In that case, you'll reload the page and you'll be going through the tutorial again, even though you've already done everything. So it's not the worst case in the world. I don't know what the odds are of anyone's browser crashing in that 200 milliseconds between these two steps, but it's not the end of the world. So how do we change this? We get rid of this now. Yeah, we just do this. Unexpected token where? What? Wait a second. Oh, good. You didn't lose your 5-month resub. Nice. And thanks for subbing. At 5 months. So if you add up the months from the last 2 subs, it makes 7 months. We can do basic arithmetic. Fetch battle log. Oh, this is a screw up in main. Where? Oh, this. It should build. I don't know what's going on right now. Oh, yep, it is building. Just taking its sweet time. Cool. Okay, so what did I just test? Oh yeah, that's right. Saving your defense. Okay, then we need to make a new account. You know, if you don't type these things in and you're on localhost, I should just default it to. Yeah, I should default it to password. Stupid card expired while I was away, so it didn't renew. Been in Spain and France. Oh, nice. Yeah, how was your trip? Was it a holiday or was it just for work? Wait, so Hideo didn't sabotage you then? Well, Hideo Doppelganger didn't sabotage you. He actually improved your life. Bit of both? That's good. That's because grills can't talk. You're thinking of girls. Alright, here. Yes, I'm not new to the internet. I know how dumb that sounds. You have a blueprint. So it's once you save that you're going to get credit for it. Let's try this out. Okay, so Atom 13. Let's go over to here. Select star from users. No, not star. No, I didn't want to do that. ID name from users. Select star from tutorial missions where user ID equals 13. So there should be nothing, but as soon as you press save, it should immediately... Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That didn't work. What happened? Why you do disk code? Completed tutorial missions right here. Saved first defense. Set to that. Get credit as soon as you've done that. What am I missing? Bad request. Users. Oh yeah, I typed in the wrong. Hey Edge. I'm doing good. How are you doing? I never say that. I'm doing well. How are you doing? Yeah, I don't know what I did. But this seems to have broken. And I don't know why. So at this point you don't have... Oh, it doesn't make any sense. I guess it's this that went wrong? Get defense and... Oh, whoops. This was supposed to be not equal to... Oh, yeah, okay. There's the problem. Let's try it again. Great job. Now you have a blueprint. Now let's just run you through all of these other steps again for no reason. Okay, here goes. Save and check the database. Perfect. Yeah, so as soon as you've done that, you're technically on the next tutorial. So it says that's it. You're now ready to move on to attacking. So we click main menu and then what happens? It's broken. That's what happens. So we have not completed this because by completing the tutorial mission, it actually puts us into the next tutorial. Yeah, that's bad. Yeah, that's definitely bad. No, nice Edge. That's good. So Edge, what do you define as success with this bot? Oh, whoa. Thanks, why not? And thank you to the Mushmouth for linking that in. 1,337 bits. That puts you at 1,437 for today. Nice. Yeah, nice. I'm rolling in money over here. a problem here. The problem is that we give you tutorial progress on the server and also put you into the attack tutorial at the same time. What? Why not? Thanks again. Getting rich, yeah. Hey Mario. Nah, I don't do top donator, top cheerer. I don't do that sort of stuff. The only encouragement I have for cheering is the cheer messages, and of course me saying thank you, I guess. But other than that, I try not to make it front and center. But I do appreciate it. Why not? Success will be interesting. It's going to have a Linux Docker layer where people can do Linux tutorials. It's also going to control my layout for my stream and generally be informative for viewers. No, what I meant is, what is your definition of success for the bot? As in, does that mean if people are enjoying using it, it's successful? First link from Salad is broken. The first link seems to work for me. And why not another 1337? How much will it cost for a weapon named after me in the game? I don't think I can do requests like this. I think at best there could be like a small Easter egg or credits thing or something, but in general I think modifications to the game from Twitch, I just don't think it'd work out. I think if there was a Kickstarter or something, I'd have to plan for things like that. This is what a storm did today. Oh, where do you live? Because Echo was showing me a picture of a storm where he lives. It was pretty bad there too. There has been something weird going on with Imgur links though. Lately they've been expanding to something like imgur.com/original/a/b/d/e/f.png. I don't know why this happens, but it's only when you have the image extension at the end. Wow, so let's see. We had 1337 times 3 plus 100. So 4,111 bits for today. Why not? That's really nice of you. That's a hard one because it's multi-purpose. I'd say its focus is more features that will help me out. Like I know how to give it OBS support to change my sources and scenes based on what window I got clicked. Yeah, but even if you're, like, let's say I had two purposes for this, for entertainment and for education. I think my definition of success could be I wanted to reach 500 people, let's say, regardless of which audience it is. Or I could say I just want to get it done, and that's all. And then I'm successful. That's all I was curious about. But I mean, you kind of have indirectly answered the question. Maybe special cosmetic pieces for Twitch subscribers. So the thing I am trying to do... Oh, nice. You got the next bit badge. Why not? Yeah, so the next thing that's going to happen is there will be the boat bot that looks like Adam Boat. That is going to be a reward for following me on Twitch. We'll eventually do that. I think a reward for Twitch subscribers, maybe that would be the boat bot, and for following me you get something different. And no, I wouldn't. If someone offered me $1 million for Botland right now, I don't think I would take it. I'd want to see for myself how successful can I make the game. What's up with Adam Boat? Why a boat? That's for the April Fool's joke from last year. And Moran Batty, thanks for following. Oh, that stuff is not really that interesting in Showcase. That's why I started the bot, just to have a front end in your face project. Okay, good, Edge. Yeah, I see. So, solution number one. I don't really know if I can trust that he would not accept $1 million. Okay, so I've talked about this on stream before, and the way that it would be for me is why not? Yeah, thank you very much. You evened it out to a solid 5,000 bits today. It's so crazy. So, what would you do with $1 million? And you'd have to be able to answer this question if someone's offering you $1 million, because you'd have to think, how will this change my life? And so for me, I'm doing what I like to do. Definitely. I think there are some things that I could do to make it better, like working with a team of people. I think that would really help, and that is something that costs money. But in general, if I had to give up the thing that I'm doing that I like in order to get money to do something else, I'd be starting from scratch. And that part doesn't appeal to me right now. So I like what I'm working on. There is a price, definitely. I think everybody has a price in general. But I don't think it's $1 million. And I also don't think what I'm doing right now is worth $1 million yet. You would have like a $500K salary. Yeah, but I don't think there's a big difference from earning, let's say, $200,000 and $900,000. And I know there are people out there who would disagree, but to me, to my lifestyle, to my point of view, I don't think there's a big difference. I think at that point you're already buying anything you want. I'm not saying that I'd be making $200,000 necessarily, but you're already buying whatever it is you want. An extra $700,000 a year lets you get more of the stuff that you want, but I don't think it makes you happier. Edge, I think in general, this is like limits in math. I think if I said, I'll buy your bot, there is a price where you would probably eventually sell it to me. If that price is $5 billion, like, I think it'd be hard to turn down that kind of money. So yeah, I wouldn't sell Botland for $1 million, but it's not like there's no value of money that I'd turn down all of them. I would definitely, there'd be some level. I don't know what it is. Wait, LeVay, did you watch that video? If you ask for my OS framework, I tell you to go away. But if I offered you $5 billion, I mean, imagine if I had $5 billion. If I offered you $5 billion, you wouldn't sell it? Because if so, I don't know what that means. I think, yeah, I don't know. Not any amount of money you'd give up your dream for. So I guess that's where you'd have to say, is selling your OS framework giving up your dream? Because I think most cases, and I'm really sidetracking myself here, but I think in most cases the answer is no. I think in most cases you'd be able to go hire a team of however many people you want and do what you need to do, or not have to work full time, or not have to worry about like just some other things, to the point where the rest of your life would be different with that kind of money. But if that is truly your answer in the end, then yeah, so be it. I'm not going to convince you that that's not your answer. You could certainly turn down money. And Handbasket, thanks for following. So they give me money and overinflate the market and crash it, so my money is worth nothing. I mean, this isn't a genie we're talking about. We're talking about a hypothetical where you get money and that money is worth the amount of money you thought you were getting. This is like when Notch sold Minecraft for $2.5 billion. It didn't change the world economy. Notch wasn't poor all of a sudden. Yeah, I think that's a different hypothetical. I thought the fun part was building it. I think there are different fun parts. I think releasing it is also fun. Continuing to build it could be fun. Moving on to something else could be fun. It all depends. It's not hypothetical, though. The $5 billion is hypothetical. I'm not actually offering you $5 billion. And what I'm saying is, if I were offering it to you, the hypothetical that you'd have to assume is that it's just a solid transaction. Anyway, solution number 1 could be, don't advance to the next tutorial until the steps from the first one are done. I.e. divorce. No, but, okay, Edge, I don't know how you can say this and then also say this. It is hypothetical. What's not hypothetical is your desire to work on the project. That's concrete. You can say that and believe that. But until there's an offer, it's the definition of hypothetical. The fact that the market can crash is not hypothetical. The $5 billion. Okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah. So if you don't have faith in money, then also you technically wouldn't accept money for anything in your life, right? At least not. I guess it's a sliding scale. But either way, I guess I've sidetracked myself a ton on this. And like I said, in the end, you could totally have the belief that you wouldn't accept $5 billion for it, and I'm not one to argue with that. So don't advance to the next tutorial until the steps from the first one are done, i.e. divorce telling the account server from advancing the client. So solution number 2 could be, I don't know if there's a better solution than solution number 1. Let's see, we can say completed tutorial mission here. Could do the same thing here. Oh yeah, solution number 2 could be allow returning to the main menu from the game in the beginning of the attack tutorial. I think that's a bit strange. I think when you get back to the main menu, if you're still in the defense tutorial and you had saved your defense, yeah, I think this makes more sense. Credit for completing the tutorial as soon as you save the defense. So we would go change this function. We tell the server about it, but we don't necessarily advance to the next one. Realadam13531@gmail.biz. Yeah, Mario, I'm going to stop chiming in on this conversation, only because I think it's a longer conversation than just a couple of sentences. But you guys are welcome to talk about it still. So we didn't have an advance to next. This would give you an error. Set tutorial ID. Okay, yeah, let's take this out. Plus, this only needs to be done for 2 tutorials right now, so it's not that hard. We would just get rid of this step here, or rather copy paste it somewhere else. Wow. I'm deleting that. That was from a long time ago that I made that. Yeah, that was a long time ago. So now if you go to Botland and you try to register, it doesn't let you type in an email address. It just says cannot change this and then gives you a random number. That way you didn't even try giving me personal information yet. But we're almost at the point where that's going to be real again. There's no command list for everything like that. There's just there's a commands page. But yeah. So done with tutorial ID. This is really telling account server that we're done with tutorial ID. There is no next tutorial yet. We don't do this stuff. We just do this. Only callers when you know for sure that you're moving on to the next tutorial. The caller has to handle the check to make sure the transition should happen. So this is, yeah. I'm not giving you the whole command list. What is that command? right, time to change some stuff. So this is good, and we need one more, which is this. Then 2 of these need to advance to the next tutorial. So we just do this here, right? Should be pretty simple. Where are you getting these from, EJ? There's still t-shirt. Oh, you search chat logs for AdCom. It's pretty good. When are you getting water tank cam? That's never happening. Although we had a friend over last night and she saw this bottle for the first time and she said, oh, her husband is always drinking so much water at work that she should get this for him. And I think she ordered it last night too. So yeah, advertising right here. We only have one more thing to do. It's when you go back to the main menu and you were in here. Yeah, so this is what we changed. It is a tutorial. If tutorial ID equals IDs dot create defense, then set that you're now in attack. There. I don't think I am going to switch to a green screen. I think that's what the general consensus was here too, right? What did they say for this? Do you think Adam should get a green screen? Yeah, most people said no. Because part of this was, if I get a green screen, then my light system isn't going to work. And I spent way more time working on a light system. I mean, I appreciate the offer edge, definitely. Okay, we need to test this out. We need to test out getting an error and then saving and making sure that we get into the right state here. So let's try it all. So we register for Adam14. Password. We're going to go cut out the game server. We're going to check this for here. So we've completed none of the tutorials. So we're going to just fly through this tutorial. Then this will fail, so we didn't get credit for it. Then we turn on the game server and try again, and this should count for credit. So now we save, success, and did we get credit? Yes, perfect. Absolutely perfect. Okay, great. Now we go back to the main menu and try the next thing. Actually, if we refresh the page right now, we should still be in the attack tutorial. Yeah, perfect. It's all working. Oops. Speed this up. So you can watch the replay. Yeah. Well, that failed. Yeah, that's a different bug though. We're just gonna ignore that. So you finish your first attack. It doesn't give you credit until you go back to the main menu though. I think that's fine. And now if we refresh the page, we're back into upgrade defense, right? Yep. So we upgrade our defense. We get a chip. We put the chip in the arena. Now it highlights the save button as though you can save. But then you would read all the messages on the screen and be like, oh, okay, I gotta place more bots. And then you save, and then everything works. So now you're done with the tutorial. As soon as you refresh the page, you should just be into the game. Yep, perfect. So all that's working totally fine. Hey, no pointer. Yeah, Edge, I'll write down what you said here because I keep track of some of these less frequent offers. There we go. But thanks. Why did I just get an ad? Apparently there are some ads that everyone sees, even subscribers. Thanks, Ski Dog, Why Not, and Botland Bot. Hey, OJ, did you change your color? Source assigned value. How do they do? How do for YouTube, for example? They're working on this for 1 month, and then after 1 month, the website gets all the new features. How do they do this? I think what you're asking in general is just how do big companies roll out features? And okay, weird EOJ. I could have sworn it was a different color. Huh. It's red for me right now. Yeah, if that is what you're asking about though, is how do they roll out big features? It's that they have a team of people working and they typically follow some sort of software process that makes that a little bit easier for them to manage. So for example, they might check in every single day to see how close are we to releasing this feature. Then they go through their deploy steps. Maybe they roll it out to just a certain part of the country, a certain part of the world, certain users maybe. I don't know what level of specificity you're looking for here. Oh, nice. I know you've been working on this for a while, Token Guard. This is looking good. The only problem is you put these blocks such that they're green, then red, then blue. You want to make it look like this emoticon. So you want mostly yellow, and then like the mouth here and a couple of eyes. Well, other than that, looks great. Keep up the good work. Yeah, the rest of these things are fine. So give credit for create defense earlier. Previously, you only got credit on the account server. Previously, I'll say this, the client only told the account server that you finished the tutorial when you made it back to the news page. This meant that users could save a defense and then refresh the page and they'd be stuck back into the create defense tutorial. Now I separated the logic of telling the account server from advancing the client to the next tutorial. So progress can be saved immediately, like how upgrade defense worked. Note that the attack tutorial still doesn't give progress, still doesn't save progress until you go back to the news page. That could be considered a bug. Probably should fix that. Yeah, as soon as you've successfully commenced, we could advance you to the next tutorial. Yeah, I should do that. Fine, we're gonna do that. Give credit for the attack tutorial as soon as you've successfully commenced an attack. Since it would have saved your blueprint, I guess that's all we really care about. Oh, alright, take care, Token Guard. And each row gets a random color. I gotcha. Wait, always blue. Something's wrong here, EOJ. Hey, Nara. Yeah, you might need to refresh Why Not. I'm not sure what's going on there. Okay, so as far as this goes, this should be pretty easy. We have a commence game. And in the case that... How does this work? Commence game. We call this. At this point, you should get credit for the tutorial. Do we return this? Yes, we do. Oh, no, this... I don't like this. This doesn't always return a promise. Oh, we could do this here. So is game over? Did you ever try TypeScript? I haven't tried it, so I can't say if I'd like it or not. But I suggest that you guys try it, definitely, for new projects especially. See if you like it. If not, just remove it. It's something that I was told about when I'd first started streaming, and I felt like I was being pulled in a bunch of different directions. Not because of viewers necessarily, but just because there was a lot to get started out on the foundation of this game. Yeah, I haven't seen anyone with that badge. The closest I've seen, there's someone stream who I go into. TGH plays. He's been playing a lot of Zelda lately. There's someone in his stream who's giving him like $700 or something. Just crazy. But yeah, that's why Twitch added those badges. It's an insane amount of money. Yeah, so here's where we could do this. We could say this dot completed. We could just do this. We could say this dot store dot dispatch tutorial actions dot completed finished attacking someone. When you've done this, the only thing we need to do is advance the tutorial if you were in that tutorial. Oh, I see. Yeah, EOJ has a random color. Oh, weird. I wonder why I just noticed this today, though. So when you release a game, will it be released under your name or will you make a company? So I have a company already. It's called Xtonomist. And I guess technically it's going to be released under that. But I'm not really going to make my company name front and center at all. I don't really care if people know about the company. I don't really care if people know about me either. What I care about is that the game is successful. That'd be great. So if is in tutorial and tutorial ID. Actually, we don't really care about this stuff, do we? This is it. Then we just dispatch set tutorial ID. Right here. Yeah, what am I doing? This is just completed tutorial mission. Make sure we tell the account server that you're done with the tutorial as soon as you finish attacking. That way you don't have to go through those steps again. If you refresh the page before you go back to the news page, which is what considers you to be done from the client side of things, which I like. I think that's fine. I believe they'd maybe love to see that the developer streaming the game, the dev of the game, fully on Twitch. Yeah, that's true. I think players care about how many people made the game, how much money did it take, how long did it take, those sorts of things. So there are a lot of games out there like Undertale and Cave Story where it was mostly one person doing almost all of the game and it took them like 5 years to do. And that's a pretty feel good story because it shows someone worked really hard on those things. And for me, it's been almost 2 years of working full time on the development, but I didn't do the artwork of the game. And even if I end up doing the music, I won't have done the sound. So yeah, this is not like one of those Herculean efforts that other people have put in. Alright, we need to test this out. So is there anyone who hasn't done the attack tutorial? Right there, 11. No, not 11. 3, no. No, all of them have done it. Except for 13. Oh, perfect. We just log in as Adam 13. Try that out. So the only thing we're testing here is that as soon as you're done attacking, as soon as you're done with a game, that it immediately gives you credit for the tutorial. Let's try that out. In fact, even before you're done with the game, right? If you hit commence here, yeah, we should be able to see this. Let's try to do this. So this is pretty fast. So what's going on? Why am I not typing anything? That was weird. So yeah, we have tutorial 0 done. As soon as we click this button, let's try this out. There, it should be done with 1. Oh wait, we lost? That's the only way this wouldn't have triggered. No, what? Or I screwed up. Yeah, now it says it's done. Yeah, that's not right. Let's fix that. If you compare how the average day looked like when you had a full-time job compared to how an average day looks like now, which one do you honestly enjoy more? Oh, definitely this, 100%. So there are some properties of this where even if my days were the same, those properties make it so that it's more enjoyable. One of them is that I'm reaping all of the rewards that there would be from my work. Now, there are no monetary rewards yet, but I know that what I'm doing is for me. And to me, that's significant. So working for somebody else, it's more like you're kind of helping them make more money proportionally than what you're making, because otherwise you wouldn't be worth the wage you're getting. And that's not inherently bad, it's just not as motivating for me. And also you probably don't fully agree with how the product is or how the work process is. I think most people who've worked in software, there's at least one person on the team you dislike. There's probably some part of the process you dislike. Maybe it's around documentation or filing bugs or how you get features into the code base. And even if you like all of that stuff, it's unlikely that you agree with the overall strategy of the product itself. Maybe you think that they should focus on the web or they should focus on friends features or something like that. And you can't usually have that kind of impact unless you're really high up in a company. So those are the properties I'm talking about where even if my day-to-day work was the same, that stuff would be different. So yeah, it does make this more enjoyable. Now on the flip side of that, I also have to absorb all of the downsides. Lots of payments out of pocket that I didn't expect. Lots of time spent doing things I wouldn't have planned on doing. The way this has to change is here. I don't care if you get done with this. I only care if you get the journal back and that the game is over. Journal is game over. How does that work? Get game result? Could memorize this. Phase recorded 0 alcohol last phase. Yeah, I should write a little note that this is callable no matter what. Note this is callable and will give the same result regardless of whether we've played back the whole journal, which is good to know because that means that we can do this up there. So let's put this here, and let's put this there too. And this gets cached, so we can just call this twice. There we go. I didn't say exactly where I worked right before this job. The only job I really told you guys about was when I worked at Microsoft. And I think it's worthwhile to try out a couple of different types of companies, whether that means small companies or big companies or tech or health industry or something like that. I think it's worth just seeing what it is you like best, because it's very unlikely you'll work at a job where you hate everything about it. There's at least one thing they're going to do right, even if it's like they gave you free coffee. And it's worth it to learn what some of those things are. Okay, we need to undo this. There were bonuses, yeah. And hey, Nanya. A lot of IO games are often boring. I think the IO games just have a different market in general. It's people who want to spend maybe a minute learning the game and then however long playing the game. So there's Agar, there's Slither, there's that tank game whose name I forgot. I think all those are pretty easy to get started with. Botland is the kind of game where once it's fully complete, I think it would work really well as a mobile game. You play a couple of matches a day, you'll have a lot of fun, I think. You play 100 matches a day, you probably won't have as much fun. So I don't think it has that kind of longevity to it, but it wasn't totally planned with that in mind. So I'm hoping more game modes can eventually get us there so that I can appeal to everybody. But that's not something I can target at the beginning. Yeah, so right now we won't have this tutorial complete. Like I said, as soon as we complete this next phase, this should work. Yeah, cool. So it says we got credit for the tutorial. So if we refresh the page right now, we didn't even watch that play out. It's going to say you've tried attacking, so now you have to upgrade your defense. So you get credit as soon as that gets done. Now let's try that one more time. 2D games in Java. You could try LWJGL. Lightweight Java GL. Problem with this is that it's not a game engine. I think most people nowadays, if you're going to do something, you should probably just start with a game engine. Making one from scratch is something I would do if you're interested in it. But if you're interested in making a game, I wouldn't make the engine and then make the game. I don't think it makes sense at this point in time. I think you just go right to using a game engine and just trying things out. And that might mean not using Java, because I don't know if there are Java game engines out there. But I remember when I was working on Botland in Java, because I did that a while ago and I spent like 2 years on it, I got to the point where I was working on UI and I had to just find a library. That library is probably much more mature by this point, but it wasn't as mature back then. There were just a lot of issues I ran into that slowed down development, and then the game never got done. So that's a product of a lot of things, not just me. I can't just... I mean, I take most of the blame for that, definitely, but could have been sped up by things. Actually, I have to pretty much take all the blame. I was trying to phrase it in a way that was indicative of why you should use a game engine. All right, let me try this. And we hit this. Yep, good, cool. Okay, so I just need to make sure the rest of these steps still work. So perfect. This only has 2,000 life now, so it just dies almost immediately. And at that point, you're able to go back to the main menu. Perfect. Perfect, perfect. All of this stuff has been working. This is going great. Yeah, libgdx sounds like something more like what you want probably. If this has things like input and audio and I wanted to mute this tab, but I can't see where the mute button is. There it is. So where are the features here? Graphics, audio, input. Yeah. This is probably what you'd want then. Yeah, thanks for suggesting that, Nora. I wonder if they have anything for UI. 2D UI library. How does this work? I just want to see some pictures. Introduction. Oh, come on. I just wanted to see something really fast about this. Oh, well. I don't care that much. Cool. Mark tutorial as done when the game ends. Like the last commit, I wanted to make sure you got progress as soon, that you got credit as soon as possible, so that you didn't have to repeat steps should you refresh the page. Alright, see why not. Thanks again for all the bits. Well, we are cruising along with all the polish. We are now at this step. This is where we need to be pretty critical of everything I've done so far. In fact, if anyone is new to the stream right now... No, I can't upload this again. Yeah, I'd have to ask for this on Friday. Alright, well then I'll do this as though I'm a new user. We're going to just try to see what's unnecessary. What are you always doing on this program, Tortoise Git? That is what I use for checking in code. So every time I make a change, what I do is, let's say I change this to say like 2 + 2 = 4, and I change setup React to be, let's just say I made that change, 2 + 2 = 4. So in this program, I can see what this line used to be, which was nothing, and what it changed to. So I go through all of my changes and I make sure that they make sense. And that's it. That's what I do with this program. Well, that's too bad. Shouldn't have typed 2 + 2 = 4 into my file. Okay, yeah. So, goal right now, act as if I'm a new user experiencing Botland for the first time. So, important properties, important things to look at. What parts of the tutorial are unnecessary? Where do I want more depth in the tutorial? I don't think there should be anything here. This is all probably just candidates for the advanced tutorial. What else? Something about, oh yeah, how long does it take? And there was one last thing I wanted here. Oh yeah, what do I do when I'm done with the tutorial? Do I keep a diary? No, I don't. Anonym. You think I change job and work in gaming industry as a junior? Is it too late because they take only young people? I've heard about the game industry being ageist, and I don't know if that's true. And I think, so I've heard enough things about, like, you have a master's degree, let's say, and you try getting a job at McDonald's because you can't find a job in your field, and they say you're overqualified to work there, which really means we're worried that you're going to go get a job somewhere else with your qualifications, so we won't have you for the long term. So I don't know, Anonym. I think it's worth applying if you want to do that, because the application process shouldn't be very difficult. But I don't know what your odds are. Yeah, I agree that it's never too late to start doing things you like. As far as feasibility of, I mean, it's like, if your goal is win the lottery It's never too late to start that, but there's no guarantee it'll work. And I'm trying to just be realistic here, not negative about this, that there are certain biases in the industry, and it is possible that you try to get a job and you can't find anything. But it is worth applying, and that'll take very little of your time relative to how long it would take to get you to where you are now as a full stack developer. So it's worth a shot. We are going to register for a brand new account. I just got to figure out what the next account name is because I keep forgetting what user I signed up for. Adam15. Hard to be a ballet dancer if you start late. Yeah, hard to be a professional ballet dancer. You can definitely learn like some steps. You could have fun with it. And I think that's more along the spirit of this. That's where I was saying it doesn't matter your intentions sometimes. So if you want to win the lottery, it's possible you do that every day the rest of your life that you play and you never win. And yeah, that's just a fact of life. Probability is against you. But if you want to become a video game developer after majoring in, let's say, communications or something, you could totally do that. Maybe you're not going to be the next, Carmack, but you're going to probably have fun and enjoy yourself. Hey, Shanes, do you recommend the keyboard you're using now for someone that doesn't usually use all fingers to type to actually learn doing so? Yes, although in that case, I don't think you need a new keyboard for doing that. This keyboard will make it so that it'll probably actually hurt your hands to use the wrong half of the keyboard, but it doesn't mean you'll just start typing correctly. If you want to learn how to type correctly, I'd suggest this advice. And number 2, do you recommend me to learn React.js? I think it's worth learning. It doesn't mean you have to continue to use it, but why don't you spend about a week just making a hobby project and seeing how you do it in React? And Jay Haluska says, game industry likes to burn out young people because they have such a big supply. Yeah. And remember while that could be widely true, it's not 100% true across the industry. I'm sure there's someone out there who's willing to say, we want good game developers, something. You can always find a company that matches with you. It just could be more difficult. Can you game with that keyboard? Yeah, you could. For gaming, your keyboard should only need to be one half of the keyboard. In fact, if your keyboard looked like this, you'd probably be fine using just this half of the keyboard. Unless you need to type a chat message, then yeah, of course you need a real keyboard for that. But yeah, you just need WASD, Control Shift, all the buttons around those so you can hit them. You don't need things like F8 as a gamer. Do you ever like to change jobs? You run a teacher? Yeah, I've gotten that feedback a lot, Sir Monster. It's something I'll have to think about. I'm not sure how much I would enjoy it. All right, so we're going to try this. We're going to start this, and we're going to think, I am now a new user. So I'm wiping my memory of Botland. All I know is it's a game. Someone suggested it to me. They're like, you should try this out. I don't know anything about it. I don't know what the game's even about. So we're going to click start, and we're going to create an account. That part we could have gotten through, definitely. So we see welcome to Botland. Since this is your first time playing, we'll lead you through the basics. This won't take long. Okay, cool. I still have no idea what I'm doing at this point. So in Botland, you act as both a defender and an attacker. Let's get you started on your defense. Tap this button to add your defense. And at this point, I might be like, oh, cool. They're telling me what to click. Maybe I'm like, how long is this going to take? So this is your arena. Your goal is to protect the CPU. At that point, I'm probably wondering, what is the CPU? Because I can't tell it's that. So, wow. Goal is to protect the CPU. We should probably highlight the CPU. I'm new. What am I attacking, defending? Well, I mean, you'll see throughout this tutorial how it works, but act like you're going through the tutorial with me, and if you still have that question at the end, then ask me again and I'll answer it. But I'm going to try to do this without getting too sidetracked because I am timing it as well. And I'm including this distraction stuff in the timer because a real user might be going through this too, and they might consider this, oh, just giving feedback. Yeah. And the goal here is to try to trim the tutorial. So if I have to add information, it probably means, well, I don't know, we'll see. So yeah, this is your arena. Your goal is to protect the CPU. So there's the CPU. We should probably highlight it. You can do so using bots. So that makes sense to me because this is Botland. So I'm about to learn what bots are. In order to place bots, tap this button to make a new blueprint. This is the blueprint editor. A blueprint is a template for a bot. You can customize its appearance here. We'll skip this for now. And yeah, people have said maybe I just cut out this step entirely because it's not like you do anything here. And you can customize hardware over here. Hardware consists of functional items like lasers or reflect. You have 7 hardware slots, so I can see these here. You create the overall strategy. If you want an attack bot, then add weaponry. If you want a support bot, throw on some defensive hardware. Keep in mind that having empty slots provides no benefit, so make sure to use all 7. Okay. So click edit. We're going to give this bot a good mix of weapons and defense. Lasers level 3, shield level 2, melee level 2. So this is probably too much information for me, but it's pretty relevant to what you're about to do. Higher level hardware takes up more slots, but it's also more powerful. And I think this is pretty important because people had been watching me for months and they still didn't totally understand this. I'm not saying that's a fault of you viewers or anything. Oh, nice. Adam speedrunning intro.js. They change reflect to shields. Oh, there's also shields in the game. I'm not changing the names of hardware here. We're just looking at the tutorial specifically. So start by dragging lasers from the right side to your slots. So I could click the done button. I'm probably not going to do that. I'm probably going to be like, I see lasers here, so let's try clicking that. So I click it and I see, okay, the tutorial went away. And I know how computers work, so I know that I need to click this again if I want to select it. But you don't need to select it. You just need to drag this. And at that point you're like, oh look, this is also flashing green. Maybe I drag it to there. But if you didn't, it would tell you that's not how you do things. So we tried dragging it to the right spot and we see that worked. And now it highlights melee. So we drag melee, and now we only want level 2 of that. And now we don't know what to do. So we try clicking create. It pops this thing up, and we just don't read this because we're antsy. And we click something else here, and it says you can't do that. And yeah, so maybe they should scroll us down. Anyway, we configure it with shield. CUAGDQ intro.js any percent. And yeah, user, I'll comment on this a little bit more in a bit, but in general, you could read this. There's a sentence at the top that kind of covers how this stuff works. Hey, Zancro. You have this text where it says that you can use lasers and reflect, but shield seems more logical because it's more known. Oh, that's what you meant. Oh yeah, that's good feedback. Sorry, I misinterpreted what you were saying earlier. I thought you were saying rename reflect to shields. I'm not trying to artificially inflate this time. This is just supposed to be an estimate. So good job, you now have a blueprint. You have to place 3 bots. Sorry, I have to like move around my camera here so I can read this text. Till you're able to save your defense, tap in the arena to place all your bots. So at this point, I know I was told to protect the CPU. If I click that, it's not going to work because I have a blueprint selected. I'm probably not going to try to click it that badly. I'm probably just going to be like, all right, I'll just place these anywhere, right? If I would play, I'd probably not be bothered to read. Oh no, I understand that. And that's why I linked to the tutorial thing. And the reason, let me point out exactly what I was referring to here. It was this sentence. Note that without setting up a defense, you would be unable to play Botland. That means that even if you already know how to play the game, you wouldn't be able to skip the entire tutorial. So as a user with your personality, you could try to skip through all the text as much as possible. If you can still figure out how to play the game, awesome, that'd be great. And it's not monitor, you'd want specs for that. So yeah, you can skip through all this stuff and try to be like, all right, what am I supposed to do now? But then you wouldn't know what your task is at any given moment. So great, you placed all your bots. If you were to save your defense, other players would be able to attack you. That's why it's a good idea to test your defense. Okay, so testing is important. Click here to test. So just pick one of the presets and choose test. If I was like, nah, I don't want to do this. It says tutorial error. And unfortunately, that's just going to stick around there. There we go. Maybe add a flashing arrow. There's more stuff down here so the player can scroll down instead of auto scroll. So K-Pax, I'm not inclined to do that. Man, I'm a little torn on this because I think people should see... Wait a second. Did that have 2,000 life or 12,000 life? Oh no, wait. I gotta test that again. We'll have to test that later. Figure out if testing your defense has 2,000 life or 12,000 life. You probably noticed, oh, so that's the first time I'm experiencing how the gameplay of Botland works. And yeah, I should have been in the mindset of a new user. I'd be like, wait, what? Why am I not controlling anything? But here's where it answers that for me. You probably noticed you didn't have to directly interact with your bots. That's because bots are completely automated. You can control exactly how they'll act by creating their AI. As shown by your test, you don't have to customize it, but it'll be helpful to learn later. Now that we know your defense works, click this button so we can save it. None of your changes have been saved yet. That means that the blueprint you created would be lost if you didn't save it now. Normally, saving would make it so that your defense can be attacked by everyone, but we're going to protect you from that for now. So you click save and you're done with the defense portion. That's it. You're ready to move on to attacking. You created your defense. We'll see what it's like to be an attacker in botland. So tap this button to attack. There are two ways to attack. You can attack another real player in a ranked game by choosing this, or you can test out your attack strategies against your own defense. Choose this option for now. So if we try clicking anywhere else, it doesn't work. If we tap this option, it doesn't do anything. So we have to tap this, and doing that moves on. Let's start. So at this point, you're getting kind of the flow of this. You understand it's going to stop you where you need to be stopped. It's going to move on where you need to move on. So you're probably going to try to hasten this a little bit. So recognize this, it's your defense. So yeah, here's where you put a bot, here's where you put a bot, here's where you put a bot. Even if you were attacking someone else right now, you'd be able to see all of their bots. It's helpful to assess everything beforehand so you can form the right strategy. The blueprint you made as a defender is not usable as an attacker. Again, I think this is important to point out because you might be like, I just made a bot, why can't I use it here? And the reason why not is because what you're doing as a defender is very different from your goal as an attacker. So you probably don't want to use the same blueprints. So this is the same editor you saw earlier. So here's where I give you some free reign. Just go customize this. And at this point, you'd have to be like, okay, I remember you pressed the edit button. If not, you just wouldn't be able to move on here. Actually, it's something I forgot about. When customizing your attack blueprint, I just assume the player remembers to press edit. There should be a hint there. Yeah, there we go. So you do press edit and you eventually see this is highlighted. And just like before, you'd remember how this works. It'd be like 3 minutes ago. And you'd see reflect, and you know to make level 3, and shield, you make the level 1. So now you're done. You click create. The reason we had you add reflect is because it's strong against the defender's lasers. Attacking takes place in 3 phases, so you have an opportunity to see how the defender's strategy will play out. You can only place so many bots per phase, and there's also a limit for how many you can place in the entire match. Remember, your goal is to destroy their CPU. You can't place bots too close to it as shown by the darkened tiles. Place only a single bot so you can see what it's like to play multiple phases. So at this point I'm probably like, no, I want to just win the game. But you can't do that. Unable to connect to chat. Hang on a second. I think my chat died. Yeah, it did. This is the last thing I saw. If you don't save it now, right? Mario, I don't know what this is referring to at this point. Would be cool to have some type of upgrade to hide a bot when the defender prepares. Yeah, that's something that would be done via chips, and even that is probably very unlikely to happen. So the problem with this, Sir Momster, is think of how the game design would change if you were to do something like this. So this makes it so that the attacker doesn't have full knowledge at the time, during phase 1 at least. So now what that would mean is attackers would always put down their statistically most likely to win set of bots, which means that during phase 1 you're on autopilot in every single game. And I don't like that idea. I don't like that idea because I think it undermines the automation aspect of the game. So I don't think we'll ever hide information with Fog of War or just hidden bots. If you didn't save it now, shouldn't it be present? Shouldn't... Wait, hang on. I gotta put your thing in context. Let me look at this afterward. And Ruxlad, thanks for the follow. Alright, so now that you've placed the bot, you can commence the phase. So at this point, we already know we're not controlling this directly. So we're basically watching our bot die. We were already kind of told about that. So you're now in phase 2. Any damage dealt to defending bots persists. So that's the whole reason I have you play out 2 phases. You can see the life bar is not at full here. And if you can't see it, well, you'd be able to in a bit. This time place 2 bots. So yeah, we could zoom in if we want. We can kind of test this stuff out. So we place 2 bots. Let's put them here. And we hit commence. So we see ours firing missiles. And then this one might actually... Oh, it didn't die. Okay. Alright, see you, Sir Momster. Cool. You finished your first attack. There's no reward, but we're going to give you experience points anyway. There's just one more topic to cover. So this is very fast. You've created a defense and you've tried attacking. The last thing to cover is upgrading your defense. Let's edit the defense again. Using the experience points we gave you, you can now upgrade it. Tap the upgrade button. Cool. By upgrading, you've just increased the size of your arena, which isn't very obvious because we were zoomed in, and expanded the number of bots you can place. This allows you to make more complex strategies. Upgrading doesn't necessarily mean that you're more powerful relative to attackers. They will also be able to place more bots. I should probably italicize also. How do we know why it's attacking what it's attacking? I'll answer that at the end. When you were asked to save the defense. No, I know what you're talking about. I'm not totally sure I understand what the feedback is there. I mean, I'll write this down, but I'll go back to that at the end too. So I'm almost done with this. This should take probably just another minute. Another benefit to upgrading is that you can earn more bot coin per day. So this is something Hideo said I should probably cut out. Just this message, not the feature. So yeah, maybe I'll do that. The last thing you unlocked is the ability to place a chip. Chips are destructible structures that provide buffs to your bots. Tap here to see your chips. For now, you just have a regeneration chip, but more can be purchased in the store later using Botcoin. The regeneration chip affects all of your bots regardless of distance as long as it survives. You can only place chips in sockets. Drag your chip into the arena now. So I might try to do this just like this, but you could just click here and then do this however you want, really. Finish placing the rest of your bots, and when you're done, save your defense. By doing so, you'll finally be attackable by other players. Test your defense until you're happy with it. So I'm probably just going to try clicking save, and I'll see an error saying you need to place 7 bots. And at that point, I'll be like, wait, how do I get back to bots? I clicked here for chips, so I click that again, and I'm back at bots. Okay, cool. So I place my bots, and I'm like, I don't really care about this right now. And maybe I test it, maybe I don't. I click save, and there, you're done with the tutorial. So even at my worst case scenario of talking to chat, getting distracted, it took 14 minutes. I mean, I think that was really exaggerated how I did this, just like EJ said. I was aiming for 5 to 10 minutes for this, and I think it probably will take that. I'm going to time people later. I'm going to, actually maybe tonight. We might have a friend over tonight, and I'll ask her to try playing the game. And I'll see exactly where she, well, just what her feedback is. I'll try to time her too. Hey, Ricardo. And see you, Pandas. Even for the chip, I think you can cut out one step. Like, just explain the chip and auto-expand the panel. It's kind of obvious. Yeah, I think if they don't manually go to that panel, though, they... Well, yeah, you're right. Okay, so let me cover a couple of things. Jay Haluska says, how do we know why it's attacking, what it's attacking? So there's one reference to this in the game. The full answer is that you customize it with its script. So this bot that I made, like the tutorial tells you to make one that looks like this. And then you just put it in the arena and you see them attacking stuff. So it uses its shield, it starts to fire its lasers, and you're like, why is this stuff happening? Well, I don't cover this in the tutorial, but the way that all works is based on a script that you have. So by default, everyone gets the script, figure it out for me, which just goes and uses stuff as it sees fit. But if you want to customize this however you want, you totally can. And that's where you could say, I want to shield myself, then I want to fire lasers. And maybe I don't even want to use melee. Or maybe I put melee above this. Could work either way. So if this is my script, this tells you exactly how it's going to work. So remember, I did not put movement code. So my bots shield themselves, they stand still, and if they can fire their lasers, they'll fire their lasers. If they can use melee, they'll use melee. Is there an advanced tutorial for the scripts? Not yet, there isn't. I've been working for the last week and a half on the tutorial itself, so I've only gotten through the required tutorial. The advanced tutorial would be optional, and yes, very likely will exist at some point. Don't forget, just let me know when you want Turtles to test it, and let me know what you want me to record. I can time her as well for you. Oh, yeah. I haven't forgotten about that ski dog. Same thing with Hideo's girlfriend. A bunch of people have offered up some friend of theirs in real life for testing the tutorial. That is great, definitely. I'll probably do this in waves. So I'll test some people out in real life and see how that works. Then maybe incorporate the feedback, then try it with some of the people you're suggesting. going back to the bot section by clicking chips is not very intuitive. So there are two ways to do it. One is clicking this X, and the other is clicking chips. Like, I guess you would know that it takes place on the left side, but yeah, you'd have to figure it out. Okay, cool. I'll write that too for Mario. Just thought of something to bring more life and animation to the game. Every player can customize the image of their main character. And when the game is running, you can see your bot king in the corner and one of your adversary. They make faces dynamically depending on how the game goes. Yeah, right now, I think something like that reminds me of a game like Puzzle Fighters, actually, where you're playing a game involving this puzzle stuff on the side, and your characters are attacking each other based on how you do in the game. But these characters have no impact on the game whatsoever. They're just aesthetics. And for a game like Puzzle Fighter, this is great because your action takes place in just this tiny rectangle and their action takes place in this tiny rectangle. In Botland, I think it could add some confusion. The other thing is you actually do have an avatar in the game that you can customize. And so you can change how this looks. You can buy pieces for it. And it does kind of show up in some parts. But yeah, we're not done with the UI yet. So there will be some more. Use Bing instead of Google. You think it's better? It's just your browser auto addresses Bing. Oh, so there's this. I'm mostly using Bing because of the rewards. I don't remember, but the X doesn't look like that in the final mockup because when you have one chip, it looks like you're deleting this chip. Yeah, that's true. Let me look at the mockup because is this the mockup? Yeah, it is. Yeah, it'll look a little bit more obvious than the real thing. And we might actually change that panel too. And this is one of those things where, again, when we try this out, and you guys will tell me too when you try this out with your friends or anything, if you want to help out, you can tell them, oh yeah, they got stuck at this part. They couldn't figure out how to close this. And yeah, I'll know. And I see what you're saying, Ananim. And I think there is a place to add that stuff. But I'm not sure of adding more like action during the game. Especially because games can go very fast. You might be playing something at like 8 times speed. And then seeing anything like that could be too much information. I also wouldn't have thought to click on chips to get the bots. If there was a components or parts tree and chips and bots were under that, it would be more intuitive. Yeah, you know what? Now that we only have... So originally here, I think I've got this in the UI. Originally, we had walls, pits, and chips. So there were 3 kinds of structures, and then there were also your bots. We got rid of walls and pits. So now that we only have chips and bots, we could probably just make 2 tabs at the top. Like imagine that there's blueprints and then there's chips and you just switch between them. So for those sorts of things, yeah, we're not totally done with the UI, so I had to do that. Have you tried React.js? Yeah, this whole project uses React.js and I like it. Yeah, tabs would have been a bad idea back when we had wall, pit, chips, and bots, but now it's not so bad. So okay, so Jay Haluska, was this question answered for you? How do we know why it's attacking? What is it attacking? I mean, I guess the answer was scripts, and the long answer is go to the advanced tutorial, which doesn't exist yet. Because the only relevant text that tells you about this is where I mention AI. Yeah, here. So this is where the game tries to tell you about this. It was answered, just not answered in the tutorial. Yeah, so this is the only part of the tutorial. You can control exactly how your bots will act by creating their AI. As shown in the test, you don't have to customize it, but it'll be helpful to learn later. So I'm basically saying, hey, there's some magic going on, but I don't want to overwhelm you with that magic yet. But I guess this isn't descriptive enough, or maybe this was something that I read too quickly while I was on screen. This is confidential. We don't advertise that. Creating their AI via script. So it was very intentional of me not to mention the word script. I think people hear script and they equate it to code, and I think they hear code and they equate it to nerd, and I think they hear nerd and they equate it to quitting the game. And I really want to avoid that. And I know this may sound like a stretch, but I don't think it is. I think people will hear this and they'll be like, no. I don't care if there's scripts in this game. They hear AI though and they might be like, how do you do that? So I think that's one more step removed from this. Stereotyping. Scripted behavior and priorities. Yeah, and I think that would sound a little confusing to users too. So I'm not sure exactly how this will all be taken. I think just hearing script is bad. But yeah, I kind of wanted to gloss over this while still mentioning it. I'm not assuming anyone's a nerd. I'm saying this is how people who are, I just want to play a game. I heard this game is good. Let me try it out. I think this is how they would see this. Is like, oh, this is way more complex than I thought. Now, in a strategy game, you want strategic complexity. You don't want interface complexity. So let's read through the rest of this stuff. So here, it was answered just not in the tutorial. Do you still want an unlock mechanism for bot capabilities to reduce the options at first, which helps learning how it works? Yeah, so that's already kind of planned here. We have this progression list. You start with just 7 pieces of hardware. So if I actually go into here and I click edit, we should see 7 items over here. Yeah, the 7 items that we have in this document. Then from there, you can unlock any of these and any of these. There are only 3 that are completely locked to you, and that's because they require the ones on the left column. Whoops. Not mean to do that. So you have the ability, actually right now in the game, to unlock what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah, there are 12 pieces of hardware you can go unlock, and you will start with enough money to do that. The game doesn't teach you how, but I imagine you'd be able to click the store. At that point, you'd go into advanced tutorials or ask a friend, anything like that. So yeah, there's plenty of stuff, and then eventually too, we'll give you access to, well, I don't have any money in the game apparently, so I can't use this button, but we give you access to salvage packs. And yeah, we can start to expand the breadth in the game. So yeah, user, you saw me go through this whole thing. Do you think if you were just kind of clicking next really quickly through this, that you'd still get the general idea of the game? Or do you think it'd be... Well, what are your thoughts on that, I guess? And I know you didn't go through the tutorial, but you saw me do it. So here are some action items I've got. That I want to fix. This I hadn't totally understood. I think it said if you didn't save it now, shouldn't it be present because of the now? You're referring to the tutorial. None of your changes have been saved yet. That means that the blueprint you created would be lost if you didn't save it. I'll just say if you didn't save your defense. Yeah, your defense. I think I get the game, yeah. I think I understand how to play, though I'm a programmer, so that might be different for others. Yeah, I think even for programmers who have started playing this game, what used to happen is we would just throw you onto this page. And at that point, you're like, what is the game about? What's defending and attacking? Like, yeah, in general, if you played a lot of games before, you probably know some of this stuff. But you don't know certain things that are just kind of implicit. Like, for example, when you click attack, you are actually attacking another player. But at this point, you don't know, are they there? Are they actually present? Can I, like, chat with them or something? So those are the kinds of things I wanted to point out in the tutorial. And I think it's doing an okay job at the very least. I mean, I spent enough tens of hours for it to hopefully be okay. Okay, yeah, that's better. Okay, so that you were talking about the wording. That's the part I didn't understand. I think what you meant to say is present tense here, and that's what it threw me off. Okay, so I'll delete this then for now. So when customizing your attack blueprint, I just assume players... Yeah, there's another action item. Figure out if testing your defense has... Oh yeah, another action item. Okay, cool. You have this text where it says you can... Oh yeah, I like that one too. Cool. Your goal is to protect the CPU, highlight the CPU. Yeah, unfortunately, there's one problem with this. And the problem is that if we highlighted it, the tooltip shows to the right of it because it's on the left side of the arena. So it would show over here. And it's blocked by the tutorial anyway. So we could... Oh, yeah, we could zoom in. Maybe we should do that. Maybe we zoom in by default, so that we can highlight that. Because it's not guaranteed you even have this screen size. And if we do zoom in, then this wouldn't be on the screen at all. I don't know. Yeah, I'm not going to do anything about that for right now. And if you eventually clicked this, which you wouldn't, yeah, I don't know. All right, let's customize the bot. So the problem is that when you finally get out of here and it tells you to place bots, clicking this is trying to get you to place a bot. And there's an X there saying it doesn't work there, which is, I think, pretty obvious because you'll click here and it will work. The thing you would have to do in order to select this is click this again to deselect it, which nothing tells you to do and you probably wouldn't be concerned with. And then you'd see this, protect this to win. Why 7 and not less for the beginning? Impossible to play without the 7. I say that nowadays in most games you unlock as soon as you start playing. For example, start with 4, 5th after the first game, 6th after 2. So Anonym, if there are 4 slots at the beginning, that necessarily means you need at least 2 pieces of hardware still. And the problem is that you'd only ever have 4 slots for the tutorial. I don't think that's a great idea. So there were a couple of things that fit into the monetization. One is no pay to win. And if you had 4 slots to start with, and then you eventually got 5, and you eventually got 6, and then you worked your way up to the final number, however fast you progress to that, it would change your power level. The other thing that's important to note is that if you ever could be at this level, there will be people who never advance beyond it. And then that means that you might be playing against players who they're just not as powerful. And they'll never log in again. So for the 30 days that they're valid matches, it's going to be bad games against them. If you can display images in the pop-up, maybe show the same images in the pop-up instead. I don't follow that message exactly. Let me see. Your last one was, I get what you mean. Personally, I think highlighting buttons would give me personally more than the pop-ups. So I think what you're getting at is something like this could show up saying this is your CPU and you don't have to click it or anything. And that's sort of similar to what the hints are in Intro.js. It could do something like that. So let me show you what a hint is first. So this is a hint. If you can see this little circle. Oh, hey, Windy Beard Games. Thanks for the host. I was actually watching you earlier today. You were drawing a purple, I don't know how to describe it. Looked kind of like a slime combined with a worm. I think user means an image of the CPU. And oh, I see what you're getting at. Oh, yeah. Yeah, okay, I gotcha. Yeah, thank you both for clarifying that. Action item, look into including an image of the CPU in the introduction to your defense so that we can point it out in Intro.js. Walrus worm creature in a bottle that spawns eyeballs. Okay, yeah. Yeah, how'd your stream go? Okay, yeah, I appreciate that feedback. I didn't realize what you were saying originally. Not watching Adam Toys. Okay, so let's delete that. This has been answered. We should probably highlight the CPU. Yeah, that's there. Stream was great. Got a huge amount of work done today. How are you? Man, things have been going pretty well over here. Let me show you one of the things I got done today. So, in the tutorial for Botland, which I've been working on for a long time now, we've had this whole point things out and click things and whatever else. Well, one of the things I did today was it tells you to configure this particular blueprint. And as soon as you click through this dialog, you've forgotten what it said. And that's totally fine. That shouldn't be on you to remember this stuff. So instead what happens is it now highlights this. So this is in green. And as you drag it, you can see this one's also in green. So it's saying pretty much drag this to tier 3. Now if you didn't, it would give you an error. But if you do, it highlights the next thing in green. And then the final thing in green. So you always know what you're supposed to drag here. And if you ever had a question, there are plenty of ways for you to find out, but you shouldn't have to ever read those. So that's been good. +1, the suggestion of having an image. Yeah. I want to do that. I think it's a good idea. I was a little confused at first by the wording. So what parts of the tutorial are unnecessary? Potentially the ones about, I'll say some bits about chips, but we should go through it specifically and look at that question in a bit. I just want to do these action items first. Where I want more depth, I think pretty much nowhere. How long does it take? 14 minutes with intense distractions. What do I do when I'm done? Oh yeah, I never finished this. Oh darn it, and I closed it now, didn't I? Yep, well, too bad. It actually wasn't too bad. It was a decent amount of code, but yeah, it was nice. Can you make it so when you're dragging it, the original switches to white? It looks like you have two active. I could do that, yes. However, I want to get some feedback on that. Let's take a look. No, I'm not saying it was bad. Yeah, so if I got rid of that, we just go to hardware inv item, and on the clone, where's its class list, we say remove styles.pulse. And that will hopefully work. I'm just assuming that's correct. We're going to find out now. So yeah, this one doesn't pulse. So do you guys like this better? So hang on, don't type anything in chat yet. You were thinking the other way around? Oh, stop pulsing this one. Oh, I see what you're saying. Oh. Okay. Do the things you drag over disappear? Or do you visually see the things you've dragged over? Do the things you drag over disappear, or do you visually see the things you... yeah, I'm not totally sure what you're saying, user. I think, so what happens is, these become targets for you to drop into this slot. And when you drop it in, so tier 3, for example, that makes this take up 3 slots. So that's what tier 3 means. And you can kind of see what the tiers do by clicking this, but I don't tell you to do that in the tutorial. Vote both are okay. Yeah, JLo's guy, I probably won't make a change to that just yet. I didn't see laser 3 in that text field. Yeah, and this text is not final yet. I'm going to need to change some of that. Okay, so we could remove the pulse style here. I'm probably not going to do this. Oh, I see. I see what you're saying. Yeah. Okay. So what do I do when I'm done with the tutorial? I forgot to look at this. So here are the action items, feedback from the tutorial. So let's go take a look at some of these. Handle some feedback. So I'll change these to this. Figure out if testing your defense has, yeah, that's. He's expected to be removed from the right column. Yeah, that's what I think too. So the thing is, it gets removed when you've dropped it, not when you've started dragging it. But if that's confusing for players, I could change that then. I don't think it's worth changing preemptively, only because I don't think it's going to be that easy to do. Would it be? Maybe, yeah, I could do it, but we'll wait. Okay, so when customizing your attack blueprint, I just assume the player remembers to press edit. There should be a hint there. Let's try to tackle this from... So let's take care of the easiest ones first, which is these are wording changes. This is pretty simple. This is probably the hardest, and this is the second hardest. Yeah. Okay, so this. So we go into here and we look for the word reflect. Hardware consists of functional items like lasers or shield. There we go. Italicize also, and they will also be able to place more blocks. And do we use I tags anywhere else? Yeah, we do. That's good. Figure out if testing has 2,000 or 12,000. Let's go try that out. So we're going to put these here, here, and here. So if we see this die quickly, it had 2,000 life. If we see it take a long time to die, it had 12,000 life. Yeah, it has 12,000. That's a bug. How did that happen, though? Oh, I know how. It doesn't run through the face simulator. When you drag a bot, you don't want it to be moved from the left part. I tag over EM. Yeah, funky monkey. This may sound like a weird question, but do I know you, the funky monkey? Oh, alright. See you when you Beard Games. Thanks for the host and thanks for dropping in. I'm glad you had a great stream today. Also, I had missed your message from earlier, the funky monkey. And when I say do I know you, I mean I know you've been in the stream, but outside of the stream. I think, what, EM is better than I here. Yeah, okay. Oh, no, I know you've been around before. That's why I was saying, do I know you in real life? Because I just had a flashback to a username from the AOL Instant Messenger days. I don't? Okay, got it. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really know whether I should use I or EM. But they all exist in this file. So we could change them all to EM. We can see what that looks like. Hey, Pro Sam. So it would be in the upgrading thing. Where else do we have EM tags? This is finished testing. Yeah. I gotta fix that problem. Yeah, so it's still italicized, so it doesn't really matter to me which one we go with there. Yeah, so this is broken. I think it's because we don't go through the phase simulator for defenses. Oh, what does it mean? What do we do? We have to be able to... No, this is this is super wonky if we want this to work the right way. The way I used to do things is I would override the create bot command. And now I'd like to not have to do that. There is one way to avoid it. It would be to know that we're in the tutorial. Yeah, we can do it. Did I work on Skype? No, I didn't. What about some damage number over above the things taking damage, like in many other games? Is there some RNG involved in damage? There's no RNG involved in damage, and damage numbers could be possible. That's the kind of thing I will probably add like way later if I add it all. Because there are particle effects that I want to add to at some point, and I consider damage numbers to kind of just be another particle. Work around, speed up the replay all along during the game. the Skype spy on me. Let's just say if you rearrange the letters after dropping the K and the E, you'll get your answer. No, I don't have any insight into that. So there's a fire truck over there. It's like the third kind of siren. Hey, Doomzola. Okay, let me think about this. So you edit your defense. We need to make an arena. We need to know that you're in the tutorial when we make the arena. Where do we do this? Here it is. I think this is a little bit risky. See, you got your answer. It's SIP. Yeah, so what we can do here is in tutorial we would set to true in one particular case. What I call this easy mode? Yeah, activate easy mode equals true, let's just say. And then we just take the right part of this. So if you're in create defense, yeah, just pretty much that. Okay, so when attacking, phase simulation goes through a phase simulator, and defending it, what? I don't even know. I don't know what happens. There's some test button you press and then something happens and who knows what. I don't remember any of this. Test defense. What does this do? There's no phase simulator apparently. Where do we get a journal from? Set up journal for testing defense. What does this do? Oh boy. Oh, this should probably be avoided. Huh. Anonym, just put the blood back into your body. That'll show that mosquito. Yeah, we don't do this. It goes through so we need to create the arena differently here. Yeah, so now we just need this information. Not hard at all, right? You're saying you guys don't put the blood back into your bodies from mosquitoes. Man, this is what happened yesterday too, right? I just started getting loopy at a certain time. I think it's called Tutorial Euphoria. We got it. There. Okay, let's try that out. So we go through the same steps. It's confirmed. What is this? I did speak in circles. Infinite loop. Time to lose. Here we go. But this time the CPU should have hardly any life. And then we just need to do one more test after that. Oh yeah, that thing's dying super fast. Great. So that speeds up the tutorial just a little bit more. These are great changes. Just gonna pat myself on the back. Now let's try it over here. So this CPU should have 12,000 life, so it should take much longer to die. Yes, perfect. Great. LeVay, where did you get that from? Are you finding more fake requirements? And before this happens in all games? That's why we have a beta. Handle some tutorial feedback. Used EM instead of I. Change some minor text. What else? Oh yeah. When testing your defense for the first time, the CPU has 2,000 life instead of 12,000. I made a change like this earlier for attacking, but testing your defense goes through a different code path. So I need to make this change twice. Great, let's check it in. So 2 more things to do. Your goal is to protect the CPU. We should probably highlight the CPU. Look into including an image of the CPU. So how do we include images? Well, this is where we use that placeholder site whose name I keep forgetting. Let's go look it up. Placehold.it. Perfect. So we just make an image. So let's see if this just magically works. It's possible. So we say welcome to Botland, and then we put an image of a placeholder. Let's test it out. So register for Adam 17. Nice. Cool, so all we have to do is put in an image of the CPU, which is really not that easy because these images are loaded in dynamically. And so that means I need base64 data from, yeah, that's gonna be hard. Yeah, this is gonna be pretty hard. So getting an image into intro.js is dead simple. We just do that. Getting an image of the CPU into intro.js is not going to be so easy. There are actually a couple of problems with this. So we need to get, I don't know how we're gonna do this. Hardcode base 64 string is a constant. Oh, that's actually one way to do that. I didn't think about that. But at that point I might as well, yeah. So there are a few things. Solution number 1 is what Mario suggested. Hardcode base 64 string directly into tutorial constants. Solution number 2 is just statically host a CPU image on S3 somewhere. Make it once and cache it. Yeah, that's definitely the easiest solution. Solution number 3 is dynamically create the base 64 data and struggle with getting it to the right location. Well, let's do things the easy way that you guys suggested. So this should be pretty simple. All we need to do is figure out what the computer is called. Apparently not even in here. I don't know where this is, but it's not there. Cosmet. Oh, output.json. Gotcha. we take this. All right, you ready for this? Here's what we do. We go take an item and then something happens. Very scientific. So there should be some from sprite name. Yeah, this. Where's this called? Because we'll just replace something that already exists. Specific to bot parts. No, I don't want that. I want something else. Why is it specific to bot parts? Because of this stupid thing. This was a bad idea. This, yes, right here. Where is this called? Can't you just take the sprite sheet, cut the part of the CPU, and paste it in a new image? Yeah, of course I could do that, Hideo. But why would I do that? Logo, aha. Okay, so instead of the logo, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna say let sprite name equal, hey Neochromer, and we're done. So now, instead of the logo of Botland, we're just gonna have a picture of the CPU. Perfect. Oh man, I don't know what happened in the background here. Oh yeah, it's using the CPU image for everything, even the stripe in the background. This is the new Botland. Also, the CPU graphic has a tile in the background. And that random bot is just floating off at the side. Looks great. No, this wasn't that bad. So now all we do is we inspect this and we just take the base64 image data. Easy peasy. Value is too large to edit. Yeah, like I said, easy peasy. Okay, well we don't need it to be 256 by 256. We could, whatever, you just might as well use that. Alright, so then how do we get the source of this? Value is too large to edit. Don't you tell me that. This is only 56 kilobytes. Lurk in all streams. Really? Wow. So where else do we use base64 image data? And how much can this possibly get compressed? Like, what if we... I don't think it's going to matter because we're not gzipping this. It's just going to be 56 more kilobytes of nothing. So if we save this as base64.txt and then we zip it, although we're not going to be zipping it. So it goes from 55 down to 42. So it's hardly even any savings because it's almost random data. I'm surprised it compresses at all. And I think this should exist somewhere in the code already. Yep, I've got it in this CSS. So could we just... No, we can't do that. We just need base64 image data somewhere. So when you specify this as an image tag, you specify this as its source. Yeah, let's just take the whole thing then. Alright. Export const CPU base64 CPU image. What happened here? Why does not get syntax out of it? Client Yeah, something went wrong. I don't know what it is. Weird, it's just this. So what, export? Yeah, normally works. But not for this one? Is it because there's another apostrophe in here somewhere? Is it because of the slashes? I don't know why this isn't being highlighted correctly. That's the only part I'm not understanding right now. Huh. Oh well. Okay, cool. There's that. So in tutorial constants, what we're going to do is we need to import that now. So import unexpected token. Wait, you can't do that. Apparently still can't do that. Whatever. Oh yeah, this is how you do it. There we go. And then we just use this instead of the image tag that we had. Image source equals this. Talking here is already enough for me. Yeah, I guess it's different if you're a viewer in one stream. I tend not to lurk too much in programming streams. Because when I get done programming, I want to watch games or something. Hey, it worked. Huh, nice. I wonder if I auto-host Jonas. Okay, so that shows up there. And it's actually kind of nice that it has the background here. Any idea why on JS Fiddle it fits perfectly, but after having the code locally it doesn't? You need to upload a JS Fiddle or something like that new, because it's too hard to tell from just an image. Hey, Japanese spider crab. If it's a video game, I won't do anything WordPress. Oh, I see what you're saying. I'm just noise. Just wonderful English noise. So I think we want a new line here, and then a new line here. Something like this. I never really got into Trihex. He played Yoshi's Island, which I really like. I just never really watched his stream too much. Oh, I gotta remove that thing. The 64 image data, yeah, this. And then set this back to const. What keeps the base 64 image in proportion? Is it the default browser behavior? So some CSS could control it, but in this case, there's nothing forcing the size of these. Yeah, so this is just the size of the image, 256 by 256. At least it should be. Whoops, I didn't mean to click that. Yeah, this is, 256 by 256. So if I put any sort of CSS on here, I could control it myself. I could say like width 128 pixels. I'm going to leave it at the size it was at. I think that looks pretty good. Or is this too large? What's the vote here? That's fine. Okay. Don't make me say things I didn't say. Okay. So I guess the only thing we should change then is this to a colon. Yeah, I also don't like this file of CPU image.js. This only exists for the sake of the tutorial. We have this image in the sprite sheets that get downloaded already, but it's pretty hard to get them from there to the tutorial. So we just add 60 kilobytes to the source by including it here. Yeah. I mean, when all's said and done, it's not like 60 kilobytes is the end of the world, but these kind of decisions add up. Oh well. Well, there we go. So who suggested this? It was Mario and Hideo. So thank you guys for that. So in customize, I should probably check that in. Yeah, let's do that. Oh yeah, so Japanese spider crab, I was going to show you this. I've been working on the tutorial, and what you kind of saw there was the same thing. So yeah, welcome to Botland. It can guide you through what to click. It can help you out along the way of customizing things. So I'm kind of skipping through it really fast, but here we have lasers highlighted. We know to drag it over to here. Then it highlights melee, and we know to drag it over to tier 2. And then we get shield, and we drag that over to tier 2 as well. And then we create the bot. We go through all the different steps we have here. So this is really, really going to help for new players. Well, it was more the idea to do it. Yeah, the implementation is pretty simple. Include image for CPU in tutorial. When customizing your attack blueprint, I just assume the player remembers to press edit. There should be a hint there. I don't know if this is going to work. I think when you press edit, the hint should go away anyway. Well, let's finish this tutorial, and that way we can just log in as Adam17. So right here, this is the same editor you saw before. This time, create a bot with missiles, reflect, and shield. So this time, I just trust you to figure it out. But if you can't, there's no way for you to get back on track. So I should probably put a hint here somewhere, even just here, or I don't know. Oh, you know what else I could do? I could make this pulse. Let's take a look at what that would be. Let's see, hardware inventory. There's an edit button. Where does that even show up? Edit. Where's the edit button? Here it is. Got it. So button CNAME equals pulse. So now both of these are actually going to pulse because I'm not differentiating between them. Let's take a look. I'm going to need to keep clicking through this stuff. Wait, no, not both of them pulsed? Hardware loadout is different from... Oh yeah, this has 7 slots, this has 3. Yeah, that's pretty good. So all we need to do is have that work and then have it stop working once you've clicked it. Not bad. Alright, I can deal with that. A hint may be obnoxious. I could just pulse the edit button. Okay. Highlight edit button. Done. Now we need class names, which we don't have, of course. Class names equals require. I hope that's how you use that. Yep. Except for that's lowercase. So then we get the CSS for that. This dot props dot on edit. Just say render edit button. If not, this dot props on edit, return null. Otherwise, return a button that has an on click and a class name. I want to do this the same way I did it for something like this. Yeah. I don't know if this is pure intro.js or something we added in our framework. We have a silent step. It highlights something with intro.js. So same highlight, no confusion, but no step or hint attached to it. Wait, so... Oh, I see what you're saying. There's just no text, but it would still move the navigation over to that particular thing. So I don't want to do that for the reason that I want the user to just remember what this dialogue looked like. This is me slowly pulling back and letting you have more control. So if intro.js highlighted that specific thing and was like, you can't click anywhere else, then I think that's me forcing you into the tutorial a little bit too much. But that is a good idea. So here we want this. And we want styles.pulse for just highlight edit button. And that's it. That's the only class we have on here. Okay, cool. There we go. So nothing is calling this. So we need to make that happen at some point, but it's going to be a little obnoxious to do this. This comes from edit. Bound workbench actions. It's bound tutorial actions dot should highlight edit hardware. Yeah, it's going to be something like this. Okay, so if you're in the tutorial and you haven't already clicked the edit button, or we could just keep highlighting it. That's probably obnoxious though. What step are you in at this point in the tutorial? You are in chose attack self. All right, take care, Pro Sam. Have a nice night. And I might see you tomorrow. I might. Then just return true, otherwise return false. There is no need for dispatch, but there's for state. Okay. Yeah, so this will highlight it green when you're in the tutorial, but it's never going to not highlight it green while you're on that page. It's not the end of the world, but I don't really think it's the best UI. So let's take a look. Adam 17 goes onto that page, and they see a green highlight. Yeah. But Adam 1 goes onto that page, and they don't see a green highlight. But then yes, when you're done clicking it, it should really switch you into a different step of the tutorial. Because this looks weird, right? I'm pretty sure it looks weird to have this still flashing green. because it makes you want to click it again, which will just close it. Alright, fine. Well, chose attack self. Where do we use this? There wouldn't be any steps for the other part of this. I don't like it. I don't like it. We could make it be part of the state so it doesn't actually switch to a different tutorial, in which case this stuff would go away. Doesn't look that weird. Clicking it again and you see that it just closes it. You're plugging in second mouse. It doesn't look that weird. I'm torn. I think I want to fix it, but I don't think I want to fix it by making a new tutorial step. I think that's obnoxious. So I think the way I would fix it is by changing the state of just this component. And once you clicked it, it just sets that to false. Yeah, it's not too bad. So we would do this. Should highlight edit hardware. This is not how this part works now. Is in tutorial ID, tutorial step. No, that's not how this works. It's when you get to this page for the first time. So it's when the component mounts, if you're in the tutorial. That's where we want to set this up. Right. Yes, right. Okay, so none of this even happens. Component did mount. If all this is true, should highlight edit hardware. This dot set state highlight should highlight edit hardware, something like that. So now we just delete all this. We delete this. We change this to this dot state dot that. In the bottom of this, we set that to false by default. And then anytime you press the edit button, toggle hardware loadout, then we just set that to false again. Perfect. All right, let's try that out. Remove the class on click. So that's not really the React way of doing things. We have to change the underlying state. Who did I just log in as? I think I'm logged in as Adam, in which case this should not show up. Yeah, but if I log in as Adam17, it should show up until I click it. So here goes. Click. Oh, it worked. Okay. Well, just gotta rapidly type things out and hope for the best. So if we click it again, it's just gonna still be false. And then, yeah, we're done. Nice. Nice. So, okay, now that I've done the work, what do you guys really think? Is this better, or should I just have left it how it was? Hideo, how many mice do you feel like you need to use this? If true, we'll highlight the... It works, but I can only link no did mount set state. One additional render if you call set state. Do I have this in my notes somewhere? No. Use this rule. Can I just do this in the constructor? This dot on mount? What? Okay. let's just see if we can move this over to here. I'm not really thinking about this. That's old React on mount. Oh. Oh, based on props of the... Oh, wow, interesting. Shows how much I'm paying attention to anything. It wouldn't be this... Well, super props would probably save it as this dot prop, so we can do it this way. So now we delete this and make sure it's still working. Of course, with a comma. So if true, we'll highlight the edit button for the hardware loadout to draw the user's attention to it. This is only used for the tutorial, and the reason why we don't make it its own tutorial step is because that would involve a larger code change. Well, there's no real reason to do it that way, but the rest of this stuff should work fine. So let's go try that and launch that thing too. Great, cool. So test. So we connect as Adam17, it's green. We connect as Adam, it should not be green. So that's all we're testing here. It's green, we're good. As soon as you click it, it's not green, we're good. Log in as Adam1, same deal. It's not green, yeah, perfect, okay, great. Nice, so we got through all that feedback. It took a little longer than I thought. Because we started this on what, 4:09 and it's now 4:52. Took almost an hour to do that. Should edit, also that shouldn't even be there, because now this isn't called from anywhere, right? Nope. So we just delete that whole thing. Really, today has been pretty good as far as tutorial polishing goes. I'm pretty happy with how this went. This doesn't need to be like that. Highlight, edit button, the rest of that looks fine. And this looks fine. Nice, so highlight, edit hardware button for idiots. I'm not gonna say that. But to make it more obvious in the tutorial that you should click the edit button to get to your hardware, I now highlight it the first time you see it. Clicking it makes the highlight go away. Wow. Yeah, wow. It's been a lot of time put into this tutorial. In fact, if we do have a friend over tonight, I'm going to make sure they test this. I won't take no for an answer. Alternatively, I could show my wife the tutorial tonight, but I wanted to wait until it was fully polished for her to see it. Isn't it the first time you see it in the tutorial only? Okay, maybe I'm interpreting this question wrong, but that button is only highlighted exactly then when you attack. So when you go through the tutorial normally, the first thing you do is defend, and you don't see it then. So if I go through the blueprint here, yeah, it doesn't, it's telling you to click edit. So I don't feel like I need to also make it highlight green. So I think that answers your question. I'm not positive though. And then yeah, you can do the rest of these steps. Lots of work done on this tutorial. Yeah, but outside of the tutorial, it's not highlighted the first time the component mounts. Oh, are you just saying my log message was weird? Oh, yeah, the log message might have been a bit weird, but who's gonna read this again? Hey, Mitchell. Yeah, I'm streaming for a little longer than I expected to, actually. Yeah, wow. Yeah, I definitely want someone to test it tonight, but I don't want people from the stream to necessarily do it yet with their people, because it's not totally done. Honestly, what do we have left? Trim the fat. Yeah, I could probably remove a couple of steps, but I guess it really is done. I'm gonna just cancel this stuff. So there's some refactoring I might need to do, and then some tests, and then purchasing and licensing stuff. When we're done with all that, so this stuff is 0, update the database. Yeah. Neat. What's the command to do that from the command line? What's this? Just try taking an afternoon nap. I'm usually really, really tired on Wednesdays. So, okay, here's what I'm thinking of for tomorrow. I'm just going to wrap up the stream for right now. In fact, one of the other things I wanted to do is see how many games were played today. 196. This is pretty good. We haven't hit this number in a while. Also, we just passed the 8-hour mark, so I'm getting charged for another 4 hours of time because I have 4 servers up. But I'm going to go kill the AWS instances and then just talk a little bit about what's going on. So yeah, we don't have music for Botland yet. And if any of you know of any royalty-free music that sounds like it would fit, that'd be great. Tomorrow, what I'm planning on doing, and this may not happen, so don't hold me to it, but I may stream myself trying to come up with some of the music for Botland. And this may be totally fruitless. So don't come to the stream expecting this to be like great music or that I know what I'm doing. I think you should know by this point, with the amount of days that passed, that I never know what I'm doing. So same thing with music tomorrow. I'll probably have my piano out. We'll try to figure out something that sounds good. I'm good enough at coming up with melodies, but I'm really worried about the instrumentation of that. But it needs to happen at some point, so I should take a stab at it. Why not stream for 4 more hours? No, I'm not going to do that. I need to take a break. Alright, so who we hosting? And KKXK, thanks for the follow. I think we'll host Ski Dog. Yeah, we'll host Ski Dog. Oh yeah, I know Hideo, but I think some people might have the expectation that because there are other improv streamers who they listen to a tune and they're like, I'll just make something perfect out of that. I'm not one of those people. Anyway, take care, everyone. Thank you guys for watching. I am going to close everything down, and I'll maybe be on tomorrow. If not, definitely on Friday. Not sure for how long. Probably 8 hours. We'll see. But yeah, take care. Have a nice night. See ya.